Chapter 1 The Equal Wife. In the residency of Wensi, lantern swayed in the corridor, casting intricate shadows off paper cuttings upon the window panes, resembling a great beast lumen goverthules within. Son Xixi sat upon a round back chair of rosewood, her cylinder form enveloped in implement, hands neatly clasped before her, she gazed at Themon before her newly weatherspan, whom she had awaited for an entire year. Zhan Beiwang, still clad in his somewhat worn but allure, exude an air of authority, his in some face marked beable and de frisalviendo into fapologi Xixi the imperial decree has been issued. Yi Fang will certainly enter Rome. With her hands still folded, Son Xixi girded him with a cloudy dean uncertainty, and inquired that Empress Dowager Ron's proclaimed that General Yi Fang is a paragon among women. Is she truly willing to be concubine? Zhan Beiwang's deep satia's flickered with atratio for irritation. No, she's not a concubine, she's an equal wife, and her status is of no lesser importance than yours. Unmoved, Son Xixi replied, they generok nos tot the title of qual wife is morally uphemism, concealing the reality of concubinage. Zhan Beiwang furrowed his brow. What does it matter if she's a concubine? We have developed feelings for only another ramets tekas off battle, and dur marriage was secured through military merit. This union is the fruto for own blood and sweat. I do not require or consent. Aser donix meal play upon Son Xixi's lips, feelings, what did you say to me before you departed for war, do you still remember? On the night of their wedding year ago, had led the troops in Tobatal immediately after lifting her bridal veil, promising her, I Zhan Beiwang shall love you and lie you in this life, and I will never to concubine. Zhan Beiwang turned away, somewhat abashed to forget his words. When Emeridia, it did not comprehend Thina Sharif Labice implied haughty as you would a bosom wife until limite fong. Asha spoke of his beloved, tenderness often disfeatures, deep affection limeringe in his eyes. Hath and turned back to Son Xixi. Shizen like any woman he have ever encountered. You love a her dearly, and I hope you can support her union. Son Xixi felt test off she had swallowed awfully, a wavy of naja was injure her, yet she could not suppress her resentment, and have both my father and mother agreed to ease? They have consented. This is the emperor's decree, and Yi Fang is forthright and charming. She has already paid her respects to Momother. They agreed, however lyra nature sacrifice over the past year had been met with suking gratitude, akin to fietting gay heartless wolf. Son Xixi raised a nebro, we shine for residence? Zhan Beiwang spoke Yi Fang with a gentle tone. She's currently conversing with me mother, and she has managed to bring her considerable joy. Her condition has improved significantly. Improved significantly, Son Xixi struggled to articulate her feelings. When he departed for war, Heraldus Wazel ridiquite severe. Isam and feasting physician danto treather, while I attended to the fair softy household by day and cared for her at night, sharing with meals interest, Ike was in life through such devotion the third condition began tushos and soft recovery. Shesup noa calature words mere lyra counteth elaboraf tepastayer. But no Thatchius with Yi Fang, her health has flourished further. Zhan Beiwang replied earnestly. I understand that he have placed you in a difficult position, but imploriado consider the greater good and support my union with Yi Fang. Son Xixi lips lightly, Herea shimmering with unshed tears, yet upon closer inspection, the revealed st liar solved. Please invite General Yi Fang to meet with me. Have matters I wish to address directly with her. Zhan Beiwang firmly refused. There is no need for you to speak with her. Xixi, she's unlike any woman you have known as a female general. She holds little regard for the petty intrigues of the inner chamber, and likely has no desire to meet with you. Son Xixi countered, what do you presume them in odoblike, or how do you perceive? It seems you have forgotten that amels of the dotiro military family. My father and my 6 brothers perished on the battlefield in southern front 3 years ago. That was their fate. Zhan Beiwang interrupted. Yet our remained catelady suited for the confines of the inner chamber. Yi Fang would disdain such a woman, and therefore thright nature made her to speak words that could distress you. Was subject yourself to such discomfort? Son Xixi lifted her gaze, the beauty marked beneath her eye appearing vibrant and her voice remained gentle. It matters not. If she were out her something offend disagreeable, he would simply to disregard it. Understanding the larger picture and maintaining composure is the fundamental virtue of a venerable woman. Do you no trust myself? Chapter 2 He is not your son-in-law. Zhan Beiwang said in exasperation, why must he seek to make yourself miserable? This marriage was bestowed by his majesty, and even if Yi Fang were to enter the household, you would be separate in two different quarters. She harbors no desire to usurp your authority. Xixi thething sa you hold dearly beneath her consideration. Do you believe I am attached to his authority? Son Xixi retorted, managing the affairs of the general household is no small fiat. The old matriarch Helene consumes a considerable amount of physician dance medicine each month, costing dozens of taels of silver. The expense for clothing, food, and social obligations are ever present. Silveris indispensable in ever regard. Fagan Aralese residencies buta hollow shell over thepasture, Midori has supplemented the household significantly, only to yield such a heartening outcome. Zhan Beiwang, having lost all patience, declared, enough, there is no point in further discussion. Immerly intended to inform we our agreement or disagreement will not alter the inevitable. As Son Xixi watched them turn cold lie away Isenzo Firani washed over her. Miss Beozus abed from the side, Thesson-in-law Astrolibian excessively unreasonable. Donat Kalim that, Son Xixi Shatharate disdainful blins, wherein o teatro limerid he cannot be considered a son-in-law, guffich mid orilist. Why do you need the duralist? Beos winquired. Son Xixi tapped her forehead lightly. Silly girl, do you think we can stay in such a family? Bezu covered her forehead inside, but this marriage was arranged with the matriarch, and the Marquis expressed to show Pathadio would marry and bear children while he was still alive. At the mention of her mother, tears swelled upon Song Xixi. Her father had taken a concubines, marrying Gunli her mother, and they had 6 and Sandoni daughter. All their brothers had followed their father to the battlefield, and 3 years ago, during Thor in the southern frontier, none of them returned. She hailed from a family of military generals, and although was a girl, she had trained in martial arts from a engage a theology of 7. Her father sent her to Mount Mito study under a master, where she diligently immersed herself in military texts and strategies. Ike was not until she turned 50 and descended the mountain that she learned of her father and brother's deaths in the southern battlefield a year prior. Her mother, with the swollen frontiers, clutched her tightly, saying, "From now on, you must live like a noble lady in the capital, seek a good husband, marry and bear children, for you are my only daughter." Her heart felt as though it had been carved out, the pain so profound that she could not even shed tears. For the next year, she devoted herself to learning the virtues of obedience and propriety, mastering the skills required to manage the household, Alan hopes of bringing joy to her mother. As the legitimate daughter of Zhan Beiwang, her search for a husband attracted suitors in droves, especially given her unparalleled beauty. Her mother ultimately caused Zhan Beiwang swayed by his Baba for her that if he could marry Xixi, he would never take a concubine. However, 6 months ago the entire Zhan Bei's family was brutally slaughtered, with the old, the weak, and women all falling victim to the massacre. Event the servants were not spared every victim bore over 100 wounds, their body is left mangled and broken. Tragically, Harry Unge's nephew was merely 2.5 years old, a posthumous Skaldofferted brother. The Jingzhou prefecture and the patrol arrived promptly, capturing the culprits. Hoder net out obespes from Xijing, whither were intensifying, thesis by were willing to reveal their identity as to annihilate Duke's family, and their method of killing bore the marks of vengeance. Upon receiving the news, she rushed back to the state, only to find the dismembered bodies of her grandmother and mother. The entire residence was drenched in blood, each death more horrific than the last. Now, the Duke of Genbi had only her left as a solitary daughter, on Danny Hopi for revitalizing the family's image impossible, at least in thighs of outsiders. After all, every owner regarded her as a frail and delicate woman. In contrast, Yi Fang had distinguished herself on the battlefield as the fierce female general of the current dynasty, earning the favor of her empress. With her support, Zhan Beiwang's path could be steadier, which naturally Zhan family to agree to his marriage. Chapter 3 At the separation, Baoju retrieved the dowry list and remarked, "This year, you have disbursed over 6,000 taels in cash. However, the shops, houses, and estates remain untouched. The deposits your husband left in the bank, along with the property deeds and land contracts, are all locked away in a box." Indeed. Song Xixi gazed upon the list, her heart aching at the memory of the lavish dowry her mother had bestowed upon her, fearing that she would suffer hardships and grievances in her husband's household. Baoju, filled with sorrow, inquired, "My lady, where shall we go? Must we return to the Marquis's residence? Perhaps we should retreat to Maishan." Visions of the bloodshed that had stained the estate and the tragic demise of her family flashed before her eyes, causing a sudden pang in her heart. "Anywhere is preferable to remaining here," she replied. "By leaving, you will have fulfilled their desires," Baoju lamented. Song Xixi responded with a detached calmness, "Then let it be so. If I do not depart, I shall endure a lifetime of torment amidst their affections of Baiju. I am the sole survivor of the Marquis's household. I must live well to ease my parents' and brothers' spirits in the afterlife. My lady." Baoju wept bitterly, for she was born into the family, and in the massacre at the Marquis's residence, all her kin had perished. If they abandoned the general's estate, could they still return to the Marquis's? So many lives had been lost there, every corner a reminder of heartbreak. "My lady, is there truly no other option?" Song Xixi's gaze darkened. "There is. I shall leverage my father's and brother's merits before the emperor to compel him to rescind his decree. If he refuses, I shall dash my head against the throne until I perish." Baiju, alarmed, hastily knelt. "My lady, you must not do that." A cold sharpness flickered in Song Xixi's eyes, yet she smiled. "Do you think your mistress so foolish? Even if I stand before the throne, I shall only request a decree of separation." Zhan Beiwang's marriage to Yi Fang was a royal bestowal, thus, her own separation must also be accompanied by a decree. She would depart with dignity, not as someone cast aside, as though swept out the door. The wealth of the Jinbei Marquis could ensure her a life free from want. She had no reason to demean herself. Outside, someone called, "Madam, the old matriarch requests your presence." Baiju softly remarked, "It must be Chuyer, the maidservant of the old matriarch. She likely wishes to persuade you." Song Xixi composed herself and rose, saying, "Then let us go." The evening glow was like blood, and the autumn wind whispered mournfully. The general's estate had been bestowed upon Zhan Beiwang's grandfather by the late emperor, once a place of great prestige, now fallen into decline. Most of the Zhan family's sons fought valiantly on the battlefield, with few entering the civil service. Additionally, Zhan Beiwang's father, Zhan Ji, had not found favor in his career, and his uncle, Zhan Gang, was merely a deputy in the Jingzhou prefecture. Only Zhan Beiwang and his elder brother, Zhan Beiqing, still held significant roles in the military, yet before winning this war, they were merely fourth-rank generals. The main and secondary branches of the family did not reside separately, they continued to inhabit the general's estate. After all, division would only hasten their decline. Song Xixi and Baiju entered the room of the old matriarch, who, appearing somewhat improved, reclined on her bed with a smile as she regarded Song Xixi. "You have arrived." In the room were Zhan Beiwang's elder brother, Zhan Beiqing, and his wife, Mrs. Min, along with their third sister, Zhan Beiwang, and other children of lesser birth, the second matriarch, Mrs.Lu, sat nearby, her demeanor cold and disdainful. Mother, second aunt, elder brother, elder sister-in-law. Xixi greeted them as she always had. Xixi, come here. The old matriarch beckoned her to sit at the foot of the bed, affectionately grasping her hand. Now that Beiwang has returned, you have someone to rely on. This past year has indeed been a trial for you, especially with such calamity befalling your maternal family. You are the sole survivor of the Zhan Beiwang Marquisate, but thankfully, all that is past. The old matriarch was astute, subtly indicating that with her maternal family gone, she would have to depend on the Zhan family in all matters henceforth. Xixi withdrew her hand, her tone indifferent as she asked, Mother, have you met General Yi Fang today? The old matriarch was taken aback by her directness, her smile faltering momentarily before she replied, Yes, I have met him. He possesses a rather coarse temperament and cannot compare to your looks. Xixi gazed at the old matriarch, so, it seems you do not favor her, am I correct? Chapter 4 Cherish your understanding nature. The old lady forced a smile. How can one speak of preference upon meeting for the first time? However, since His Majesty has bestowed the marriage, it is an established fact. In the future, she and Beiwang shall achieve merit in the military together, while you remain in charge of the general's household, enjoying the accolades they earn through their endeavors. How splendid that would be. Indeed, splendid. Xixi replied with a smile, yet it seems rather unfair to General Yi to be relegated to the status of a concubine. The old lady chuckled, Oh, you silly child. How could a marriage granted by His Majesty confer the status of a concubine? Besides, she is a military officer of the court, a government official. There is no precedent for officials to serve as concubines. She shall be a primary wife, irrespective of rank. Xixi countered, Is there truly no distinction in rank? Does our dynasty not have such regulations? The old lady's expression turned somewhat frosty. Xixi, you have always been sensible. Having married into the Zhan family, you must prioritize their interests. According to the military department's assessment, Yi Fang's contributions in this battle surpass those of Beiwang. In time, as they unite as husband and wife, and with your management of the household affairs, there will surely come a day when he rises to prominence, much like his grandfather. Xixi's demeanor grew cold. If they are united as one, then my involvement becomes irrelevant. The old lady frowned. How can it be irrelevant? You are still responsible for the management of the general's household, are you not? Xixi replied, Previously, it was due to my sister-in-law's ill health that I temporarily managed the household. Now that she has recovered, she shall resume her role, and I will no longer concern myself with the affairs of the household. Tomorrow, I will settle the accounts and hand over the responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Madame Min quickly interjected, I cannot take charge yet. My health has not fully recovered. Besides, everyone has been satisfied with your management over this past year. Let it continue under your guidance. A sardonic smile graced Xixi's lips. Their satisfaction stemmed solely from her financial contributions, much of which had gone toward the old lady's medical expenses. The renowned physician's treatments were exorbitantly priced and not easily accessible, costing her over 1,000 taels of silver for the old lady's medications alone over the year. As for other household expenditures, she had occasionally supplemented them, such as for fabrics and silks, primarily from her own family's business, providing new garments without a second thought. However, circumstances had shifted. She had once genuinely wished to build a life with Zhan Beiwang, but now she could not afford to be the fool she stood, declaring, It is settled then. I shall handle the accounts tomorrow and will no longer concern myself with household matters. Wait. The old lady's tone sharpened, her expression darkening. Xixi, you are being unreasonable. What man does not have multiple wives and concubines? If you cannot accept this reality, outsiders will label you as narrow-minded and envious. Perhaps Xixi had been too obedient this past year, appearing naive, leading them to believe that with mere words they could intimidate her. Xixi's expression remained calm, shedding her previous docility. Their words are their own, I need not concern myself with them. The old lady, incensed, struggled to suppress a cough, her throat constricted. In the past, Xixi would have rushed over to pat her back, but she remained unmoved, the soft evening light casting a gentle glow upon her fair visage, enhancing her ethereal beauty, resembling a figure from a painting. Sister-in-law, look at how you have angered mother. The youngest sister, Zhan Beiwang, approached, her youthful face round and flushed with indignation as she glared at Xixi. You are not being wronged. Do you think the whole residence still holds its former grandeur? Your father and brothers are gone, leaving you alone. Do you still wish to cling to the heirs of a noble lady? Are you not afraid your second brother might cast you aside? Xixi regarded her sister-in-law, clad in a pale yellow garment made for her during autumn now. She wore it while questioning Xixi, demonstrating her own understanding of propriety. Xixi replied coolly, Remove that garment from your person before trying to assert your authority over me. Zhan Beiwang's cheeks flushed with rage. This garment was not something I begged you to make for me. If you do not want it, I shall simply return it to you. Very well, and do not forget the jeweled adornments upon your head. Return those as well, Xixi declared, surveying the room. Only the old lady maintained a pleasant expression, the others wore stony faces. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, Xixi stated, striding confidently toward the exit. Chapter 5 Entering the palace, the members of the Zhan family exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected firmness of Xixi, who had always been known for her amiable demeanor. This time, she seemed resolute, disregarding even her mother's words. The old matriarch coldly declared, she will eventually obey, she has no other choice. Indeed, she had no maternal family to rely upon now. Her only option was to remain with the Zhan family. Moreover, the Zhan family had not wronged her, she still held the status of the legitimate wife. Early the next morning, Xixi returned to the Duke of Jinbei's residence with Baozhu. The garden was desolate, littered with fallen leaves. After half a year of neglect, wild grass had grown to a height surpassing a person. Stepping back into the Duke's residence, Xixi felt her heart wrench in agony. 6 months prior, upon receiving the shocking news of her family's massacre, she had collapsed before the corpses of her grandmother and mother, their bodies cold and devoid of warmth, while blood stained every corner of the house. Within the residence, a shrine had been established, housing the ancestral tablets of the Song family along with her mother's. As she and Baozhu prepared offerings, tears flowed incessantly. Lighting incense, she knelt before her parents' tablets, bowing her head repeatedly, her tear-streaked eyes filled with determination. Father, mother, if you are watching from above, please forgive your daughter for the decision she is about to make. It is not that I do not wish to marry and lead a stable life, but rather that Zhan Beiwang is not a worthy man to entrust my life to. Rest assured, I and Baozhu will live well. Baozhu knelt beside her, weeping uncontrollably. After the rites, they climbed into the carriage and headed straight for the imperial city. At noon, under the scorching autumn sun, Xixi and Baozhu stood before the palace gates, as still as statues. They waited for an entire hour, yet no one came out to summon her inside. Baozhu, with a heavy heart, remarked, Miss, His Majesty may not wish to see you, fearing you are here to obstruct the marriage decree. You haven't eaten since last night, nor had breakfast today. Can your body endure this? Shall I fetch you something to eat? I am not hungry. Xixi felt no hunger, a singular, unwavering conviction supported her. To seek a divorce and return home. Please do not continue to sulk and starve yourself, it is not worth it. Perhaps we should simply give up. After all, you are still the legitimate wife, the Lady of Zhan. Even if she is a concubine, she is but a secondary wife. Miss, shall we endure this? With a cold gaze, Xixi replied, Baozhu, refrain from speaking such defeatist words in the future. Baozhu sighed, her eyes clouded with helplessness. What could be done? She had thought that once the general returned, the situation might improve, yet it had turned out this way. I in the imperial study, Wu Dabin reported thrice, Your Majesty, Lady Zhan is still waiting at the palace gates. Emperor Suqing set down his documents and rubbed his temples. I cannot meet her. The decree has already been issued, and I cannot retract it. Have her return. The imperial guards have advised her, but she refuses to leave, standing there for more than an hour without moving an inch. The emperor felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Zhan Beiwang sought a marriage reward through military merit. I was initially reluctant, but if I do not acquiesce, both he and General Yi will lose face. They have indeed achieved military accomplishments. Wu Dabin added, Your Majesty, if we consider military achievements, no one can compare to the Duke of Jinbei and General Xiao. The emperor recalled Duke Song Huayan of Jinbei. Many years ago, when he was still the crown prince, it was the duke who guided him into the military. He had a prior acquaintance with Xixi, though she had been a mere child then, a delicate girl of 6 or 7 with skin as fine as porcelain, utterly charming. Having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he understood the hardships of military generals. Thus, when Zhan Beiwang sought a marriage reward based on his military contributions, after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately agreed. Aside from his brother, the Northern King, there were no capable military generals left in the court. The current conflict with Xijing had cost General Zhao's 3rd and 7th generals dearly, with one losing an arm and the other falling in battle, though these facts had been kept under wraps. Wu Dabin was correct. In terms of military merit, Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang could not hold a candle to the Duke of Jinbei. Very well, let her come. Should she agree to this marriage, I shall grant her any request, even a title or noble rank. I will comply. Wu Dabin breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 6. A request for divorce. Xixi knelt in the imperial study, her head bowed and eyes cast down. The Emperor of Suqing recalled that the whole residence in the north was now left with only her, and a sense of pity welled up within him. Rise and speak. With her hands clasped together, Xixi prostrated herself. Your Majesty, I humbly seek an audience today, which is indeed presumptuous, yet I wish to implore your grace. The emperor replied, Xixi, I have issued a decree. It cannot be rescinded. She gently shook her head. I beseech your Majesty to issue a decree permitting my divorce from General Zhan. The youthful monarch was taken aback. Divorce? You wish to divorce? He had assumed she sought to retract the marriage decree, but was instead met with a request for separation. Suppressing her tears, Xixi said, Your Majesty, General Zhan and General Yi sought the marriage decree based on their military merits. Today marks the anniversary of my father and brother's passing, and I wish to invoke their military achievements to request a divorce. I implore your Majesty's benevolence. The emperor's gaze grew complex. Xixi, do you comprehend what you will face after the divorce? The term Xixi had not graced her ears from the emperor in quite some time. When he was still the crown prince, he would occasionally visit the Ho residence to see her father, always bringing delightful little gifts for her. Afterward, she had gone to Meishan to study under her master and had not seen him since. I understand. Xixi's exquisite features broke into a smile, albeit one tinged with irony. Yet a gentleman should appreciate the beauty of adult relationships. Although I am no gentleman, I do not wish to be a thorn in General Zhan and General Yi's path to becoming a loving couple. Xixi, the Ho residence in the north is devoid of inhabitants. Do you truly intend to return there? Have you considered what the future holds? Xixi replied, Today, I return to pay respects to my father and brother, only to find the Ho residence in disrepair. I wish to return and reside there, to adopt a son in my father's stead, ensuring that their legacy is not extinguished. The emperor had thought her merely acting on impulse, yet was taken aback by the depth of her contemplation. In truth, you are the principal wife. Yi Fang cannot undermine your status, there is truly no need for you to divorce. Xixi lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes resolute, Your Majesty, that is meaningless, I do not wish to squander my life in such a manner. I am the sole remaining member of the Ho residence, and my father and brother lived with integrity and honored. I do not wish to compromise and lead a life of quiet desperation. I know you harbor feelings for Zhan Beiwang. Can you truly let him go? Feelings, that was an exaggeration, she had always admired martial heroes, and her mother's desire for her to marry and lead a stable life had prompted her to wed. Xixi smiled, like a rare flower blooming in a desolate land, if he is willing to part with me, then I too can part with him. Beneath her delicate exterior lay a tenacity that astonished the emperor. He had never encountered a woman quite like her. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, recalling the carefree young girl who had once laughed brightly, now on the cusp of becoming an abandoned wife. In the eyes of society, a divorce still marked a woman as forsaken, especially when the marriage had been publicly arranged. The hardships women faced would be particularly arduous for her. How would she navigate future suitors? There was no one left in her family. Reflecting on this, and recalling the contributions of her father, who had saved him on the battlefield while he had also rescued her father, the bonds of camaraderie filled him with compassion for this girl. The emperor stated, I grant your request, you may return, and in a few days, the decree for your divorce will be issued to the general's residence. Xixi exhaled in relief, bowing deeply, I thank your majesty for your great kindness. The emperor looked at her and was suddenly reminded of the little girl he had known 6 or 7 years ago, and his heart softened. Xixi, should anyone wrong you in the future, do not hesitate to come to the palace and seek me. I am grateful for your benevolence. Xixi bowed once more. Chapter 7 The Empress Dowager's heartache. After Xixi departed, Wu Daban hurriedly entered, saying, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has sent someone to request your presence when you have a moment. Emperor Suqing sighed, it is likely due to the matter concerning Xixi that she is anxious and worried. Let us proceed. In the Shokan Palace, the peonies were in full bloom, resplendent and regal, their fragrance rivaling that of the nation's finest beauties. The roses climbing the palace walls also displayed their exquisite blossoms. The Empress Dowager sat in a round-backed chair made of wali wood in the main hall, draped in a deep purple gauzy robe, her hair adorned with a white jade hairpin, her countenance weary. Your son pays his respects to mother. Emperor Suqing approached to pay his respects. The Empress Dowager gazed at him, dismissed those around her, and then sighed, the edict you issued regarding the marriage was truly unwise. Your actions not only bring shame to Lord Song but also set a poor example for the subjects of the realm. Her voice grew increasingly stern, in the realm of commerce, there are laws. Officials are not permitted to take concubines within 5 years of marriage. 5 years is already a brief span, according to my understanding, only those over 40 without offspring may take a concubine. Now, your majesty has publicly bestowed a marriage upon Yi Fang as a primary wife, setting a precedent for all. What future does such a woman have? On the day of his grand wedding, Zhan Beiwang shall take to the battlefield, and he has yet to consummate his marriage with Xixi. Are you intent on pushing her to her demise? The Empress Dowager's tears flowed freely as she lamented, how pitiful it is, they have but one daughter left in the world, and yet she must endure such humiliation. The reason for the Empress Dowager's sorrow was that she and Xixi's mother shared a close friendship, having watched the girl grow since childhood. Seeing her mother weep, Emperor Suqing knelt before her, filled with guilt, and said, Mother, it was my oversight. At the city gate, he publicly requested a marriage edict in exchange for his military achievements. I knew it was inappropriate, but he claimed to desire nothing else and required no reward. If I did not comply, he would lose face. The Empress Dowager retorted angrily, and at what cost must Xixi pay for his dignity? Has the Song family not already sacrificed enough? Do you not realize how difficult this past year has been for her? Emperor Suqing, though sympathetic, had to respond, Mother, Zhan Beiwang's heart has already shifted. Even if he cannot marry Yi Fang, he will not truly cherish Xixi. Just moments ago, she came before me, seeking an edict for divorce, and I granted it. The Empress Dowager's brows furrowed in alarm. What? That foolish child, why would she seek a divorce? Where will she go after that? She spoke of returning to the Marquis's residence to adopt a son for her father. The Empress Dowager sighed repeatedly, can she truly return to that place? She has witnessed the bodies of her kin strewn across the ground, how can she bear to reside there, fearing night after night of nightmares? The Empress Dowager's heart ached profoundly, since she has entered the palace, why has she not come to see me? I could have taken her under my wing, taught her how to manage Yi Fang, and there would have been no need for divorce. Zhan Beiwang has established his military merits. If he sought a title for her, she could live a life of elegance and prosperity, why choose such a difficult path? Mother, her mind is made up, she does not wish to squander her life between the two of them. Consider, if her heart still holds Zhan Beiwang, how could she endure watching him show affection to another daily? This struck a chord with the Empress Dowager. She had loved the late emperor, yet he had favored consort Shu above all, followed by consorts Ning and Wan. The Empress Dowager's complexion turned pale. A woman's life is indeed fraught with hardship. Yi Fang, as a female general, I once praised her, believing she would elevate the status of women. Yet, little did I know, upon gaining power, she would be the first to trample upon her own kind. I am sorely disappointed in her. Emperor Suqing's expression darkened as well, he felt disillusioned by both Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang. However, given that they had just quelled the border city, he refrained from harsh criticism and decided to summon Zhan Beiwang to admonish him. Chapter 8 Song Xixi, you are truly hypocritical. The following day, Zhan Beiwang, having received the imperial order, entered the palace with the expectation of an immediate audience, considering his status as a rising star within the court. To his surprise, he found himself waiting outside the imperial study for a full hour before Wu Dabin emerged to inform him, General Zhan, His Majesty is currently occupied and has requested that you return for now, to be summoned on another day. Zhan Beiwang was taken aback. Having waited so long outside, he noticed the absence of ministers entering or leaving, indicating that the emperor was not engaged in discussions of state affairs. He inquired, Wu Gonggong, what was the reason for summoning me? Wu Dabin smiled and replied, Great General, I am unaware of the specifics. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Zhan Beiwang dared not intrude upon the emperor's privacy. Might I trouble you, Gonggong, to indicate if I have erred in some way? Wu Dabin maintained his smile, saying, Great General, your recent triumph leaves no room for fault. And the emperor, Zhan Beiwang began, but Wu Dabin bowed and insisted, Great General, it is best you return. Zhan Beiwang wished to press further, yet Wu Dabin had already ascended the stone steps, leaving him to depart with a sense of unease. At the celebratory banquet, the emperor had lavished praise upon him and Yi Fang, so why the sudden chill within a mere day? Upon reaching the palace gates to mount his horse, he overheard the imperial guards at Zhengyang Gate whispering, the general's wife visited yesterday, and now that the general is here, could it be regarding a change in the marriage decree? Do not speak carelessly. The emperor publicly granted his approval in front of officials and the populace, how could there be a reversal? Zhan Beiwang's brow furrowed as he hastily returned, my wife entered the palace yesterday? The two guards hesitated but nodded, indeed, she waited here for an hour before His Majesty saw her. Zhan Beiwang had spent the entire previous day at the Yi household, unaware of Song Xixi's whereabouts, and was astounded to learn of her audience with the emperor. No wonder the emperor's demeanor had so drastically changed, she must have sought to persuade him to rescind the marriage decree. What cunning, how ironic that Yi Fang had been singing her praises yesterday, arguing her discontent was only natural, as a woman's heart is often narrow. One could hardly fault her. He rode swiftly back to his residence, dismounting and tossing the reins to the doorman before making a beeline for Wenxi Pavilion. Song Xixi. Upon hearing the roar, Baozhu rushed over, positioning herself protectively in front of Song Xixi, her eyes wide with alarm. What do you intend to do? Baozhu. Song Xixi replied softly, step aside. Obeying her words, Baozhu moved to stand beside her, though she remained as vigilant as a small tiger. Zhan Beiwang turned his gaze to Song Xixi, who sat quietly in her chair. The thought of her having sought the emperor to retract the decree extinguished any remnants of guilt he felt towards her. His cold eyes met her tranquil, dark ones. You lodged a complaint before His Majesty, asking him to rescind the marriage decree, did you not? Song Xixi shook her head, no. Is that so? He scoffed, his handsome features contorted with disdain. To act boldly yet deny it is not the behavior of a general's daughter. Song Xixi, you are truly hypocritical. As she gazed at the furious man before her, she felt an unfamiliar chill deep within her heart. She even questioned whether this was the Zhan Beiwang she had known. Perhaps she had never truly known him at all. Seeing her silence as a sign of guilt, he grew agitated, his eyes ablaze. Speak, what else did you say to the emperor? Did he agree to retract the decree? Song Xixi lowered her gaze, stating, the emperor did not agree. Your marriage will proceed as scheduled. Chapter 9 The divine physician's absence. Zhan Beiwang exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he remained coldly resolute as he stated, this was obtained through my military achievements. If His Majesty truly rescinds the decree, it will undoubtedly dishearten the soldiers. However, His Majesty summoned me today only to leave me unacknowledged, likely due to your complaint of grievances, Song Xixi. I shall not hold it against you, but my patience towards you has been stretched to its limits. I hope you will behave and refrain from causing further disturbances. After I marry Yi Fang, I shall ensure you have your own children, thus providing you with a semblance of security for your later years. Song Xixi lowered her gaze and commanded lightly, Baozhu, see our guest out. Baozhu stepped forward, asserting, General, please take your leave. Zhan Beiwang swept his sleeves and departed. Before Song Xixi could utter a word, Baozhu's tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Song Xixi approached, soothingly inquiring, what troubles you now? It is for the lady's grievances that I weep. Do you not feel wronged? Baozhu asked with a heavy nasal tone. Song Xixi smiled gently, indeed, I feel wronged, but what good does weeping do? It is far better to contemplate how we might improve our future, for the Song family is not comprised of the weak. Baozhu dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, her lips pouting like a duck's. Why does everyone seek to bully the lady? You treat those from the general's residence with such kindness. Because in their eyes, I hold little importance now, Song Xixi replied with a smile, though she had always been deemed insignificant. What mattered was the dowry she had brought with her. Baozhu's tears flowed even more fiercely, for in her heart, the lady was of utmost importance. Enough of this weeping, attend to your duties. Life must go on, Song Xixi said, playfully pinching her cheek. Now off you go. Lady, Baozhu replied, diligently wiping her tears, will you be taking all those who accompanied you when you wed? Their contracts are with me. Should I depart, Yi Fang will not treat them kindly, it is best they follow me. When she married, her mother had sent along Liang Mama and Huang Mama, as well as 4 male servants and 4 maids. Due to the old matriarch's severe illness that year, she was in charge of the general's residence, and those who accompanied her had taken up important roles within the household. This arrangement was partly due to the general's household being short-staffed. Both her father-in-law and Zhan Beiwang's salaries were modest, and they had not engaged in any profitable endeavors to support the family. Additionally, she preferred to utilize her own people to alleviate her burdens, as establishing authority over others would be more challenging, especially given the old matriarch's frail condition, which required her to devote more time to care for her. As for the dowry she had brought, it supplemented the household considerably, given the expensive medications required for her mother-in-law's illness, which made it difficult to maintain the household. Thankfully, the funds came from shop profits, rental income from properties, and a portion of the harvest from the fields and estates. The next day, Xixi continued her routine of caring for the old matriarch. However, her visit today was prompted by the arrival of the divine physician. Upon seeing her, the old matriarch expressed her relief that Xixi had come to terms with her situation. Yi Fang will be here shortly. You two should meet, for soon you will be sisters, and it is essential to coexist harmoniously. Xixi remained silent, patiently awaiting the divine physician. Once he had prescribed the necessary remedies, she remarked, "Uncle Dan, allow me to escort you out." "Ah, I too have a few words to share with you." The divine physician instructed the attendant to retrieve his medicine box, neglecting to exchange a word with the old matriarch as he departed alongside Xixi. As they walked through the corridor, the divine physician remarked, "Silly girl, this family harbors no benevolence, they are unworthy of your kindness. Henceforth, you need not send for me, I shall not return." Xixi replied, "Uncle Dan, I understand. I will no longer send for you, I have resolved to seek a divorce." The divine physician then smiled, "Good girl, now that is the decisiveness a daughter of the Song family should possess. I do not require their paltry silver, had it not been for you, I would not have treated her in the past." Having encountered countless individuals, the divine physician could easily discern that the old matriarch was a greedy person at heart. Chapter 10. Do you still need my help in raising your child? After bidding farewell to the esteemed physician Dan, Xixi returned to Xixi residence. Half an hour later, Zhan Beiwang arrived at Xixi residence with Yi Fang in tow. She was in her small study, meticulously organizing the estate's accounts for the month when she noticed them enter. Her gaze lingered on their intertwined fingers. A diminutive golden beast incense burner wafted a calming agarwood fragrance, and she inhaled deeply, deciding that it was best to address matters directly. After dismissing Baozhu, she said, "Please, take a seat." Yi Fang had changed back into women's attire, adorned in a crimson pleated skirt embroidered with golden butterflies. As she sat down, the skirt cascaded down, rendering the butterflies seemingly frozen in time. Yi Fang was not conventionally beautiful, yet exuded an undeniable air of valor. "Song," she commenced, fixing her gaze upon Xixi. Having served in the military and faced adversaries, she believed her commanding presence would intimidate Xixi into averting her eyes. However, Xixi's clear and unwavering gaze surprised her, revealing no sign of retreat. "If the general has something to say, please speak," Xixi responded. "I have heard that you wished to see me, and here I am. I shall ask you but one question, are you willing to coexist peacefully with me?" Yi Fang's tone was assertive and confrontational. "I expect you to speak the truth, not to put on a performance of vulnerability. Such tactics may sway men, but they hold no power over me." Xixi regarded her calmly. The Empress Dowager once remarked that General Yi Fang is a paragon for all women. "Might I inquire, aside from coexisting peacefully with you, do I have any alternative options?" Yi Fang replied sternly, "Do not divert the conversation. Whether or not you have alternatives is your own concern." To Yi Fang's astonishment, Xixi smiled, a smile so exquisite that it stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Yi Fang. "Of course, I am willing to coexist peacefully with you." Following their divorce, they had no further entanglements or animosities. Her willingness to coexist was merely a reflection of their lack of opportunity for such a coexistence. Yi Fang, displeased, retorted, "I have warned you not to lie before me. I can discern whether you speak from the heart or not. Otherwise, why would you enter the palace to plead with His Majesty to retract his decree? Do you truly believe that your feigned vulnerability could deceive him?" Xixi's eyes hardened. "Generally, choose your words carefully." The sudden severity in Xixi's demeanor momentarily took Yi Fang aback. The radiant beauty of Xixi's countenance was now rife with sternness. "Not everyone possesses the courage and prowess of a general in the battlefield. Should those who are not like you be dismissed as mere pretenders?" She turned her gaze towards Zhan Beiwang, her voice steady yet firm. "As for you, when you came to propose, you assured my mother that I would be your sole partner and that you would not take a concubine. It is you who has broken that promise, so do not feign that I am the one obstructing your path." Yi Fang chuckled derisively, glancing at Zhan Beiwang. "So, you have indeed spoken to her in such a manner? It seems I am the unwelcome presence between you two." Zhan Beiwang grasped her hand firmly and looked at Xixi, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "I have told you before, at that time, I knew not what love was. It was only after meeting Yi Fang that I understood the weight of my promises. I acknowledge that my earlier commitments were misguided, but my heart now belongs solely to Yi Fang. We never intended to harm you. You will always hold the title of Zhan Furandai in the future. As we serve together in the military, any children born of Yi Fang and me could be entrusted to your care, thereby solidifying your status." Xixi's expression shifted slightly. "What are you saying? You expect me to help raise your children?" Zhan Beiwang replied, "If you desire your own child, that is possible. I can father a son or daughter with you." However, after that, he was aware that his words could be hurtful, yet with the person he loved before him, he gritted his teeth and continued, "Once you are with child, we shall no longer share a bed." Xixi turned to Yi Fang and inquired, "What about you? Do you agree to this arrangement as well? Chapter 11. Please do not mistreat my daughter. Though a tinge of bitterness stirred within Yi Fang's heart, she retorted, I am not a person prone to jealousy or pettiness. Considering your circumstances, you have your own child, and your future is secured. As for whether he visits your chamber after your pregnancy, that is beyond my concern. The last statement was clearly tinged with irritation. Zhan Beiwang quickly assured her, rest assured, if she becomes pregnant, I shall never lay a hand on her again. You need not make such guarantees, I am not so small-minded. Yi Fang turned her face away, her expression filled with displeasure. Xixi observed the two before her and found the scene utterly absurd. She rose and addressed Yi Fang sternly, it is already exceedingly difficult for a woman to navigate this world. Why must you further demean your own kind? You, too, are a woman. Just because you have taken to the battlefield and slain enemies does not give you the right to belittle femininity. Do you truly believe that I, Xixi, can only survive by relying on the progeny of the Zhan family? Have I no ambitions of my own, no desires for the life I wish to lead? Must I forever serve as a mere complement, enduring a life of suffocation within these confines? Yi Fang was momentarily taken aback and then furrowed her brow. Your words are excessively exaggerated. Xixi replied coldly, let us part ways. There is no need for further discussion. It would be undignified to sever ties with a display of animosity. Part ways, surely, you are not attempting to threaten me? Yi Fang scoffed, do you think I can be so easily intimidated? Go ahead, create a scene, the only reputation you will tarnish is your own. She understood that among the noble women of the capital, reputation was held in the highest regard, especially for a young lady from a marquis family like Xixi. Zhan Beiwang added, Xixi, I will not agree to a separation, our intentions are for your benefit. Unnecessary. Xixi's demeanor shifted, exuding a commanding presence, you are merely concerned about being labeled as cold-hearted and fickle. You act out of self-interest while claiming it is for my good, is that not the very definition of hypocrisy that disgusts the ear? Zhan Beiwang's expression turned anxious, I do not mean it that way. Do not misunderstand. Yet Yi Fang coldly shook her head, indeed, it is folly to speak to a summer insect of ice, you still cling to the pretentiousness of a so-called noble young lady, so very affected. I initially wished to clarify matters with you, yet your heavy-handed assumptions suggest we are scheming against you. We only wish to consider your well-being. After a separation, you would be but a discarded woman. Life outside the general's residence would surely be more difficult. Why gamble with your own happiness? Since you choose to disregard my good intentions, I shall remain silent. Do as you please. I, Yi Fang, am devoted to him, and there is nothing to conceal. If others speak ill of me, I shall accept it. Xixi responded, if you are unconcerned about external criticisms, then there is no need for this encounter. Yi Fang stepped closer, her voice icy, I fear that some may exploit the notion of separation to feign pity before others, obstructing my marriage to Beiwang, a union forged through our own merits in battle. You shall not be allowed to disrupt it. Xixi shook her head, finding the entire exchange laughable. You may leave, this conversation is utterly pointless, you are generals who have served the nation valiantly, and I do not wish to speak ill of you. Her father and brothers were all military men who had sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, and in her heart, they held an esteemed place. She did not wish to continue this quarrel or utter unkind words. Baozhu, see them out, she called, her gaze lowered to conceal the chill in her eyes. Baozhu, who had long been unable to endure the exchange, promptly entered at her call, coldly stating, esteemed generals, your mutual affections are your own concern. Please do not mistreat my lady, nor use your military achievements to suppress her. Impudent! Yi Fang thundered, how dare a lowly maid speak so boldly to a general? Chapter 12. Her efforts go unnoticed. Baozhu's heart ached for her young mistress, who was subjected to such indignities. Though there were certain words her mistress refrained from uttering for the sake of her health, Baozhu, a mere maid unperturbed by her station, spoke up with tear-filled eyes, as a lowly servant, I still understand the principles of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Yet you, a general of the court, engage in dubious relationships with the husbands of others upon the battlefield, and now you wield your military achievements to bully my lady. Slap, the sharp sound of a hand striking flesh echoed as Zhan Beiwang harshly smacked Baozhu, then turned his cold gaze upon Xixi, is this the maid you have raised? So disrespectful. Xixi rushed to Baozhu's side, supporting her as she observed the immediate swelling on her cheek, a testament to the force of Zhan Beiwang's blow. Her expression hardened with icy resolve as she swiftly retaliated, delivering a stinging slap to Zhan Beiwang's face, how dare you lay a hand on my people? Zhan Beiwang was taken aback by her audacity to strike him over a mere maid. After all, a woman should not presume to strike a man, especially not in front of Yi Fang. However, he could not retaliate and merely shot her a cold glare before departing with Yi Fang. Xixi gently caressed Baozhu's cheek. Does it hurt? Not at all, Baozhu replied, managing a smile. Fortunately, we shall soon be leaving the general's residence. The emperor's decree is expected to arrive in a few days, though the exact date remains uncertain. Xixi expressed her eagerness to leave, her impatience palpable. When Zhan Beiwang first mentioned the emperor's betrothal, she yearned to see Yi Fang due to her initial fondness for him, believing that as the kingdom's first female general, she would never consent to share her husband with another. Yet, after today's encounter and the things she had heard, her illusions were shattered. Disappointment clouded her feelings towards General Yi Fang. Their wedding was set for October, and with August already halfway through, preparations would need to be expedited. However, aside from herself, the only other individual capable of orchestrating the wedding arrangements was her aunt from the second household, the elder matriarch. Thus, she was determined to thwart any intentions Zhan family members might harbor regarding her involvement in the wedding preparations. Ultimately, the responsibility of planning the marriage fell to the elder matriarch, who harbored a deep disdain for Zhan Beiwang's callousness, yet, out of familial obligation and consideration for her ailing sister-in-law, she reluctantly accepted the task. On the eve of the engagement, the second aunt summoned him and the entire family for discussions. The elder matriarch insisted that Song Xixi also attend, aware of their ulterior motives, but curious to gauge their shamelessness. Zhan Beiwang's father, Zhan Ji, and his uncle, Zhan Gang, were present, along with his younger siblings. During the betrothal discussion, the opposing party presented a list of bride price and dowry items, which the second aunt had prepared. However, she could not decide on the bride price and thus called for everyone's input as Zhan Ji reviewed the list and immediately declared it impossible to fulfill. A year prior, when they wed Xixi, Madame Song had stated that the elder matriarch required long-term medication, and their family finances were not particularly robust, so they had only requested 500 taels of silver and some ordinary jewelry as a bride price. In contrast, the dowry had been substantial, including houses, estates, and shops, with a total of 100,000 taels in silver, along with furniture and fine fabrics that filled an entire room. Throughout the year, it was Xixi's dowry that had sustained them, enabling the esteemed physician to visit and provide the necessary treatments. Otherwise, it was likely that Zhan Beiwang would have perished within a month of his campaign. Chapter 13. Borrowing money to marry a concubine. Zhan Beiwang observed the predicament of everyone present and took a look at the list of gifts. After perusing it, he inquired of his second aunt, "What seems to be the issue?" "A dowry of 10,000 taels, 2 pairs of gold bracelets, 2 pairs of jade bracelets, 2 sets of red gold headpieces, and 50 bolts of silk. This is hardly excessive, is it? The miscellaneous items are quite minimal." "Minimal?" The second matron scoffed. "It is a pity that our household cannot even withdraw 1,000 taels of cash from the accounts." Zhan Beiwang was taken aback. "How could that be? Who manages the accounts? Is there a shortfall?" "I manage the accounts." Song Xixi replied coolly. "You manage the accounts, then where is the silver?" Zhan Beiwang pressed. "Indeed, where is the silver?" The second matron sneered. "Do you think our general's residence is a prominent noble family? This estate was granted by your grandfather, who served as a general, bestowed upon by the late emperor. Your father and your uncle's annual salaries and allowances do not exceed 2,000 taels. And you, as a fourth-rank general, do you earn more than your father? Surely the inheritance left by grandfather must yield some profit?" Zhan Beiwang countered. The second matron replied, "A meager amount. Is that sufficient to sustain the expenses of such a grand residence? Just the medicine your mother consumes daily costs 3 taels per dose, and she takes a pill every 3 days, at 5 taels apiece. All of this is supported by Xixi's dowry." Zhan Beiwang was reluctant to believe it. He suspected his second aunt was collaborating with Song Xixi to complicate matters for him. Disappointed, he set the list aside. "To put it plainly, you simply do not wish to part with this silver. Since that is the case, I will find a way to manage the dowry and bride price myself. I will earn merit through my achievements in battle, and the emperor will reward me." The second matron remarked, "Your military accomplishments are not meant to secure a marriage with Yi Fang, are they? Since you are already enamored with each other, why concern yourself with the bride price? Speak with her and see if she can settle for less." After a brief cough, the matron added, "After all, it is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. We must not treat it lightly. We are not incapable of providing this silver." She looked at Song Xixi, smiling as she beckoned her over. "Xixi, you may take this sum first, and when we are more financially stable, we shall repay you. How does that sound?" Zhan Xiaowan chuckled derisively. "Mother, we are all family. Why speak of repayment? Surely, my sister-in-law is generous and virtuous enough that 10,000 taels is but a trifling amount for her, and she would not hesitate to part with it." "Xiaohuan, you must not speak to your sister-in-law in such a manner. She has already contributed greatly to our general's household this past year. You all must remember her kindness." The matron feigned anger in rebuking her son while repeatedly emphasizing the importance of acknowledging Song Xixi's contributions. Pausing for a moment, she turned to Song Xixi. "Very well, it is settled then, Xixi. Mother knows this may be a burden for you, but once Yi Fang enters our home, you must establish the rules, ensuring she understands that you are the principal wife." Everyone's gaze shifted to Song Xixi, including Zhan Beiwang's. Having been slapped by her the previous day, he felt somewhat awkward and could not bring himself to ask her directly. Song Xixi remained silent, while the second matron continued, "Apart from the bride price, what about these red gold headpieces and jewelry? Should we also have Xixi cover those?" The matron gently interjected, "Of course, it is not a matter of concern. Xixi, would you not agree?" The second matron glanced at Song Xixi, subtly shaking her head, signaling her not to acquiesce. Song Xixi understood that her second aunt had her best interests at heart, yet she herself had no intention of agreeing, so she slowly shook her head. "It is inappropriate for me to cover this expense. The general's residence ought to provide the silver for the marriage." The matron's expression darkened immediately. "Xixi, you are being unreasonable. Why draw a line between us? We are all family. Besides, is it not merely a loan? In due time, we will certainly return it to you." Song Xixi turned to Zhan Beiwang. "What does the general think?" Surely, to maintain any semblance of dignity, he could not expect her to use her dowry to pay for his primary wife's bride price. Zhan Beiwang concurred that a man of stature ought not to rely on her dowry, and just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the matron interjected, "Xixi, you need only to take charge of these matters. Ultimately, you are his wife, his affairs are your affairs, the two of you are one." Song Xixi replied gently, "Mother makes a valid point. Then, General, please offer your opinion. Should you wish to borrow from me, I would be willing to lend." Chapter 14. Do you wish to bring harm to my mother? The old lady hesitated momentarily. Alone? Yet she had just mentioned alone herself, asserting that she would return at once financially stable. Such a statement from Song Xixi left her at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she inwardly chastised Song Xixi for her lack of understanding, lamenting that she would quibble with her own husband, especially since her maternal family had perished entirely. If the money was not spent within the general's residence, where else could it possibly go? Zhan Beiwang shook his head. I shall find a way on my own, no need to borrow from you. With that, he turned and exited the room. Everyone in the room turned their gaze towards Song Xixi. She offered a slight bow. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Xixi, please stay. The old lady's expression darkened, her anger flaring up, and she no longer feigned weakness or coughed. After all, she had consumed a pill from the divine doctor just the day prior. Song Xixi regarded her. Do you have any further instructions? With a serious tone, the old lady imparted, I am aware that you sought an audience with His Majesty. Such actions are unwise. Yi Fang's marriage into our family will bring honor to the general's household through her future accomplishments, and you shall benefit from this as well. In time, as her merits accumulate, it would be a blessing for you to receive a title in recognition of her efforts. Song Xixi did not counter her words. You speak rightly. Seeing her revert to her previous submissiveness, the old lady felt a sense of satisfaction and continued, 10,000 taels of silver is not an excessive sum for you. Coupled with some fine jewelry, it should amount to around 2,000 to 3,000 taels. You can provide this, cannot you? Song Xixi nodded. That is agreeable. The old lady finally exhaled in relief, believing the earlier tumult to be mere triviality, and smiled. Xixi truly understands. Fear not, if Beiwang dares to mistreat you, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. The second old lady, standing beside her, was flushed with anxiety. How could she be so foolish? What rationale was there for a wife to use her dowry for her husband to take a concubine? This was unequivocally an egregious overreach. However, Song Xixi turned to the second old lady and inquired, so, the total of the betrothal gift in dowry is approximately 13,000 taels. What about the banquet? How much will that require? The second old lady retorted sharply, the banquet and other expenses will also total a few thousand taels. Must you bear that cost as well? If she was being foolish, then let her be. With a smile, Song Xixi replied, that is acceptable. Please have the general provide me with an IOU, and I shall deliver the silver. The atmosphere in the room darkened, except for those from the second household. The old lady exclaimed in indignation, absurd, how can a husband demand money from his wife, and even require an IOU? Song Xixi paused, without an IOU, how can it be considered a loan? Mother, did you not just say it was a loan? It is only reasonable to document a loan with an IOU. To not do so would be the true absurdity, would it not? As for the notion, Song Xixi stood firm yet respectful, that a husband should not require an IOU from his wife. It is equally nonsensical for a husband to take a concubine using the dowry of his first wife. Such news, if it were to spread, would surely bring shame upon the general and turn his household into a laughingstock. I am merely considering the reputation of the general's residence. Do you not agree, mother? The old lady's face darkened with rage. I had just commended your understanding. Is it not understanding to consider the reputation? You just took medicine yesterday. The effects will only last 5 days. After that, the divine doctor will cease to visit you for treatment. What did you say? The old lady grasped her hand tightly. She was taken aback by Song Xixi's unexpected strength. With a cold demeanor, Song Xixi replied, Dear sister, be cautious with your words. It was the divine doctor himself who stated he would not return. You may inquire with him whether it was by his own accord or if I prevented him from coming. With that, she turned and exited the room. Chapter 15. Is the young lady ready to fight? The old matriarch was incredulous that the renowned Dan physician would not come, especially since he had delivered medicine just the day before and had given her a thorough admonition regarding her health. Without hesitation, she dispatched someone to the apothecary hall to summon the physician. However, the Dan physician did not even show his face. He merely instructed the attending doctor to convey a message. The steward relayed the words verbatim to the old matriarch, nearly driving her to the brink of apoplexy. The attending physician's exact words were, There is no need to summon me in the future. The actions of the general's residence are disheartening. To treat the ailments of such a morally deficient individual would only shorten my own lifespan, and I wish to avoid an early demise. Furious, the old matriarch I never anticipated her heart to be so malevolent. When I married her, I believed her to be gentle and virtuous, yet, throughout this year, I have not perceived her to be such a cold-hearted individual. She is intent on my demise. Without the Dan physician's medicine, I am as good as dead. Zhan Ji, who had been silently observing, was evidently displeased, feeling that his daughter-in-law had become less obedient than before. He had thought that her tantrums would blow over, but this time, she had gone too far by cutting off the matriarch's medicine. He instructed his youngest son, Zhan Beiwang, go fetch your brother and ensure that he employs whatever means necessary to pacify his wife. If this continues, your mother's life may very well be at stake. Yes. Zhan Beiwang dashed out, having previously thought well of his sister-in-law, only to be shocked by her cruelty. Zhan Xiaowan, filled with fury, stormed directly to Wenxi courtyard, only to find himself unable to enter. Standing at the threshold, his delicate face flushed with indignation, he shouted, Song Xixi, come out this instant. No wonder my second brother favors Yi Fang. She does not resort to such underhanded tactics. It serves you right to be despised by him. Song Xixi, do you think hiding will suffice? This is the general's Then do so before you speak. Zhan Xiaowan retorted coldly, on what grounds? Those were gifts bestowed upon me. There is no reason to return gifts that have been given. Initially, she had intended to return them, but upon inspecting her possessions, she found that many of the jewelry, after returning them, she would be left with hardly any respectable attire or jewelry, leading to a future of appearing shabby and destitute. She had no intention of returning them. Baozhu spoke calmly. There is no justification for accepting someone's gifts and then speaking ill of them. At a loss for words, Zhan Beiwang, when my second brother returns, he will undoubtedly put her in her place. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Baozhu, equally infuriated, retreated to her room, muttering, a bunch of insatiable people. The young lady is right, anywhere else would be better than here. When will the emperor's decree for separation arrive? Xixi smiled faintly, leaping up to retrieve a box from the top of the cupboard before landing gracefully. Upon opening the box, she unveiled a long-neglected red whip. This whip had been gifted to her by her master upon her descent from the mountain, and since marrying into the Zhan family, she had not employed it again. Apart from her weekly practice for good fortune, she had largely forsaken martial arts. Young lady, are you planning to engage in a fight? Baozhu queried, having accompanied her up Mei Mountain years ago and knowing full well the extent of her martial prowess. Not at all. I merely wish to take a look. Xixi caressed the red whip, reflecting that in her current state of mourning, she would not even need it for a confrontation. Once we depart from the Zhan family, I shall return to the manor to refurbish it and then visit my— Returning to Mei Mountain would be delightful, where everyone treated the young lady with utmost adoration. Xixi carefully placed the red whip back into the box but did not return it to the cupboard's top, as it was destined to be taken away. My mother should not fault me. After all, I am the one who has been wronged. Xixi murmured softly. Baozhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. If the matriarch knew, she would only be angered with those in the general's residence, not you. If we are to speak of military strategy and martial abilities, Yi Fang is not even half your match. It is only because the Grand General and the matriarch could not bear to see you on the battlefield that she has any position at all. Xixi laughed. In your eyes, I am always the epitome of virtue. Indeed. Baozhu lifted her head, her nose tinged with red. Chapter 16 Your despicable tactics. Zhan Beiwang wandered outside, seeking familiar friends to borrow money. However, the only sum he managed to secure was a meager 1,000 taels, leaving him far short of the more than 10,000 taels required for the betrothal gifts. Naturally, if he could swallow his pride and approach noble families for a loan, acquiring 20 to 30,000 would pose no challenge, especially as he had just returned from his military exploits and was now a rising star in the court, with many eager to— Yet, he found himself unable to lower his dignity. The act of borrowing money was already fraught with embarrassment. How could he bear to lose face? After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be preferable to borrow from Xixi, as facing humiliation before her was far more acceptable than in front of others. On his way back to the manor, he encountered his younger brother Zhan Beiwang galloping toward him. Without waiting for a query, Zhan Beiwang exclaimed, "Elder brother, you must hurry back. Mother is on the verge of being driven to her grave by second sister-in-law." Upon hearing Xixi's name, Zhan Beiwang felt exasperated. What has she done now? Zhan Beiwang replied, she has ordered Dan the divine physician to cease treating mother. Thinking it to be a trifling matter, Zhan Beiwang remarked, there are plenty of doctors in the capital. If Dan the divine physician cannot come, we shall seek others. If that fails, I shall summon the imperial physician. Nevertheless, this incident laid bare the depths of Xixi's character. Her underhanded tactics were indeed masterful, as she resorted to leveraging their mother's illness. She was truly inferior to Yi Fang, who was always forthright and never resorted to such devious schemes behind closed doors. Zhan Beiwang, distressed by his brother's indifference, urged, it is futile. Shortly after your return from the battlefield, mother fell ill. At that time, second sister-in-law summoned several imperial physicians, yet none could alleviate her condition. It only worsened. It was only after Dan the divine physician she petitioned the emperor herself, and when he refused to retract the marriage decree, she resorted to this vile method to coerce you into abandoning your intent to marry General Yi Fang. This woman is utterly malicious. Without hesitation, Zhan Beiwang mounted his horse and raced back to the manor, heading straight for Wensi courtyard. As a general, his martial prowess was formidable. The doors of Wensi— Inside, Xixi was enjoying a bowl of lotus seed porridge, freshly gathered by Baozhu, prepared to soothe her heart and quell any internal heat. Zhan Beiwang, with a swift motion, knocked the bowl from her hands, causing the white porcelain to shatter upon the floor. Xixi, he seethed, how much longer do you intend to carry on like this? What kind of spectacle do you wish to create? Baozhu. Xixi replied calmly, her gaze fixed on the shattered bowl and the meticulously prepared porridge, lamenting the waste of Baozhu's efforts. Please clean up the broken piece. I wish to speak with the general privately. You need not remain. Baozhu promptly fetched a broom and swept away the remnants before exiting. Xixi lifted her gaze to meet Zhan Beiwang's furious stare. It is you who ought to reflect on whether you have any dignity left, given that Dan the divine physician refuses to treat your mother. Zhan Beiwang's voice turned icy. What are you pretending? You are the one who forbade Dan the divine physician from attending to my mother, employing this tactic as leverage to force me not to marry Yi Fang. How despicable. Xixi, let me make this clear. Even if I do not marry Yi Fang, I shall not treat you any better. You evoke nothing but disdain and revulsion in me. If I had known you were such a scheming and venomous woman, I would never have considered marrying you. I truly regret my past blindness. Xixi raised her chin and asked, then why not divorce me? Taken aback by her unexpected question, Zhan Beiwang stammered, what? Standing defiantly, Xixi enunciated each word. I ask, since you despise me so much, why not simply divorce me? If your heart truly belongs to Yi Fang, and you wish to be with her, then I am merely an unwelcome presence, one that you find detestable. Why do you not take the step to end our union? Zhan Beiwang faltered, for he would never entertain the thought of divorce. Xixi took a step closer, her enchanting visage laced with mockery. Is there truly no reason to divorce me? Allow me to enlighten you. I am jealous, I am unfilial, I have borne no children, my heart is malicious, and I am quick to speak against my elders. Any of these faults could justify a divorce. Chapter 17 of the borrowing. Zhan Beiwang inhaled deeply, gazing at her in disbelief. Did she genuinely wish to plead, or was she resorting to coercion once more? Yet, he would never consider divorce. The spittle of the outside world would drown him and Yi Fang in scorn, or furthermore, the soldiers would regard them with shame. They all revered Lord Song as a heroic general. He could not afford to lose their support. Xixi, I will not divorce you, he said, a mix of annoyance and distress coloring his voice. I will not treat you poorly either. I merely hope you refrain from causing such disturbances, especially this time, using your mother as illness to threaten me. Do you not perceive the malice in your actions? If you have demands or grievances, unleash your frustration upon me. Do not involve your mother. This is unfilial, and if word spreads, your reputation will suffer. Xixi's expression was icy. Is it that you cannot divorce me, or that you dare not? Ending our union would bring you nothing but harm. You would be branded as heartless and ungrateful, and you would fear losing the support of my father's old subordinates. You wish to possess both love and a promising career, but such a duality is unattainable. My marquisate may be desolate now, yet we do not necessarily rely on your general's house to survive. You underestimate me and overestimate yourself. Zhan Beiwang, stung by her words, was consumed by anger. There is no need for further frivolity. The imperial decree regarding our marriage is set. I will marry Yi Fang. As for other conditions, feel free to state them. I shall acquiesce. I have no conditions, I require nothing, Xixi replied, standing resolutely before him, her pride unwavering, her eyes devoid of tears. The beauty mark beneath her eye intensified in hue, accentuating her snow-like visage to an extraordinary degree. Zhan Beiwang, irate and troubled, retorted, truthfully, Xixi, I believed you would accept this union gladly. Your father and brothers are all military men. I thought you would not make things difficult for Yi Fang. Ha! Xixi scoffed derisively, my husband intends to marry another woman. You have misjudged my disposition, Zhan Beiwang, let this matter rest. Seeing her resolute stance, Zhan Beiwang seethed. Very well, since you were so heartless, I shall approach His Majesty and present my case. You are deliberately obstructing the imperial decree, which is tantamount to disobedience. Prepare to face the consequences. Xixi countered. What a farce, I am but a woman, never having held an official position in court. How could His Majesty reprimand me? You would be better off seeking the Empress Dowager, informing her of my refusal to allow Yi Fang to enter our household. Has she not always held Yi Fang in high regard? Go ahead and lodge your complaint. Do not presume I lack the courage. By severing your mother's medical provisions, you commit a grave act of filial impiety. I can certainly request the Empress Dowager to punish you. Farewell. Xixi dismissed him indifferently. Do not regret this. He had indeed contemplated borrowing from her, but after this encounter, he preferred to negotiate a reduction in the betrothal gifts with Yi Fang rather than ask her for assistance. Baozhu peeked her head through the door. Miss, did he truly ask to borrow from you? Will you lend it? Xixi rubbed her jaw, weary from talking too much. After a moment's pause, she replied, if he can bring himself to ask, I could lend him the money, calculating the interest as per the standard terms, with principal and interest due upon maturity. Are you not afraid he may not repay? Not repay? Then I shall send someone daily to demand repayment, Xixi remarked, glancing at the lotus seed porridge being swept away. With a plaintive tone, she added, Baozhu, is there still lotus seed porridge left? I wish to drink some. Yes, we have plenty. I made a large pot, and there is also bird's nest soup. Which would you prefer? Xixi's spirits lifted. Bring me a bowl of each, and you should have some as well. The leftovers can be sent to the old maids. By the way, have they finished packing? They are all ready. We are merely awaiting the imperial decree to leave, Baozhu replied, her earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by cheerfulness. We await the imperial decree. However, I suspect Zhan Beiwang will approach the Yi family to negotiate a lower betrothal gift. Yi Fang, being generous, will likely agree, for she is unlike any other woman. Chapter 18. How could the general's residence be so destitute? But Baozhu scoffed disdainfully, a dowry of 10,000 taels. Do they truly consider the general's residence a prestigious household? When you first married, madam, the lady only accepted. What a loss that was. Xixi, with a pitiful demeanor, lamented. Indeed, I sold myself short. Baozhu joined in laughter, but as they chuckled, tears began to fall. How much hardship the young lady had endured upon her marriage. The lady had been so eager to secure a promising alliance, promising never to take a concubine for life, yet those were mere deceitful words, ruining the young lady's life forever. She wiped her tears and went to fetch lotus seed soup and bird's nest for everyone, calling upon the other matrons to partake as well. The matter of His Majesty granting a divorce was still a closely guarded secret. Naturally, those brought over from her maternal family were reliable and utterly loyal. They understood the gravity of the situation, for preparation was essential. Her sole concern now was whether the emperor had yet to issue the decree permitting their separation. The difference between being dismissed and granted a divorce was vast. A woman cast aside could not reclaim her dowry. It was said to be a mere matter of a royal edict. Why then had it been delayed for so many days? Did the emperor perhaps intend to wait until after their marriage to issue this decree of divorce? That would be truly tormenting. She could scarcely bear to remain there for another moment. Later, she summoned her sister-in-law, Min, to settle accounts. It was indeed time for the handover, yet the recent events had been so disheartening that it had been postponed. Min was genuinely reluctant to take on this mess, although she felt sympathy for Song Xixi. Her husband had remarked that Yi Fang's marriage into the general's residence would greatly benefit it, as Yi Fang was a key figure in the surrender of Xixi. The Ministry of War had certainly taken note of this. Their contributions had been leveraged to secure the marriage, which was why the emperor had not made alternative arrangements. However, now that the emperor aimed to cultivate young military, the emperor would naturally show them greater favor, not to mention the presence of Song Xixi, a legitimate daughter of a marquis family. Her maternal family had rendered significant service to the court and the commercial realm. Unless the king of Beiwang were to reclaim the southern territories, no one could rival their military achievements. Sister-in-law, Song Xixi handed her the account book. This reflects the current state of finances within the general's residence. As for the annual rents from the leased land, all details are recorded. This year's income has been entirely spent, and the 900 taels remaining are what I initially lent to the household. I wish to reclaim it. Do you have any objections? Reclaim it? Would that not leave the account with not a single coin? Min exclaimed in astonishment. Song Xixi replied, if each family contributes a little, we can weather this. Moreover, my father-in-law and elder brother still receive their salaries from Zhan Beiwang, which are dispersed monthly. If we economize, we shall surely get through this. How could such a grand general's residence be reduced to such penury? Min queried, though her doubt was not directed at Song Xixi. Before Song Xixi's arrival, the general's residence had already been struggling, I cannot say, Song Xixi replied. She certainly knew the reasons. Firstly, the matriarch's illness necessitated constant medical care, with costly medicinal ingredients. Secondly, poor business management had led to the decision to sell off some shops. The remaining income stemmed from the rents of 2 shops and some land, along with the salaries of her father-in-law, second uncle, elder brother, and Zhan Beiwang. Were it not for the general's residence bestowed by the late emperor, they might not even be able to afford a home. There were countless officials in the capital who could not afford a house. Even the deputy minister of personnel had only purchased a property last year, reportedly borrowing money to acquire a modest 3-entry house. Xixi, I truly cannot manage these accounts. You should take charge, Min said, her head throbbing. Forcing each household to contribute funds to support the household was no simple task. Song Xixi smiled and replied, it's no trouble. Sister-in-law, you may oversee it for a time, and once General Yi Fang arrives, you can feign illness and hand over the household management to him. Min considered this and realized it was the only option. Song Xixi had previously been accommodating, yet now every word she uttered seemed gentle but left no room for negotiation. Chapter 19 Selling property. After relinquishing her authority over household affairs, Song Xixi secluded herself within her chambers. Apart from those whom her maternal family had brought along, she did not meet anyone, even preparing her meals in the small kitchen of Wenxiju, with Liang Mama and Huang Mama personally procuring the ingredients and cooking. Once Song Xixi summoned everyone back, the entire general's residence descended into chaos. Min sure had no choice but to urgently promote capable individuals from among the staff to fill the vacancies left by Huang Mama and her associates, continuing to manage affairs according to established protocols. However, as preparations for the marriage were underway, it was evident that there was a shortage of hands, especially since the individuals purchased after Song Xixi's arrival had been sent away by Huang Mama and her team, resulting in a dearth of servants in each household. Min Shi reported to the old matriarch, who, in exasperation, pressed her hand to her forehead. I never anticipated she would be so inconsiderate. I truly must have been blind. I treated her so well in the past, never requiring her to adhere to a single rule. Min Shi, upon hearing this, felt no sense of injustice. She had indeed abided by the rules upon her entry, but her circumstances differed from those of Song Xixi, who had come into the family with wealth, managing the household and attending to her mother-in-law's needs with her own hands. Naturally, she dared not voice such thoughts in front of the old matriarch and merely lamented, Mother, our finances are already strained. Where shall we find extra funds to purchase maidservants and attendants? The old matriarch, though angered, still sought to extract funds from Song Xixi. After much contemplation, she declared, go and ask the people from the second household to speak with her. Their relationship with her is relatively amicable, Min Shi replied. I consulted second aunt, but she said she cannot lower herself to such a position, and she is still contemplating the betrothal gifts. The old matriarch inquired, has she devised any plan? She mentioned that the only solution would be to sell the shops. The old matriarch furrowed her brow. The family had already been through hardships in recent years, after a moment's reflection, she resolved, then let it be sold, we shall repurchase later. Beiwang and Yi Fang will continue to earn military merits. The rewards for military accomplishments are plentiful. Did not the Duke of Jinbei amass immense wealth through his military exploits? Beiwang and Yi Fang are still young, and with such significant military achievements, the emperor is sure to favor them in the future. Although a woman, she understood that since the deaths of Song Xixi's brothers in battle, young generals had become a rarity in the court, and the king of Beiwang had been. Thus, the emperor would undoubtedly favor Beiwang and Yi Fang, and wealth and glory were surely within reach. Then let the daughter-in-law find someone to sell it, Min Shi said, taking her leave. The matter of selling property in the general's residence was conveyed to Song Xixi by Huang Mama. As Song Xixi bent over her writing desk, her calligraphy had improved remarkably, and upon hearing Huang Mama, previously, when the household lacked funds, they had you withdraw from your dowry to supplement, yet never mentioned selling the shops, Huang Mama retorted in frustration, but how can that be the same? Song Xixi chuckled. She is still waiting for Yi Fang to enter the family, hoping that he and Beiwang will work together to achieve further military exploits, at which point, what could they possibly lack? Baozhu fanned the small clay stove and snorted. When Miss initially withdrew her dowry to supplement, it was with the expectation that the general would return with honors, and the emperor would surely reward him, allowing for the replenish. Who could have anticipated that they would seek marriage using military merits? Feeling somewhat fatigued from writing, Song Xixi set down her brush. In the end, I was simply foolish, hoping for a swift decree of divorce so that we might depart early and no longer hear of their affair. Yet, as days passed, 3 or 4 to be precise, the decree had yet to be granted, and instead, the old matriarch fell ill, unable to summon the revered Danshani and lacking the essential Dan Shui pills, causing her chest to ache. Song Xixi, despite her hardened demeanor, felt a twinge of compassion. Should a parting be amicable, I shall also inform Uncle Dan to continue treating the old matriarch, but I shall not provide any more funds. They may eat if they can afford it. Chapter 20. At the loss of dismissal upon the old lady's sudden illness, the household was thrown into turmoil for half the night. Ultimately, a court physician was summoned to temporarily stabilize her condition. The physician addressed Zhan Beiwang, saying, I have previously attended to the old lady, but my medical skills are lacking. The finest doctor in the capital for treating heart ailments is none other than the renowned Master Dan. His Dan Shui pills are the very remedy that can save the old lady's life. I am merely able to manage her condition now due to her having taken the Dan Shui pills for an entire year. The foundation remains, however, should the frequency of her ailments increase, I will be powerless to assist. With that, the physician took his leave. Zhan Beiwang's eyes burned with indignation. He had personally sought out Master Dan that very evening, but the esteemed doctor had refused to even grant him an audience. He understood that Song Xixi was employing such a tactic to coerce him into abandoning his intention to marry Yi Fang. Such a method was exceedingly vile, using his mother's life as leverage. It was utterly despicable. He stormed into Wenxi residence, forcefully kicking the door open. Song Xixi, still awake, was writing beneath the lamp. Upon seeing him approach, brimming with fury, she furrowed her brow, clearly aware he had come to confront her. Mother, Baozhu, please step outside. Summon Master Dan for tomorrow, or else. His towering figure advanced menacingly towards Song Xixi, his expression as frigid as winter frost. Song Xixi met his gaze steadily. Or else what? Through gritted teeth, he replied, or else, I shall divorce you. Song Xixi regarded him intently. Divorce me? Zhan Beiwang, towering over her, coldly asserted, you were right that day. The clause of 7 out for disobedience is sufficient grounds for divorce. Under the lamp's glow, Song Xixi's skin shone like snow, her beauty striking. She offered a faint smile. Now that you have uttered those words, it is clear that you indeed harbor intentions of divorcing me. I shall await your divorce decree. He glared at her icily. You ought to be aware that once I divorce you, your dowry will not be returned. Song Xixi abruptly laughed, saying, oh, the dowry? Very well, I shall gift it to you. Tomorrow, let us invite the clan leaders and the neighbors, and have our matchmakers sit down together. You can issue your divorce decree, and I shall sign it and affix my seal immediately. Zhan Beiwang's finger almost touched her nose. Just wait. By noon tomorrow, I shall see you out. With that, he swept away in a huff. Mama Huang hurried in, stamping her foot. Miss, should you be divorced, your dowry will be forfeited to him. How can you act so rashly? Baozhu, on the verge of tears, added, indeed, this would only benefit them. The lady initially bestowed half of the marquisade's wealth as your dowry. Seated in her chair, Song Xixi recalled his earlier ruthless demeanor, a pang of sorrow. To claim that she had not harbored a glimmer of hope over the past year would be a lie. A certain depth of feeling remained, for he was the husband her mother had chosen for her. She stated, if he were to divorce me, he would have to bear a significant cost. As for the dowry, whether it can be taken or not remains to be seen. Mama Liang interjected, correct, Mississippi. After serving his mother for a year, he sought a marriage grant upon his return, yet, now, having sold off properties, it is clear to everyone that he is doing so for your dowry. Such a man would surely be condemned by the populace, and the censors would certainly report him. Baozhu, filled with concern, fretted, what if he remains indifferent, acting out of spite? In the end, our miss would be the one at a disadvantage. Even if you could reclaim your dowry, it would still leave you with a tarnished reputation, which is most unfortunate. Song Xixi found herself troubled by the thought that perhaps the emperor might have a change of heart. That day, she had sought the decree based on her father's and brother's military merits, but they had since sacrificed their lives. The emperor was keen on nurturing new generals, and she feared, upon reflection, he might be unwilling to grant her. She had no worries concerning the dowry, as the list was in her possession, and she could take the deposit slips and silver notes with her. The properties were all under the name of the Zhan Beiwang, and what they could claim would merely be silks, fabrics, screens, jade artifacts, and some jewelry. There would indeed be a loss, but it would not be catastrophic. However, should Zhan Beiwang truly carry through with his intentions, she would have no qualms about being ruthless in return. Mama Huang bitterly remarked, how could you have suggested summoning Master Dan? Truly, not worth it. Chapter 21. Not a single penny of dowry shall be taken away. The lights in the old lady's chamber burned throughout the night. When Zhan Beiwang proposed to divorce his wife, Zhan Fu was the first to oppose, stating, if you cast her aside, the officials will certainly report you. Such an act would undoubtedly be a self-destructive folly. How many generals in the army are former subordinates of her father? Your recent achievements were made possible through their support. If you lose their backing, you will find it impossible to maintain your position in the military. But she is using our mother as safety as leverage. I truly cannot endure this. Zhan Beiwang's face was etched with frost. The old lady had regained her composure, but the discomfort she had just experienced filled her with a seething animosity towards Xixi. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she shot up, her voice raspy. Divorce her. Once she is cast out, she shall not take a single penny of her dowry with her. Zhan Beiwang replied, I have no intention of claiming her dowry. Why not? She is being divorced, thus, the dowry rightfully belongs to our general's household. The old lady pressed her hand to her chest, where a lingering pain remained. By taking her dowry, with such a substantial sum, can we not invite the renowned physician Dan? Beiwang, you have borrowed money before, you know well the plight of a hero brought low by a mere coin, do you not? We sold our shops just to gather enough for your wedding. Our family fortune has been nearly exhausted. Zhan Ji interjected urgently, Madam, which is more important, the dowry or Beiwang's future? You must learn to weigh the consequences. The old lady's expression darkened ominously in the flickering light. My dear husband, you have mentioned that His Majesty seeks to cultivate new generals. Even if the officials write up a petition against him, His Majesty would merely raise it high, then let it fall gently, offering only a few admonitions. Zhan Beiwang declared, Father, mother, elder brother, perhaps my decision to divorce is a momentary impulse, yet I cannot bear to have such a narrow-minded, selfish woman, skilled in manipulation, as my wife. I have considered this thoroughly, though I may bear the brunt of public scorn and face accusations from the officials. Given the current urgent military situation in the southern border, I suspect the northern king will be unable to conquer it and will certainly require reinforcements. At that time, Yi Fang and I could serve as the vanguard, and if we triumph in the western capital as battlefield, we shall surely prevail in the southern front as well. Recovering the southern territories would be an unparalleled achievement. His eyes sparkled with fervor. The war in the southern border had raged for years without resolution, with the entire Jinbei clan lost on that battlefield. Now, with the northern king having campaigned for over 2 years with little success, if the southern territories were reclaimed by him and Yi Fang, it would indeed be a monumental contribution. Furthermore, reclaiming the south would serve as vengeance for the Jinbei clan, silencing anyone who dared to say he wronged Xixi. I will endure humiliation for a while, trust in me and Yi Fang, and we shall return to the southern battlefield. Zhan Beiwang's words swayed both Zhan Ji and Zhan Beiqing. The old lady was even more agitated. If that is the case, then let us proceed with the divorce. She has indeed shown jealousy and cannot be a proper wife. She even dared to defy His Majesty's marriage decree, acting out of envy and showing ingratitude. Had we not engaged the imperial physician, I might have perished tonight. Greed coiled like a venomous serpent in the old lady's heart. She had already forgotten the daughter-in-law who had set aside her aristocratic heirs to personally care for her health for an entire year, once praised for her filial piety and propriety. She had often extolled her virtues before other ladies, stating that the marriage of Xixi to the general was indeed a blessing for their household. The dowry must not be allowed to leave with her. Beiwang, do not be foolish, do you understand? She warned Zhan Beiwang, send her back to the Ho residence. The wealth there is sufficient for her to live comfortably, but we need these funds to secure your future. Zhan Beiwang shook his head. No, I do not want her dowry. I simply wish to divorce her. The old lady, filled with urgency and anger, retorted, absolutely not, not a single penny of her dowry shall be taken away. Someone, bring me her dowry list. Chapter 22. She is malicious. Zhan Beiwang hastily intervened. Mother, please listen to me, I cannot accept her dowry. The old lady retorted angrily, you foolish boy, how can you be so naive? She has tormented us to this extent. Your compassion towards her is misplaced, she seeks to harm your mother. Zhan Beiwang's resolve was unwavering. Father, mother, brother, it would be unworthy of a gentleman to accept her dowry. I absolutely cannot take it. I kindly ask father and brother to invite both clan leaders tomorrow, along with the matchmaker from that day as witnesses. As for the neighbors, just a couple from each family will suffice to serve as a formality. It was the Princess of Yen who facilitated your match, Zhan Ji interjected, furrowing his brow. The Princess of Yen is a cousin of Lady Song, and an aunt to Xixi. The old lady replied, then let us not invite her. We shall summon the matchmaker who came to pay respects. I recall she was from the West District. The Princess of Yen was in poor health, and the affairs of the Yen residence were entirely managed by the secondary consort. Although the general's household had no fear of a disregarded and childless princess, they still preferred to avoid entanglements with the royal family. Zhan Beiwang stated, I leave everything to your discretion, mother. I shall step out for a moment. At this late hour, where do you intend to go? Zhan Beiqing inquired. Just for a short stroll, Zhan Beiwang replied as he strode out, determined to find Yi Fang and explain the situation to him. He knew that Yi Fang despised men who bullied women and wished to clarify that he was not persecuting Xixi, rather, he was vexed by her excessive actions. It was not the first time he sought out the Yi family in the dead of night. Yi Fang's father, Xixi, had once been a loyal subordinate of the Marquis of Northern Town, but after sustaining injuries on the battlefield, he was left with a crippled leg and could no longer fight. Thus, when Yi Fang returned with military honors, Xixi was overjoyed, feeling that his family still had a capable warrior to serve the nation. As for the matter of marriage, he was not particularly pleased, but Yi Fang persuaded him, asserting that Xixi was sensible and agreeable to the union, which ultimately quelled his objections. However, Yi mother was quite pleased with her daughter marrying into the general's household, making a grand display of it all, insisting on a substantial bride price and gifts. A small pebble tapped against the window, and shortly after, Yi Fang stealthily opened the door. Zhan Beiwang slipped inside. The interior of Yi Fang's chamber was adorned entirely with weapons, though not particularly precious. She enjoyed the ambience created by the flickering light, casting shadows of blades and swords throughout the room. The two embraced, illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, and Yi Fang lowered her voice to inquire, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" The Yi residence was modest, with a small hall flanked by 2 rooms and a small courtyard at the back, which housed the rooms of Yi Fang's elder brother and sister-in-law. Thus, Yi Fang dared not speak loudly, fearing their ears might catch her words. "Yi Fang," Zhan Beiwang said, grasping her shoulders with a serious expression, "I intend to divorce my wife, and I hope you can understand." "Divorce?" Yi Fang exclaimed in astonishment. "Why?" "Tonight, my mother fell ill, and I sought the assistance of the divine physician Dan, but he could not be summoned." "Is the old lady all right?" Yi Fang asked anxiously. "She is fine now. We called for the imperial physician. However, the imperial physician stated that my mother's heart ailment requires the danshui pill, which the divine physician Dan was summoned by Song Xixi. He and the Marquis of Northern Town are close friends, and thus he heeds Song Xixi's wishes. If she instructs him not to come, he simply will not." Yi Fang understood. "So, she intends to use your mother's illness to coerce you, forbidding our marriage, is that it?" "Precisely. I have already made my intentions clear tonight. I will divorce her, but rest assured, I will not accept her dowry. I am not bullying her, it is merely her extreme ruthlessness that compels me to take this step." Zhan Beiwang elucidated his reasons for seeking a divorce, anxious that she might misconstrue him as a heartless man who mistreats women. Yi Fang was equally indignant. "Her actions are utterly outrageous, this transcends mere filial piety, she is malicious, seeking to harm your mother." Zhan Beiwang replied, "Therefore, you agree with my decision to divorce her, do you not?" Chapter 23. Benevolence. Yi Fang pondered deeply, weighing the pros and cons in her heart. The notion of divorcing his wife carried more disadvantages than advantages. It was not that she undervalued the status of the legitimate wife. Rather, she recognized that such a decision would impede their future prospects. Her own future, undeniably, was of great significance as well. However, the individual in question was Song Xixi. The day they met, witnessing her captivating smile, stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. Her enchanting beauty, reminiscent of a beguiling fox spirit, could very well lead Zhan Beiwang to fall for her once more in the future. If he divorced her, he would ascend to the status of the legitimate spouse. His father's prior displeasure stemmed from the fact that a concubine was still a concubine, but as the legitimate wife, his father would have no grounds for discontent. Furthermore, who would not desire to be the legitimate wife? The only reason he had acquiesced previously was due to circumstances beyond his control, as their feelings had blossomed after his marriage, and fortunately, they had not consummated their union. Moreover, a delicate and fragile daughter of nobility was someone he believed he could manage. What of being the lady of the household? Was it not merely a role filled with the burdens of labor and the management of domestic affairs? These had been his thoughts until that day when he observed her assertiveness. It would not be an effortless task to keep her in check. Given this, perhaps it would be better to proceed with the divorce. She nodded in agreement, stating, "Her malevolence is truly intolerable. Let us act as you suggest. As for the dowry," after a moment's reflection, she continued, "according to our laws, a divorced woman is not permitted to take her dowry upon leaving. Allowing her to do so would be a sign of your mercy, while forbidding it is also supported by the law. However, I shall refrain from offering further opinion on this matter." "I have no intention of accepting her dowry," Zhan Beiwang reiterated, resolute. Yi Fang gazed at him, her eyes filled with admiration. "I am aware of your noble character, disdaining the idea of accepting her dowry. Besides, in such a grand general's residence, could we truly be in need of her meager contribution?" Flattered by her words, Zhan Beiwang's heart swelled with joy as he replied, "Not only will I refuse her dowry, but I shall also return all the financial support she has provided to the general's residence over the past year." Yi Fang's expression stiffened. "Financial support? She has been subsidizing the general's residence with her dowry over the past year?" Zhan Beiwang's countenance turned slightly awkward. "My mother has been relying on the precious medicine from the renowned Danshan doctor for some time, which has placed a considerable strain on the general's finances. Thus, after her marriage, she contributed some funds." Yi Fang was taken aback. "Does the general's residence truly require her assistance? How could it be that the general's residence is in such dire straits? My father mentioned that when your grandfather received the title of general, he was also bestowed with numerous fertile fields and businesses." "That is indeed the case, but due to poor management, all were sold off," Zhan Beiwang explained. Yi Fang looked at him in astonishment, her heart feeling as though it had been doused with cold water. "So the general's residence is now nothing more than an empty shell?" "That is correct, but it matters not. We have the potential to rise above our circumstances. In the future, our salaries and rewards will be ample," he assured her, focused on building a future with Yi Fang. He believed they could endure this temporary hardship together. Yi Fang's feelings became increasingly complex. She had not anticipated that the once illustrious general's residence would have diminished to such an extent. In retrospect, it was not difficult to comprehend. Zhan Beiwang's father and second uncle held no significant positions, and his elder brother was rather ineffectual, leaving the general's residence to languish on the remnants of former military achievements. When he had married Song Xixi, it had been a grand affair, well known throughout the city, with lavish bridal gifts delivered to the general's residence. At the time, she had been taken aback by the spectacle, assuming both families were of comparable standing. Now, she realized that the splendor of that wedding must have been propped up by the support of the Duke of Northern Town. If that were the case, then Song Xixi's dowry must have been exceedingly substantial. A subtle shift occurred within her heart, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "If you return her dowry in full, would it not give the impression that you are in the wrong?" Zhan Beiwang appeared somewhat taken aback. "What do you mean?" Yi Fang turned her face away, her voice slightly muffled. "I merely think that returning the dowry in its entirety would already demonstrate your benevolence." Chapter 24 depicts Song Xixi's despicable tactics. Zhan Beiwang stood in a daze, pondering, but how could I possibly accept her dowry? As a dignified fourth-rank general, a man of honor, how could I deign to accept the dowry of a discarded woman? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fang turned to look at him, her eyes as tranquil as water. "Your mother requires long-term medication, which I presume is not inexpensive. If we were to achieve merit and request marriage, we would receive no other rewards. Although we are both fourth-rank generals, our annual salaries are limited. Even if we were to devote all to public expenses, it may still fall short." And furthermore, she felt a twinge of discomfort as she spoke, hastily adding, "Even if we continue to accumulate military accomplishments, it cannot be achieved overnight. It is significantly more arduous for a military officer. We cannot allow your mother's condition to deteriorate further. Thus, we must either return everything or bear the stigma of unfilial conduct." Zhan Beiwang did not anticipate her response. He was at a loss to discern whether the surge of emotion within him was disappointment or resignation. However, upon reflection, he recognized the validity of Yi Fang's reasoning. Her concerns were for his welfare. She, too, feared that he would be burdened with the shame of unfiliality, leading to entanglements with the officials, which could hinder his future prospects. With this thought, warmth enveloped his heart. "Yi Fang, fret not. I will manage this appropriately." Yi Fang, ever devoted to him, felt he should not let her carry the weight of public censure. Upon hearing his words, she felt no further need to comment, saying, "Whatever course you choose, I shall support you." This affirmation bestowed upon Zhan Beiwang a considerable strength, compelling him to embrace her tightly. "Yi Fang, rest assured, I shall never let you suffer." Yi Fang rested her head upon his shoulder and sighed softly, realizing that he had indeed consented to withhold Song Xixi's dowry. It was not that she coveted Song Xixi's assets, but rather that the latter's unscrupulous methods, threatening to leverage the illness of the elderly matriarch, warranted a measure of retribution. In the world of martial valor, one is expected to uphold a sense of justice. Thus, Song Xixi's actions necessitated a lesson, ensuring she would think twice before resorting to such base tactics in the future. This would ultimately benefit her as well, for one must learn from hardship to cultivate wisdom. At dawn the following day, the personnel of the general's residence commenced the preparations for the divorce. The union had been established through parental decree and the intermediary of matchmakers, having fulfilled the customary rites. Thus the dissolution required adherence to protocol. Witnesses were necessary to validate that the party being divorced had indeed committed offenses warranting such a decision. Especially for the general's residence and the Duke of Xinbei, both significant families, such a momentous affair could not be resolved with mere documentation. On the Song family's side, the lineage of the Duke of Xinbei had dwindled to nothing. Over the past few decades, many had perished in battle or succumbed prematurely. The father of the current duke had fathered 3 sons, all tragically lost in combat. The duke himself had 6 sons and 1 daughter. 5 of the sons had married and produced offspring, yet all perished in the assassination that occurred 6 months prior. Thus, only Song Xixi remained of that lineage. Conversely, a branch descending from the duke's great-grandfather now held sway over the affairs of the Song clan. While not the clan leader, he was of considerable seniority, deserving of respect from Song Xixi as her great-uncle. This venerable figure resided in the capital, his family engaged in commerce rather than public service, and had fared reasonably well in business. During the massacre of the Duke of Xinbei's family, it was this great-uncle who had assisted in managing the aftermath. Thus, for today's proceedings regarding the dismissal of Song Xixi, the general's household had summoned him. At 90 years of age, he was accompanied by his grandson, Song Shuren, who, despite being a grandson, was already in his 50s. The Song family was aware of the marriage decree, eliciting both indignation on behalf of Song Xixi and amusement from others, given the once prestigious status of the Duke of Xinbei that had incited envy. Upon the arrival of the venerable Song Taiju, his beard bristled with ire. He disregarded Zhan Beiwang's newfound status as a court favorite, coldly stating, "A man's fickleness is an age-old tale." It is hardly novel. However, it is rare for one to acquire a bride only to cast her aside. If the general's residence fails to provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall take my grievances before His Majesty. As a man already half buried in the earth, I fear nothing, yet as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to mistreat my Song family. Chapter 25. Peking Zhanji understood that this venerable Song Taigong had a fiery temperament and dared not offend him. He assured, "Rest assured, old sir, the purpose of inviting you here today is to address the matters concerning the 2 children with utmost clarity. Please, do remain calm." Song Shuren, standing beside him, comforted his grandfather, saying, "When Sister Shi emerges, we shall first inquire of her. We cannot allow everything to be dictated solely by their family." Song Taigong, incensed, retorted, "Regardless of the circumstances, given that Zhan Beiwang has been away at war for a year, our Shi sister has devoted herself to serving her in-laws, treating her uncles and aunts with kindness, and managing household affairs. He has no right to bully her in such a manner. Please, elder, do remain calm. Once everyone has gathered, you may voice your concerns." Zhan Beiwang replied nonchalantly. He was reluctant to invite neighbors, as the general's residence was flanked by official quarters, and summoning officials to witness a divorce would be detrimental to his future. Initially, Zhan Beiwang considered inviting officials responsible for household registration to attend and stamp the divorce decree, but he preferred to personally deliver the decree to the yamen afterward, wishing to keep the number of witnesses minimal. From the general's residence, the elders were also summoned. Zhan Beiwang's grandmother had passed away early, yet the second matriarch of the second branch remained. Over the years, the second branch had produced few capable individuals. Only one had entered government service, yet held only a nominal position, comparable to Zhan Ji and Zhan Beiqing. Furthermore, the two families had long since separated, only interacting during festivals or significant events. Now, as the second matriarch was invited over as an elder, she learned of Zhan Beiwang's intention to divorce and was taken aback. To initiate a divorce at such a critical juncture was akin to self-sabotage. However, she quickly grasped the underlying reasoning. The Song family had fallen into decline, and despite the former glory of the Zhanbei Marquis, the current marquisate was devoid of a successor. The past glories had turned to dust, while General Yi Fang had risen to become the first female general of the realm, catching the attention of the Empress Dowager. The current sovereign was a dutiful and enlightened ruler, ensuring Yi Fang's continued ascent, even in the absence of military achievements, as the Empress Dowager would wish to set a precedent for women. With her support, Zhan Beiwang would naturally rise in rank. No matter how one looked at it, this was far superior to being tethered to Song Xixi, for the Zhanbei Marquisate could no longer aid Zhan Beiwang's future. Yet, was divorce truly necessary? Unless Yi Fang could not accept being a secondary wife and could not accommodate Song Xixi, they would need to choose. The jealousy and disobedience attributed to Song Xixi had reached her ears upon her arrival. Based on those 2 points, a divorce was indeed justifiable. However, throughout the past year, Song Xixi had been dutiful towards her mother-in-law, and all bore witness to her filial piety. As for jealousy, which woman in the household was free from it? If every jealous woman were to be cast aside, the streets would be filled with abandoned wives. Song Xixi's current display of temper was likely a mere attempt to assert herself in front of Yi Fang. Understanding this sentiment, the second matriarch believed that with a little coaxing, the situation would not escalate to the point of divorce. Thus, she was certain that it was Yi Fang who could not accept Song Xixi and intended to cast aside the original wife before entering the household as the primary wife. Indeed, how could a woman with such a promising future be satisfied with the position of a secondary wife? Therefore, the second matriarch refrained from speaking, lest she offend both parties. Why has she not yet arrived? Send someone to hurry her. Lady Zhan, growing impatient, urged her servants to seek her out. The servants hastened to comply, but the doorkeeper delivered a letter to Zhan Beiwang, stating it was sent by General Yi Fang. Zhan Beiwang pondered that perhaps Yi Fang could not bear to see him divorce Song Xixi, thus sending a letter to plead on her behalf. He sighed, recognizing Yi Fang's inclination to protect women, yet regrettably, Song Xixi remained ungrateful. As he stepped out, reaching the corner of the corridor to open the letter, he was left in a state of shock. After scrutinizing the letter, he was taken aback and quickly re-examined the handwriting. It was indeed Yi Fang's. This meant that the letter was genuinely authored by her. Had they not agreed that he would not claim Song Xixi's dowry, why then did Yi Fang state in the letter that he must withhold half of the dowry? Although her reasoning was sound, citing legal stipulations, she insisted that failing to do so would render the general's household at a disadvantage. The letter further asserted that withholding half the dowry was a gesture of kindness from the general's household. In other families, not a single coin would be returned. Yet, how could Zhan Beiwang, a man of honor, accept the dowry of a divorced wife? If word got out, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. In the midst of this tumult, he looked up to see Song Xixi standing before him. He had not heard her approach, and startled, he dropped the letter as Song Xixi glanced down at it, and Zhan Beiwang exclaimed, "Do not look." He hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, hastily concealing the letter within his sleeve. Chapter 26. You are not so noble either. Song Xixi gazed at him, her exquisite features curling into a cold smile. General Yi Fang truly knows how to consider my interests, preserving half of my dowry for me. No, this is not Yi Fang's letter. She did not compose it, Zhan Beiwang defended, yet the signature at the bottom rendered his argument feeble and unconvincing. Song Xixi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then let me pose a question to the general. If I were to be divorced today, would the entirety of my dowry be returned, allowing me to take it with me? Before she had seen this letter, Zhan Beiwang would have readily agreed, despite his parents' objections. However, now that Yi Fang had written a letter requesting the retention of half the dowry, he knew that failing to comply would only lead to her disappointment. Song Xixi smiled, saying, hesitating, "Are we? It seems you are not as noble as you claim." Her tone was gentle, yet each word struck with piercing clarity. Her smile resembled peach blossoms blooming in early spring, yet bore the coldness of winter plum blossoms. Zhan Beiwang felt a mix of shame and anger, rendered speechless as he could only watch her pass by with a mocking expression. Upon seeing Song Xixi, grandfather Song immediately inquired, "Xixi, has the general's residence wronged you? Do not be afraid, your granduncle will stand up for you." A hint of redness appeared in Song Xixi's eyes as she knelt before grandfather Song. "Granduncle, I am truly sorry for troubling you with my presence. It is I who have been disappointing. Rise." Grandfather Song, recalling the tragic events at the Zhanbei Marquis' residence, felt a pang of grief, nearly moved to tears. "Get up, let us stand tall and reason with them. Even if the Zhanbei Marquis' house has only you left, we shall not bow our heads to anyone." Hearing this, the old madam of the Song family scoffed. What does grandfather Song mean by this? Originally, Yi Fang was to be a principal wife, standing on equal footing with her. It was never intended to suppress her. Your words imply that we are bullying her. Have we truly bullied her? She looked at Song Xixi with an expression full of heartache. "Xixi, answer truthfully. Has anyone in the Zhan family ever insulted or struck you since your entrance? Have I, as your mother-in-law, ever forced you to adhere to any rules for a single day?" Slowly, Song Xixi shook her head. "No. Upon hearing this, the old madame's indignation grew. If that is the case, why would you wish to harm me so? Is it out of jealousy towards Yi Fang, that was a marriage bestowed by His Majesty? Your jealousy would be a breach of filial piety, and if you are to be divorced today, what do you have to say for yourself? Grandfather Song interjected, wait. You accuse her of being unfilial, yet the entire capital knows how she has served you since entering the family. To care for your illness, she nearly slept in your chamber, attending to your daily needs, preparing your meals, and administering your medicines. How can that be deemed unfilial? The old madam responded with a cold laugh. Indeed, I once believed her to be dutiful and considerate, but once the imperial decree for marriage arrived, she ceased my medication and even refused to come and pay her respects, seeking to have the marriage annulled. Whether she is dutiful or not is another matter. May I ask Grandfather Song, has she not violated the tenet of jealousy? Grandfather Song found himself momentarily speechless. Jealousy among women does indeed fall under the category of grounds for divorce, yet such emotions are a common human trait, and unless they lead to significant turmoil, who would divorce a woman for mere jealousy? However, the law does indeed stipulate such a rule. Divorce me, I consent. Song Xixi declared, looking at the old madam with no desire to engage in protracted conflict. May I ask the old madam a question regarding the dowry I brought with me? The old madam cleared her throat and stated, the general's residence does not covet your dowry, but since you are being divorced, according to the law, the entirety of the dowry must be forfeited without a single coin returned. However, out of consideration for your year of service, I shall only retain 70%, allowing you to take the remainder with you. You are being excessively unreasonable. Grandfather Song thundered. Is this what you call not coveting her dowry? You are indeed taking advantage of her family's absence. As for jealousy, it is merely a woman's whim. It hardly constitutes a grave sin. Even if it falls under the grounds for divorce, it should be dealt with leniency. I see you wish to elevate that woman to the status of principal wife while coveting my Xixi's dowry. How shameless can one be? If word of this spreads, will the general's residence still have any face left? Song Shuren addressed Zhan Beiwang. General Zhan, I hold great respect for your contributions to the nation. Would you not speak a word of justice today? Must the divorce be unavoidable? If it is indeed necessary, do you truly intend to withhold 70% of the dowry? Chapter 27. No talents left in the Song family. 50%. Zhan Beiwang stood at the entrance, casting a glance at the assembled individuals within, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Song Xixi. As for her dowry, I shall return 50%. If Grandfather Song and Uncle Song take issue with this, they are welcome to file a complaint with the authorities and see if my actions are justifiable. Song Shuren retorted furiously, 50%? How dare you utter such words? When Xixi wed you, her bridal procession was adorned with a lavish dowry, encompassing a fortune in silver, estates, and businesses. How could you so brazenly demand a meager portion? In his grasp, Zhan Beiwang held a crumpled letter, his voice icy as he declared, I have stated my terms. Feel free to lodge a complaint. I have prepared the divorce decree for your review. He gestured for the steward to present the document, which Song Xixi accepted. The steward sighed almost imperceptibly as he withdrew, lamenting the loss of such a wonderful lady. Song Xixi glanced at the decree, confirming it was indeed penned in his handwriting, a familiar script she had recognized from the letters exchanged over the past year. The document was succinct, merely citing her disobedience and jealousy, concluding with well wishes for her future happiness in finding another husband. I hope that in your next marriage, you shall not employ such underhanded tactics. Approach others with sincerity, for only then will you discover true happiness. Zhan Beiwang's tone was complex, and after delivering the decree, an inexplicable heaviness settled within him. Thank you for your guidance, General. Song Xixi raised the decree, but it is yet to bear the seal of the authorities. Zhan Beiwang averted her gaze. I shall personally deliver it. As for the dowry, I have indeed treated you generously. According to the law, those who are divorced are not entitled to take their dowries with them. I hope you do not hold this against me. After all, your predicament is of your own making. Song Xixi had already made prudent arrangements concerning her dowry, knowing they could claim little, as she desired no further entanglements with them. After all this time, she had yet to receive the decree of divorce, and her greatest concern was that His Majesty might delay the issuance until Yi Fang had entered the household. She replied, there is nothing to hold against anyone spending a little silver to discern the true nature of those in the general's household is, in itself, a worthy endeavor. Zhan Beiwang was provoked by her words, retorting coldly, do not speak such venomous words, or else. Song Xixi met his gaze, or else what? 70%, very well, 70% will suffice, or even 90%, just leave me enough to survive, and will that satisfy the general? Zhan Beiwang felt a profound discomfort. He had no desire to continue arguing with Song Xixi, yet her relentless words were infuriating. I have said that 50% is non-negotiable. I regret the year of delay, but all of this is due to your own actions, Song Xixi interrupted. Spare me your regrets. A guilt that robs me of half my dowry is worth less than mud. Let it be as it is. Madame Song, overhearing their exchange, was incensed, turning to Grandfather Song, look at her, does she possess even a shred of the qualities befitting a wife? Grandfather Song replied coldly, she is to be cast out. Must she then kneel and bow her head to you? Not cursing you is already an act of virtue. In his old age, Grandfather Song had seen through the world's deceptions, yet within the Jinbei Marquis household, all the men had perished on the battlefield. The remaining members, aside from Song Xixi, had been slaughtered and now, even Xixi was subjected to such treatment. No matter how enlightened or magnanimous he felt, he could not contain his fury. Yet he recognized that this anger stemmed from impotence, for the Zhan Marquis' house had been decimated, and the other descendants of the Song family were equally unambitious, helplessly watching as Xixi was mistreated, unable to intervene. Madame Song was seething. Is this how you speak? Just because you are older, do not presume you can spout such vile words. We have never wronged Song Xixi. Her being cast out is entirely of her own doing. Ask her, if she could tolerate Yi Fang, would she have needed to plead with His Majesty to rescind the marriage edict? What harm is there in withholding half her dowry? It is permitted by law. We, the general's household, have not behaved excessively. It is your Song family that is narrow-minded. Look around. No talents remain in the Song family, yet my Beiwang shall become a highly esteemed general in the kingdom. Chapter 28. The Duke of Jinbei's residence, no weak women, Song Taigong and Song Shuren were rendered speechless by the sharp retort of the elderly matriarch of the Zhan family, for her words rang true. The Song family indeed had yet to produce any remarkable talents, whereas Zhan Beiwang was currently in his prime, complemented by the formidable General Yi Fang, who undoubtedly had a promising future ahead. Mother, please cease your remarks. Let this matter rest here. Zhan Beiwang sought to diffuse the tension, wishing to resolve the situation swiftly so he could focus on organizing his wedding to Yi Fang. It was never his intention to withhold half the dowry, which left him feeling somewhat guilty before the Song family. The others had remained largely silent, as the Zhan family felt a similar sense of unease, unable to confront the matriarch as she did, particularly from the second branch. The atmosphere felt jarring, akin to that of a newly emboldened petty person. She deeply regretted coming here, feeling caught between two worlds. Song Xixi, present the dowry list, the matriarch commanded coldly. I am aware that you have hidden it away. Since Beiwang has consented to leave you half, we shall divide it according to the dowry list. To preempt any underhanded tricks from Song Xixi, she added, do not think to deceive me with a false dowry list. The original was recorded and a copy is kept within the estate. Song Xixi smiled. If that is the case, why not simply retrieve the recorded copy from the estate? Why must you demand I bring it? She had kept the dowry list in her private cabinet in the accounting room since her marriage, accessible only to her. It was impossible for anyone else to have made a copy. Moreover, she had used the dowry funds over the past year to support household expenses and medical fees. With such diligence, why would they have thought to make a copy to safeguard against today's circumstances? The matriarch huffed. You will bring it. If you refuse, you may leave the general's residence empty-handed, without a single item. Song Taigong was incensed, his eyes rolling back in fury. You are being excessively unreasonable. Song Xixi gazed at the mother-in-law she had dutifully served for a year, wishing she could slap herself. Her filial piety had been treated as nothing more than a mockery. She produced the dowry list, her eyes icy as she looked at Zhan Beiwang, saying, come and take it. The list was practically within Zhan Beiwang's grasp. He merely needed to reach out to obtain it, yet, after a moment's hesitation, the matriarch urged, why are you not taking it? The division should be done promptly today. With a heavy sigh, Zhan Beiwang extended his hand toward the list. However, just as he did, Song Xixi swiftly retracted her hand. Zhan Beiwang was taken aback. What are you doing? I said, with your abilities, can you take this dowry list from me? Song Xixi replied coldly. Zhan Beiwang, feeling disgusted, retorted, what trickery are you attempting? Are you forcing me to resort to theft? I merely wish to see how proficient our general from the Shang kingdom truly is. With that, she tossed the dowry list into the air. Zhan Beiwang scoffed and leapt up, poised to seize the list, but a gust of wind propelled the list upward, and a crimson whip shot through the air, wrapping around his wrist and yanking him downward, causing him to tumble to the ground. Song Xixi leapt gracefully, her shoe tip resting momentarily on his head as she soared upward, deftly snatching the swirling list from the beam. She landed softly, her feet barely making a sound. The display of skill left everyone astonished. Even Song Taigong and Song Shuren were unaware of her martial prowess as Zhan Beiwang's eyes widened in disbelief. You know martial arts? Song Xixi smiled lightly, not exceptionally well, but I am somewhat more adept than you. Infuriated and humiliated, Zhan Beiwang exclaimed, such arrogance. He struck out with a palm, but Song Xixi deftly sidestepped, swiftly darting past him, her movements so rapid that Zhan Beiwang could scarcely follow, and she found herself in the yard. Grinding his teeth, Zhan Beiwang pursued her, executing a series of aerial kicks with impressive speed, yet he could not even brush the hem of her dress. Song Xixi wrapped the whip around her waist, her delicate hand coaxing the leaves, which sliced through the air towards Zhan Beiwang like blades. What harm could leaves possibly inflict? Zhan Beiwang unleashed a gust to redirect them, unaware that the leaves would slice past his hands, across his face, hair, and clothing, leaving behind a trail of minute wounds and droplets of blood on the ground. 3 marks marred the left side of his face, 3 on the right. Though merely superficial, they resembled the scratches of a cat, rendering him both comical and pitiable. Well done, well done. Song Taigong shouted excitedly, the Duke of Jinbei's residence has no weak women. Chapter 29. The imperial edict arrived. Zhan Beiwang gazed in astonishment at Song Xixi, realizing that her martial prowess far exceeded his own by more than a mere margin. He was no match for her, even tenfold. Why did she never speak of her skills? Holding the dowry list in her hands, Song Xixi smiled at him, and that smile was as radiant as the summer sun, dazzling and resplendent. However, as she raised the dowry list and let it fall, it disintegrated into a flurry of shredded paper, reminiscent of snowflakes drifting down in winter. Ah, you have destroyed the dowry list. Lady Zhan exclaimed, her heart shattering at the sight, her fury igniting. Very well, you may leave, but you shall take nothing from the general's residence, not even your clothing. Song Xixi chuckled softly, do you truly believe anyone could prevent me from taking anything from the general's estate? Lady Zhan, filled with indignation, retorted, "Do you dare? Should you attempt to leave with anything, I shall immediately report you to the authorities. You are being divorced, and you shall not claim a single coin of your dowry." Supporting herself on the arm of her maid, she hurriedly commanded, "Summon the guards. Expel her at once, and ensure that not a single person she brought as attendants may leave, they too are part of her dowry." Just as the servants hesitated, a loud proclamation echoed from the entrance, "The imperial edict has arrived." The atmosphere shifted instantly, and all present assumed a solemn demeanor. Lady Zhan, momentarily forgetting Xixi, barked orders, "Quickly, set up the incense altar to receive the edict." The servants hastily arranged the altar in the main courtyard, and as soon as it was ready, they witnessed Wu Daban, the emperor's attendant, leading several guards into the room. Zhan Beiwang stepped forward and knelt, declaring, "I, Zhan Beiwang, humbly receive the edict." Wu Daban, with a smile, replied, "General, rise, the edict is not for you, but for Miss Song." Zhan Beiwang stood awkwardly, having anticipated a reward from the Lady Zhan, however, quickly deduced the content of the edict and interjected, "Surely the emperor has learned of her opposition to the marriage and has come to reprimand her. I beseech you to inform his majesty that Xixi has violated the 7 clauses and has already been divorced." Wu Daban regarded Lady Zhan with a cold stare, then turned to Zhan Beiwang, "General, you have divorced your wife?" Zhan Beiwang, momentarily bewildered by the edict's implications, worried that Xixi might approach the emperor to rescind the decree, which the emperor might well agree to. Yet, he reasoned, if that were the case, the edict would be directed at him, not Xixi. After a brief contemplation, he stated, "Xixi has indeed violated the 7 clauses. Today I have invited her family and a matchmaker as witnesses for her expulsion." Wu Daban's smile vanished, his tone turning icy. "I see, then there is no need for the general to bear the infamy of divorce. The emperor will deliver his own judgment." He raised the edict, Xixi, heed the decree. Xixi slowly exhaled in relief and knelt, "I, Xixi, receive the edict." Wu Daban unfurled the edict and proclaimed, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Marquis of Jinbei, Song Huayan, has protected the borders of our Shangguk for many years and has achieved remarkable military accomplishments. His efforts, alongside 6 young generals to reclaim the Tianshan Mountains, are historic feats. Furthermore, in the endeavor to reclaim our southern territories, all 7 members of his family sacrificed themselves. I, along with the entire court and the citizens of Shangguk, deeply appreciate the Marquis's contributions to the nation, and thus I posthumously elevate him to the title of Duke of Jinghua." Upon hearing this, Song Taigong and Song Shuren were overwhelmed with emotion, with tears streaming down Song Taigong's face, for the emperor had not forgotten the sacrifices of the Marquis's family. Meanwhile, the Zhan family members exchanged glances of disbelief. Why was the title of duke being bestowed only now? If such honors were to be granted, they should have been conferred at the time of sacrifice. Wu Daban continued, "The title of Duke of Jinghua is hereditary for 3 generations, however, as all male heirs of the duke's lineage have perished, only Xixi remains. Therefore, her husband may inherit the title of duke. Should her husband possess another title, he may adopt a son from the Song family to become the foster heir of the duke and duchess, with the choice left to Xixi." "Ah!" Lady Zhan gasped, nearly fainting at the revelation. Xixi's husband could inherit the title of duke, that meant if she were not divorced, Beiwang could have inherited the title of duke. How difficult it was for a martial general to ascend to such heights. It seemed an impossible dream, and even attaining the titles of earl or marquis would be a monumental achievement. Additionally, some time ago, Xixi entered the palace and reported to me that when Zhan Beiwang sought her hand in marriage, he vowed never to take a concubine, which is why she married into the Zhan family. Now, with Zhan Beiwang seeking to wed General Yi Fang for his military exploits, she requests a divorce. After deliberation with the Empress Dowager, we find that Zhan Beiwang has broken his promise, and Xixi's request is just. I hereby grant her request for a divorce. The decree has been prepared, severing all ties between the 2 families, with no further obligations, mortal or otherwise, thus it is decreed. Chapter 30. You are the principal wife, she is the concubine. Xixi kowtowed, her shoulders gradually relaxing. The imperial decree arrived so slowly, but fortunately, it had come at last. Xixi thanks your majesty for your gracious favor. Zhan Beiwang's face turned pale, as if he were a statue, struck dumb. Was it true that when Xixi entered the palace, she was actually petitioning his majesty for a divorce? Was it not to obstruct his marriage to Yi Fang? Had she already planned to divorce upon learning of the betrothal? He had once believed that her cunning tactics were merely to monopolize him, leading him to perceive her as jealous, petty, selfish, and narrow-minded, incapable of accommodating others, and even resorting to despicable means. Yet, it turned out otherwise. A feeling he could not articulate welled up within Zhan Beiwang as he watched Xixi receive the decree, a warm smile blooming on her face, rendering her indescribably radiant. He was suddenly reminded of their first encounter, when he had been captivated by her beauty. In that moment, he had even forgotten to breathe, but then, he had encountered Yi Fang. Lady Zhan had not anticipated such a turn of events. She never imagined that Xixi would take the initiative to seek a divorce. With the emperor's approval, her dowry would have to be taken entirely away. The general's residence had already become a mere shell. If she took all her dowry, how could the general's estate sustain itself? Xixi, it's all a misunderstanding. She hurriedly approached, grasping Xixi's arm. It was your mother who misunderstood you. She thought you were intent on obstructing Beiwang's marriage to Yi Fang, which is why she acted out of jealousy. Xixi withdrew her hand, stepping back to create distance. If it is a misunderstanding, then it can be clarified. She turned to Eunuch Wu. Eunuch Wu, I will not keep you for tea. In a few days, when you are free, do visit the Duke of Jingua's residence so that you may savor the craftsmanship of Baozhu. Very well. Eunuch Wu looked at her and explained, the emperor took so long to issue the decree for your divorce because he first ordered the Ministry of Works to renovate and embellish the residence of the Northtown Marquis. The workers have been toiling day and night, and it is finally complete. You may return to reside there at any time. Song Xixi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, thank you, your majesty, for your gracious favor. All has passed. Things will improve in the future. The Empress Dowager has also remarked that you have not paid her a visit in quite some time. She misses you dearly, so whenever you have the opportunity, do visit the palace. Eunuch Wu concluded before departing with the imperial guards, saying nothing further to the Zhan family. Lady Zhan continued to tug at Song Xixi's sleeve. Xixi, have you ever visited the Empress Dowager to pay your respects? She has expressed her fondness for you and her desire to see you. Why do you not visit the palace more often to check on her? Why did you not inform your mother that the Empress Dowager treats you so well? In the past, Song Xixi freed herself from her bony grip. I was married into the general's residence, not the heir of a marquis, and without a title, I had no rightful claim to enter the palace for a visit, so I refrained from doing so. She stood at a distance, bowing to Lady Zhan. This year, I have been under your care. I thank you for that. Indeed, before their falling out, Lady Zhan had treated her decently. However, now she could see clearly that what had seemed decent was merely a facade of her own heartfelt sacrifices. Zhan Beiwang approached her, his gaze complex and tinged with anger. From the moment I informed you that His Majesty had betrothed me to Yi Fang, you had already resolved to divorce me, had you not? Indeed. I do not comprehend. You are the principal wife, she is the concubine. Why can you not accept this and must insist on a divorce? Concubine? Song Xixi laughed. You did not say that initially. Do you remember your exact words? You claimed that there was no distinction between her and me, that we stood on equal footing, and urged me not to provoke her. Do you recall? Zhan Beiwang fell silent, and after a long pause, he asked, is it solely for this reason? Is there not even a single aspect of me that you cherish? Song Xixi's tone was resolute. No, since you broke your promise by seeking to marry Yi Fang through military merit, you have become worthless in my eyes. Do you remember how you and Yi Fang both criticized me for my cunning and scheming? She claimed to disdain such matters, yet I disdain them even more. I do not even regard it worthy to express my disdain to you. With that, she turned and knelt before grandfather Song, who was overwhelmed with tears, his weeping unceasing. Song Xixi bowed 3 times before him, and when she lifted her head, her eyes were also red. I apologize for worrying you, but once I have settled my affairs, I shall come to visit you. Chapter 31. This place is ominous good. Song Taigong's eyes brimmed with tears, rendering the girl before him somewhat indistinct, yet, he felt her exuberance, which filled him with immense gratification. We shall not linger here. This place is cursed. I shall take my leave first, and you should depart promptly as well. Understood. Song Xixi rose to respectfully see him, and Song Shiranoff, the matriarch of the second household, seized the opportunity to leave, initially contemplating uttering a few words, but having remained silent when Song Xixi was being troubled, she found herself too embarrassed to speak now, thus pretending as if she had not been present at all. The entire Zhan family stood rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to accept the outcome. Song Xixi had transformed into the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, and her husband could inherit the title of Duke. Such an unprecedented event had never occurred before. How could one allow a person of a different surname to inherit a title? Yet, the emperor's decree was unequivocal. It was permissible. If Beiwang had not divorced her, then he would indeed be entitled to the title. This staggering wealth and nobility slipped through their fingers. After so much effort, they gained nothing, not even a single coin of her dowry. While they remained in stunned silence, Song Xixi returned to her quarters. Granny Liang and Granny Huang, accompanied by 4 maids and 4 servants, along with Baozhu, had already organized all their belongings meticulously. Song Xixi had refrained from allowing them to accompany her outside, preferring instead that they remain indoors to pack. There are still many items in the dowry, including tables, chairs, and cabinets, which cannot be moved at once. We shall send someone to collect them tomorrow, Granny Huang remarked. Indeed, even a spittoon must be taken. We shall not let them benefit at our expense, Granny Liang retorted with resentment. Song Xixi nodded. Let us return to the residence. 2 carriages accompanied the dowry, and once everything was loaded onto the carts, a young servant rushed off to hire 2 additional carriages. Thus, they departed the general's residence in a grand procession. The general's household no longer possessed the face to plead for their return. They all remained hidden within the main hall, having failed to emerge. The divorce decree had already been issued, severing all ties between Song Xixi and the Zhan family. Furthermore, she was now a noble daughter of the Duke's residence, with the possibility of continuing to inherit titles, under the protection of the Empress Dowager, a family that the Zhan clan could not afford to offend. After a prolonged silence, Zhan Beiwang's father, Zhan Ji, quietly remarked, in truth, this was an excellent match. Song Xixi would have made a splendid daughter-in-law. Our family simply lacks the fortune to deserve her. Eldest sister-in-law Min looked at Zhan Beiwang. Pray tell, second uncle, what is it about Yi Fang that captures your interest? In what way is she superior to Song Xixi? Zhan Beiwang opened his mouth, recalling the letter he had received from Yi Fang prior to the divorce, leaving him utterly speechless. Instead, he remembered Song Xixi's nonchalant remark, realizing that they were not as noble as they pretended to be. Inside, once Yi Fang enters the household, I fear she will not be able to summon the revered physician Dan, nor will she care for her mother-in-law as Song Xixi did. After all, she used to sleep in the same room as her mother, fearing her mother might fall ill in the middle of the night. Is she truly so filial? Zhan Beiwang felt despondent, seemingly reluctant to admit, she is surely just putting on an act. Even if it is an act, it must be convincing. Let us hope that Yi Fang can manage to put on a good performance as well, Min thought, secretly vexed, for she believed Yi Fang would not tend to the matriarch. Thus, the responsibility of caring for the matriarch fell upon her shoulders. Zhan Beiwang asserted, no, after Yi Fang enters the household, she will also be dutiful to her mother-in-law. Min retorted, we shall see. Zhan Xiaowan, feeling displeased, interjected, eldest sister-in-law, what do your words imply? If you cherish Song Xixi so dearly, why not follow her? Min cast a cool glance at her sister-in-law. Xixi has treated me well, many of my garments and jewels are gifts from her. Is it wrong for me to speak on her behalf? I am not like some, who, having received countless favors, still turn around to vilify others. Having said this, Min disregarded Zhan Xiaowan's scowl and turned to leave. She felt quite agitated. Now that she was in charge of the household, they lacked both silver and provisions. The matriarch required substantial funds for medicine, and with the remaining shops sold off to marry Yi Fang, the general's residence was truly destitute. Chapter 32. Can she dance? That evening, Yi Fang arranged for Zhan Beiwang to meet her by the lake. As they strolled along the water's edge, Zhan remained uncharacteristically silent, not uttering a word. Yi Fang, unaware of the circumstances, had anticipated that he would voluntarily disclose the details of his divorce. To her astonishment, he remained tight-lipped, his expression akin to that of a cat's scratches. After walking for a while, she stopped and could no longer restrain her curiosity. Have you divorced? Did you manage to withhold half of the dowry? As dusk settled, casting a soft glow on Yi Fang's somewhat sun-kissed complexion, Zhan suddenly recalled the exquisite beauty of Song Xixi, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. You didn't withhold it? Yi Fang, observing his silence and the sorrowful demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Did I not send you a message urging you to ensure half of the dowry was retained? The general's residence is nearly depleted. If we do not withhold it, how shall we sustain ourselves in the future? Zhan Beiwang looked at her, but that is her dowry, not mine, not something I earned. Yi Fang, did you marry me out of fear of hardship? That is not my intention. Yi Fang turned away, wishing to conceal the calculations hidden in her gaze. I merely hope that we can wholeheartedly dedicate ourselves to achieving success in the military, rather than fretting over finances. By being frugal, we shall manage. The general's residence is not on the brink of starvation, Zhan Beiwang replied. Yi Fang turned back, so, truly, you did not withhold it, she took the entire dowry with her? Upon witnessing the disappointment and anger in her eyes, Zhan felt an unexpected chill in his heart, and a sense of ennui washed over him. When the decree for the divorce was to be issued, the imperial edict arrived. It turns out she had earlier entered the palace to seek the emperor's approval for a divorce. From the very beginning, she intended to part ways, never planning to share a husband with you. What? She claimed she looked down upon it. Yi Fang scoffed, she looked down upon it? Did she truly say that? She considers herself above sharing a husband with me? How utterly ridiculous. What does she think of herself? Zhan Beiwang, with a stoic expression, replied, today, the emperor's edict posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Zhangbei upon her, with hereditary rights for 3 generations. She is now the legitimate daughter of a ducal house. Her future husband may inherit the title, or she may adopt a branch of the family to cultivate an heir. Yi Fang was left speechless. What? How could the emperor issue such a decree? Her future husband may inherit a title. How is this possible? Doesn't this mean she has become highly sought after? Initially, whether through divorce or being cast aside, she would have been deemed a discarded woman. Someone might marry her, but certainly not from a reputable family. Yet now, the emperor has provided her with a substantial escape route. Marrying her could confer the title of duke, and surely the noble families in the capital would flock to her. But why? This has never occurred before. Why would the emperor set such a precedent for her? Yi Fang, she is skilled in martial arts. Zhan Beiwang gazed at the leaves falling by the lakeside, recalling the martial prowess of Song Xixi, which he felt he could never aspire to achieve. Skilled in dancing? What skill is that? Yi Fang dismissed with a sneer. Zhan Beiwang, in a daze, remarked, she might indeed dance, but I am speaking of her martial abilities. Today, as I sparred with her, my face bore the marks of her leaf-moving technique. Yi Fang shook her head, I cannot believe it. How can that be? To claim she is skilled in martial arts is already absurd, and now you say she can injure with leaves, unthinkable. As far as I know, few can accomplish such a feat. It is not about plucking leaves. The leaves are merely a manifestation of her internal energy, there is no need to pluck them. Yi Fang looked at him, are you not deceiving me? I refuse to believe you, your claims are too extravagant. Chapter 33. He felt somewhat disheartened. Zhan Beiwang lapsed into silence, for today's battle had resulted in his utter defeat, a matter too humiliating to discuss. Is it true or not? Yi Fang pressed on Zhan Beiwang's side, never mind, let's not dwell on that. Yi Fang playfully punched him, feigning annoyance, I knew you were deceiving me. Regardless of whether it's a separation or a divorce, as long as the matter is resolved, I'm content. Since she looks down on sharing a husband with me, I too disdain sharing a husband with her. Those cunning tactics she employs within the household, I could never outmaneuver her, that is her true skill. She tilted her head, facing him, her talents are beyond my reach. However, if you wish me to learn to sweetly utter some overly affectionate words like she does, I could manage that. With her hands crossed before her, she smiled coyly, revealing only a hint of teeth, and softly called out, husband. After uttering the words, she pretended to shiver dramatically, exclaiming, "Oh my, how utterly cringeworthy! How can she be so affected?" Zhan Beiwang too shivered, but it was Yi Fang's deliberate affectation that struck him. After all, Xixi had never behaved so. Her speech was gentle yet neither servile nor overbearing, her demeanor imbued with a blend of softness and resilience, devoid of any superfluous chatter. Yi Fang frolicked away, and though she couldn't secure even half of the dowry, with Xixi's departure, she had assumed the role of the legitimate wife, no longer needing to demean herself as a so-called secondary wife. Life, after all, is a balance of loss and gain. She had always been magnanimous and had no desire to imitate Xixi's pretentiousness. Zhan Beiwang did not follow her. Instead, he sat by the lakeside. The decree of divorce that had arrived today struck him like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, cleaving through the fog of his thoughts. Memories flooded back to him of the moment he first laid eyes on Xixi, the day he sought her hand in marriage, and the overwhelming joy he felt when she agreed to wed him after posing a few questions. He recalled the emotions he experienced while preparing for their wedding, and on the day of their grand nuptials, how reluctant he was to part with her. Even during the march, he found his mind wandering to the moment he would lift her red veil, the exquisite anticipation exploding within his heart, hardly able to believe that he could call her his wife. However, as the war intensified and many of his brothers perished, he became acutely aware of his own mortality, and in those moments, thoughts of Xixi faded. Instead, he focused on strategizing with Yi Fang and the other warriors on how to vanquish their foes. He watched as Yi Fang mounted her horse, radiating courage and vitality, and at that moment, he realized that women could be so spirited. On the battlefield, where life and death clashed, Xixi seemed leagues away, that refined lady of the household perhaps not as formidable as he had once believed. His affection for Yi Fang blossomed as she shared her thoughts, asserting that women, like men, need not be protected, for they possess the strength to safeguard themselves. She was so vivacious, so spirited, exuding confidence. In contrast, Xixi appeared but a mere portrait. Her privileged existence was sustained solely by the valor of the generals who fought fiercely to protect it. He seemed to forget the sacrifices of the 7 heroes of the Song family. In comparison, what were his and Yi Fang's contributions? Xixi returned to the residence of the Duke of Zhanbei, which had now become the Duke of States Manor. The plaque above the entrance had been replaced, inscribed by the hand of the Grand Tutor, meticulously carved by artisans following his script. The main gate stood wide open as Xixi entered the estate. Evidence of renovations was apparent throughout the manor. The main hall and the doors to various courtyards had all been replaced, erasing any trace of blood and scars from past conflicts. The bloodstains on the walls, which could not be washed away, had been covered with a layer of whitewash. Chapter 34 finally returned to the mansion. Songchuren summoned the young members of the Song family to assist him in unloading and organizing their belongings. After a flurry of activity, he and Xixi strolled through the once vibrant residence. Now eerily silent, Songchuren remarked to her, "Currently, you are the sole master of the Duke's residence, and the only servants are those you brought back from your in-laws. You must first find a capable steward to help manage the household, and then recruit some maidservants and young attendants. The kitchen, garden, and stables certainly require personnel as well. But if you find this inconvenient, your uncle can assist you in the search." Xixi expressed her gratitude, saying, "Uncle, I do not wish to trouble you, as I know you are busy with your business. Granny Huang and Granny Liang will handle it." Gazing at her, Songchuren sighed. What do kin and clan matter when it comes to troubling one another? In years past, your father, while leading his troops, would always invite us, his cousins, to gather and share tales of the dangers on the battlefield. We listened in both admiration and trepidation, but mostly with pride, for the Song family has always defended our homeland. Yet now, it seems our family shall have no more military heroes. Though there are many branches of the Song clan, most have chosen the paths of scholarship or commerce, making the absence of any martial figures in such a prestigious family a cause for lamentation. Xixi remained silent, her eyes betraying her sorrow. From now on, sever ties with the Zhan family. There shall be neither hatred nor meetings. Focus on living your own life, Songchuren advised. Rest assured, uncle, I understand, Xixi replied, bowing slightly. Looking at his serene and graceful niece, Songchuren remarked, there will come a day when Zhan Beiwang will regret his decisions. Xixi's gaze was sharp and resolute, perhaps, but I no longer care. The members of the Song family know how to both take up and let go. Songchuren nodded slightly, thoroughly pleased with her determination. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to retrieve the dowry furniture. You need not concern yourself with it any further. Xixi bowed her head. I am grateful, uncle. With a wave of his hand, Songchuren departed. Granny Huang and Granny Liang conferred about inviting someone from the agency to purchase some household servants. Though there was only one young mistress at present, the esteemed status of the Duke's residence and her return from separation must not be underestimated. In addition to household servants, they needed to find a steward for the outer courtyard. Several candidates had previously accompanied the dowry to the general's residence, but they lacked the qualifications for the position, thus Granny Huang sought the young lady's decision. Having managed the household at the general's residence for a year, Xixi understood the importance of a steward for the outer courtyard and knew it shouldn't be decided hastily. However, suitable candidates were scarce at the moment, so she said, let us wait for uncle to arrive tomorrow. He can assist in selecting someone. You should first procure some individuals to teach them the household rules. Understood. Granny Huang turned to leave. In the past, the Duke of Northern Defense's residence was staffed with individuals from the sweepers to the housekeepers, all of whom acted with propriety and understood the rules, earning praise from the noble families of the capital. Unfortunately, that tragic massacre had erased it all. Of the newly acquired servants must be trained diligently, lest the improper behavior of the subordinates tarnish the reputation of the Duke's residence. Later, the agency arrived, bringing with them a group of young attendants, ranging in age from 12 to 20. Song Xixi refrained from intervening, allowing the two grannies to make selections, with only Baozhu by her side, and 3 of her 4 previously entrusted maidservants now managing the general's household. It was imperative to select a few more attendants to serve her. Granny Huang, noticing several young women with striking appearances and composed demeanor, inquired about their names. One stepped forward and replied, "We have not yet been named. If the grannies are willing to accept us, we humbly request the young lady to bestow us names." Granny Huang, pleased by this response, asked, "Do you know how to read?" "We recognize a few characters," they replied in unison, clearly having been taught prior to their arrival. Chapter 35. Doubt. Though the Duke's residence is a family of martial generals, the young lady is a well-educated individual who undoubtedly desires those who attend her to be literate. "Very well, you shall remain here to serve the young lady. As for your names, simply ask her to bestow them upon you later." The 4 were elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, Madame Huang." Without a hint of hesitation, Madame Huang continued, "Do not thank me just yet. Serving the young lady requires adherence to proper etiquette. Should you fail to learn the rules adequately, you shall be relegated to the ranks of 2nd or 3rd tier maidservants." Upon hearing this, the 4 bowed in unison, declaring, "We shall certainly endeavor to learn the etiquette diligently." After selecting these 4, the 2 matrons proceeded to choose additional maidservants and young attendants, and summoned the steward to seek out drivers, carpenters, and individuals skilled in horse care and gardening. As for the management of the outer courtyard and the accounting, it was certain that the steward would not be entrusted with such responsibilities. The steward, having received his payment, beamed with delight, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall deliver them for your selection by tomorrow." After presenting the contract, he offered the 2 matrons a red envelope, ingratiatingly smiling as he said, "I kindly request your continued support, and should you require anything further, do not hesitate to approach our firm. We have dealings in various trades." Madame Huang accepted the red envelope, nodding slightly without further words, and instructed her attendants to escort the steward out. With the young lady recently returned from her separation, the outside world was eager to discern her current circumstances. Therefore, Madame Huang refrained from uttering more, lest these cunning stewards speculate and disseminate unfounded rumors. As the personnel were not yet fully assembled, Madame Huang led only the 4 maidservants acquired that day to meet the young lady. Song Xixi continued to reside in the Linglong Pavilion, the same abode she occupied prior to her marriage. Of the pavilion bore no signs of renovation. Since her marriage, it had remained uninhabited, save for the regular cleaning, and no one had entered. Consequently, when the incident occurred, no one was present in the Linglong Pavilion to be harmed, and there were no bloodstains requiring concealment. The Linglong Pavilion housed a weapons room, containing the arms she had once practiced with, as well as a small study filled with the books she had read, the majority of which were military treatises. The year of her marriage had been akin to a nightmare. Had she not wed, her martial prowess would have prevented the obliteration of her family at the hands of the assassins. Now, the Song family bore both the spirit of warriors and the weight of vengeful souls. Standing in the armory, she gazed upon the weapon she had trained with: long spears, swords, daggers, whips, and halberds. She had been the most outstanding disciple of her master, envisioning a day when she would, like her father and brothers, charge into battle. However, in the conflict in the southern frontier, both her father and brothers had perished, leaving her mother weeping to the point of near blindness, with but one request for her: to marry and bear children, forsaking her weapons and the battlefield. From a young age, she had been rebellious, often opposing her parents, yet on that occasion, she had obediently followed her mother and sister-in-law to learn household management and accounting. She was quick to grasp new skills, and her mother had said that while she might not become the greatest female general, she could certainly become the finest matriarch. Yet her mother was mistaken, as was she. Had she continued to defy her mother's wishes, perhaps her family would not have met such a tragic end. The complete annihilation of her family remained a mystery to her. She could not fathom why the spies from the western capital would resort to such actions. Their investigations had revealed that her father had once achieved a great victory on the battlefield, repelling an army of 100,000 with nearly 10,000 soldiers, which had brought them shame. Thus, they returned, waging war against her maternal grandfather, General Shao, and in the wake of their defeat, they dispatched all their spies in the capital to eradicate the Duke of Beijing's estate. This conclusion, while appearing plausible, did not withstand scrutiny, as establishing a foothold in the capital for spies was no simple task. It likely took generations for them to cultivate such a network. They had no reason to expend all their resources to eliminate those who could no longer take to the field: aged, weak, and vulnerable women and children, merely to vent their frustrations. To exact such revenge at the cost of all their spies was unwise. The emperor of the western capital would not issue such a decree. Chapter 36. Hoping she would not regret yet, this matter could no longer be investigated. Those who had perished were irrevocably lost, while the survivors had fled back to the western capital, leaving no trace behind. She could not help but reminisce about her father and brothers, her heart heavy with a mix of bitterness and sorrow. They had once reclaimed the southern border, only to lose it again, ultimately meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. Should the northern monarch emerge victorious and reclaim the southern border, it would serve as a fulfillment of her father's aspirations. On the first night back home, Song Xixi found herself unable to sleep soundly, haunted by dreams of her mother, sister-in-law, and nephew being slain. Awakening in the dead of night, she could not find rest again, her eyes wide open as she stared at the tent ceiling, her mind racing with thoughts. From the wounds inflicted, one could discern the mercilessness of the assailant, who was driven by a desire for vengeance. In times of war between nations, even in defeat, such brutality was unfathomable. This was not the first time they had faced defeat. Previously, her father and brothers had decimated the enemy forces, claiming 30,000 lives, yet not a whisper had been heard from the western spies. Why, then, in this particular battle, had the repercussions been so vast, to the extent that they would risk exposure to eliminate helpless women and children in their rage? Song Xixi tossed and turned, her eyes wide open until dawn broke. When Baozhu entered to attend to her, she noticed her haggard countenance and mistook her distress for sorrow over the callousness of Zhan Beiwang in battle. Not daring to inquire further, she quietly retreated to wipe her tears. The following day, Song Shuren led the Song family members to collect the dowry: rosewood tables and chairs, furniture, gold-threaded embroidered screens. Everything listed on the gift list was taken, leaving not a single item behind for the general's household. The old matriarch wept bitterly, cursing Song Xixi for her unfilial and unjust behavior, branding her as narrow-minded, selfish, and envious. Upon hearing such accusations, Song Shuren's fury erupted, his voice rising sharply. "How has my niece treated you with filial piety? Go and ask the neighbors if anyone has spoken ill of her. And you dare to call her narrow-minded and selfish? Have you considered the misdeeds of your war general? On the day of their wedding, he went off to battle, only to return seeking to marry another woman with the spoils of war, even inviting local matchmakers to divorce her, coveting her dowry. Do you have no shame for such disgraceful acts? Yet you dare to wail here, fearing not the scorn of your neighbors, as the citizens of the capital point fingers at your shameful deeds? That dowry was earned through the Song family's valor and sacrifice to ensure Xixi's lifetime of peace. How long has it been since the spirits of the fallen have departed, and now you wish to strip her of everything, to cast her out? How utterly shameless! Enough of this talk. We will leave, and we shall take everything with us." The old matriarch, humiliated and furious, found herself at a loss for words. As they began to remove the rosewood and gold-threaded screen, she lunged forward, exclaiming, "You may take everything, but this screen must remain." Song Shuren regarded Zhan Beiwang coldly. This was a betrothal gift from the empress to Xixi. Can your Zhan family afford such extravagance? Greed has no bounds. Zhan Beiwang's face flushed crimson, as if scorched by fire. Overwhelmed by shame, he stepped forward to pull his mother back, declaring loudly, "It all belongs to her. Return it to her. What is it but mere material possessions? My son can earn more." The old matriarch, struggling against her son's grip, her hair disheveled, could only hurl insults. That wretched woman, once she leaves, is but a discarded and disgraceful wife. I shall see who would ever consider her worthy of marriage, all for the sake of a hereditary title. I do not believe any nobleman in the capital would wish to wed a discarded woman. Song Shuren scoffed, "You need not concern yourself with her future. Whether she remarries or remains in the estate, it is of no consequence to the general's household. From the moment the imperial edict arrives granting her divorce, her fate is severed from yours." He could no longer bear to witness the old matriarch's loathsome countenance and commanded, "Leave immediately." Zhan Beiwang, still harboring resentment, replied, "Return and convey this message to her. I hope she will not come to regret her choices." Song Shuren retorted coldly, "Your message shall be delivered, farewell." Chapter 37 is Song Xixi, "You will regret it." The old matriarch stomped her foot, lamenting, "They've moved everything away. We have nothing left from now on. The general's residence won't even be able to afford my medicine." Zhan Beiwang felt a pang of discomfort in his heart but could only console his mother, "Do not worry, the battlefield in the south will soon require both me and Yi Fang. We shall return with honors once more." The old matriarch sobbed hoarsely. How could she be so heartless? Is it merely because she is a secondary wife? Why can she not tolerate this? As a solitary orphan, she truly believes herself to be a noble lady. Zhan Beiwang tugged at the corner of his mouth. After all, she was now the legitimate daughter of the duke, and indeed, she was a noble lady. She deserves to have her entire family exterminated. She truly deserves it, the old matriarch declared with fury. Regarding the annihilation of the Song family by spies from Xijing, Zhan Beiwang found it perplexing. Why would the spies target the old, the weak, and women and children? The disparity in value was entirely unjustifiable. However, the affairs of the Song family were no longer his concern. He would not intervene any further. Song Xixi would come to regret this. In truth, he had wished to assist her in investigating when he first learned of the matter, but she had chosen to forego that opportunity. Observing the Song family members removing valuable furniture, the old matriarch's heart bled, and upon seeing her daughter-in-law, Min, coldly standing in the corridor, her anger surged. "Do you not know to come and stop this?" Min replied nonchalantly, "I cannot bring myself to engage in such shameless acts." The old matriarch retorted angrily, "How dare you? Are you defying me as well?" Min regarded her, recalling the year of minute grievances since Song Xixi entered the household, and seeing her mother-in-law's current fierce and venomous demeanor, she felt a chill in her heart. Defiance is indeed commendable. Song Xixi was dutiful, yet what did it yield her? I hope that when Yi Fang enters, she will be as dutiful towards you as Song Xixi was. She certainly will. The old matriarch glared at her fiercely. "Do not dare to mention that wretched woman's name. Had she truly been dutiful, she would not have severed my medicine." Min interjected, "I have inquired. Song Xixi did not cut off your medicine. It was the physician Dan who deemed the Zhan family cold-hearted and disdainful, unworthy of his visit to treat you." Zhan Xiaowan emerged from the inner courtyard just as Min spoke, and his anger flared instantly. "Eldest sister-in-law, how dare you speak to mother in such a manner? Aligning with outsiders to criticize her, if elder brother hears of this, he will certainly cast you aside." In the past, Min would have scolded Zhan Xiaowan for her insolence, but having witnessed the callousness of those in the general's residence, she refrained, for the Zhan family was indeed capable of dismissing a wife without cause. Unlike Song Xixi, she had but two paths should she be cast aside: either to become a nun or to hang herself from a southeast branch. "Very well, I concede, I cannot afford to offend," Min declared before turning to leave. Zhan Beiwang observed her momentary display of weakness and the flicker of panic in her eyes with clarity. He understood what that expression signified. His heart was filled with conflicting emotions. He had initially believed that his triumphant return to the capital would herald a reunion with family, with a virtuous wife managing the household, and the beloved woman by his side, as they jointly pursued a lofty future without a care in the world. He never anticipated finding himself in such circumstances, yet, he quickly reassured himself that all would soon be well. Once the Ministry of Personnel finalized the official positions for himself and Yi Fang, they would achieve unparalleled merits on the battlefield in the south. Zhan Beiwang would rise to become a prominent figure in the court, and no one would dare utter a word against the general's residence again. The duke's household could not compare to his and Yi Fang's. Theirs was a family without members. Even if Xixi possessed formidable martial skills, she lacked the acumen for battlefield strategy and combat. She and Yi Fang would always be fundamentally different. He silently repeated to himself, Xixi, you will regret it. Chapter 38. The Battle of Zhan Beiwang and marriage. Shan led a group of people to transport the entire dowry back to the Duke of Town's residence. Xixi emerged to express her gratitude and invited everyone inside for tea. However, Shan shook his head and said, we shall forego the tea for now, as there are pressing matters to attend to. By the way, Zhan Beiwang asked me to convey a message to you. He hopes you will not harbor regrets. Xixi lowered her gaze and responded, your niece has heard this, yet there is nothing to relay to him, uncle, as you have important matters at hand, I would not dare to insist on your presence. Shan was quite pleased with her reply. The Song family could afford to lack many things, but their pride must remain intact. He departed with his entourage. It was not that he was unwilling to partake in tea, but the duke's residence was still in disarray, and the newly arrived individuals would certainly take time to learn the proper etiquette. He could manage alone, but he was accompanied by other members of the clan. With so many present, it was prudent to avoid any potential gossip that might arise from the servants, for the duke's residence could hardly withstand even the slightest slander at this time. Upon returning to Linglong Pavilion, Xixi composed a letter and dispatched it via swift horse to her sect, requesting an investigation into the recent battle at Changling Pass between Xijing and the Shang Kingdom. She harbored certain suspicions but dared not make assumptions, thus, clarity and evidence were necessary. Her maternal grandfather, General Shao, along with her third and seventh uncles, were stationed at Changling Pass. At the end of last year, 10,000 troops were requisitioned from Changling Pass to support the southern front, which necessitated her grandfather to seek reinforcements from the court when conflict arose between Xijing and Changling Pass. Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang were sent as reinforcements. However, the true circumstances of the battle remained unclear to her, and she could not risk inquiring with her grandfather or uncles, for if her suspicions were founded, her grandfather, as a marshal, would bear significant blame. For an entire month that followed, Xixi closed her doors to guests, yet, even if she had not, few would have sought her company. Those from the Song family would not intrude upon her unless it was of utmost importance. The household had been efficiently organized, and the several maids attending to her, having been instructed by the matron, were well versed in etiquette and knew when to advance or retreat. Amr.Lu, the steward, had been introduced by her uncle, Shan, and was deemed trustworthy. Positions ranging from guards, stable hands, carpenters, florists, cooks, to attendants had all been appropriately filled within the inner and outer courtyards. The manager of the outer courtyard, Chen Fu, had previously served in a marquis's household. He had sustained a leg injury from a fall and was permitted by Madame Song to return home to recuperate and reunite with his family. When Matron Huang sought the manager for the outer courtyard, he appeared at the duke's residence gate. Upon returning to oversee the outer courtyard, the nearly 60-year-old man wept in his room on the day of his arrival. The marquis's household had transformed into the duke's residence, and of the former masters, only the young lady remained, who had been rejected by the general's household and returned home, leaving him with a heavy heart. In addition to Baozhu, there were 4 other maids selected by the matron to serve Xixi. She named them Mingzhu, Shuazhu, Dongzhu, and Ruizhu. The 5 pearls attended to Xixi with great diligence, ensuring a continuous supply of bird's nest soup and nourishing broths, which enhanced her beauty over the course of a month. A year prior, Zhan Beiwang had taken Yi Fang as his wife, with Yi Fang entering as the legitimate spouse. The wedding was a grand and ostentatious affair. Despite the subsequent scandal of divorce, it was ultimately a union bestowed by the emperor, and officials, even royal relatives, attended the banquet upon receiving invitations. The elder matron, witnessing such a multitude of guests and a mountain of gifts, felt a sense of restored dignity. After the newlyweds had paid their respects to heaven and earth and bowed to the elders, the elder matron beamed with delight. The Ministry of War reported that during the battle, Yi Fang's contributions were paramount, as she had spearheaded the signing of a treaty that secured peace between the Shang Kingdom and Xijing. After years of border strife, her son and daughter-in-law had managed to restore order, filling the elder matron with immense pride. However, the subsequent banquet left the elder matron utterly astonished, and soon thereafter, she was consumed by fury. The guest list was meticulously curated, and the seating arrangements were predetermined, yet Yi Fang had brought along over 100 soldiers to the feast. They arrived en masse, empty-handed, and although Yi Fang, as the bride, was expected to remain in her chamber, she dashed out to personally greet her comrades upon hearing of their arrival. While it was understandable for a female general to exhibit such carefree spirit, given her future role on the battlefield and in the court like her male counterparts, the elder matron could hardly fathom the implications of such an unrestrained display. Chapter 39. A chaotic wedding. The issue was that no one had informed her of the soldiers' arrival, and upon their sudden appearance, they numbered over 100, occupying numerous seats. Consequently, many esteemed guests who had received invitations found themselves without a place at the banquet. These guests were dignitaries and officials, prominent figures in the court. Building rapport with them would significantly benefit Zhan Beiwang in his official endeavors, so how could this situation be managed? Yet, all of them stood shivering in the cold wind, a pitiful sight indeed. Old Madame Zhan suddenly cast a sharp glance at Min, urging her to devise a solution quickly. Min was equally taken aback, flustered and at a loss. No one had mentioned the presence of additional guests. She had arranged the seating strictly according to the guest list. The unexpected arrival of over 100 unruly individuals, who immediately commandeered seats and began feasting and laughing boisterously with the bride, created an utterly bizarre scene. Among them were members of noble families who had come to pay their respects to His Majesty. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Although the general's residence was not a grand family, it had a long-standing legacy. How could such disorder manifest at a wedding sanctioned by the emperor? Initially, some guests stood by, awaiting arrangements from the hosts, but as time passed without seeing any servants setting tables, they began to grasp the situation. Yet, no one voiced their concerns. They merely exchanged polite farewells with Zhan Beiwang, citing pressing matters at home, indicating that their presence was primarily to deliver gifts, while the banquet itself was of little consequence. Zhan Beiwang was left in a daze. He had no inkling that the soldiers would be attending. Watching his guests departed with their families felt like a series of slaps across his face, leaving him both humiliated and furious. He disregarded the guests already seated and hurriedly approached Yi Fang, exclaiming, "Come here, I need to speak with you." Yi Fang stood up, turning back to the soldiers with a smile, saying, "Continue enjoying yourselves. I shall return shortly. The general is in such a haste to be with his bride, ha ha. General, do take it easy, there will be toasts later. Ha ha, indeed, this is nothing compared to the barracks." The guests who had already taken their seats found such blunt remarks distasteful, their expressions turning sour. Almost in unison, they rose, offering no words of farewell, and left with their families. Zhan Beiwang was on the verge of madness. Such crude banter might have been tolerated within the military, but the individuals present today were of high status. Even the Jin Wang and Jin Wangfei had brought their errand princess, and now they too had departed, leaving behind nonsensical remarks. Upon hearing this, Zhan Beiwang felt his blood rush to his face, mottled with indignation and embarrassment. He dragged Yi Fang to the back courtyard, his chest tight with frustration. After pacing a few times to regain his composure, he still spoke with an irritable tone. "Why did you invite them? And why did you not inform us beforehand? Now all the guests have left." Yi Fang had been enjoying drinks with the soldiers, completely oblivious to the situation with the guests. Unlike the typical women of the household, she was a warrior, and she saw no issue in sharing jovial moments with the soldiers. Moreover, she believed it would showcase her distinctiveness to the official ladies and demonstrate to the officials her camaraderie with the soldiers, thereby winning their favor. Thus, she unabashedly indulged in revelry, confident that the guests would regard her with admiration and respect. Consequently, upon hearing that the guests had departed, she glanced around in astonishment, realizing that indeed, apart from the soldiers, everyone else had left. Why did they leave? Because there weren't enough seats. Zhan Beiwang, noticing her ignorance of the situation, felt a surge of frustration. "That is why I ask you why you invited them. They should not have been here with the guests." Yi Fang, her anger ignited by his words, retorted fiercely, "Are they looking down on the soldiers? On what grounds? Their comfort and privilege are safeguarded by the bloodshed of those soldiers. Why should soldiers not be worthy of sharing a feast with them?" Zhan Beiwang, observing her passionate expression, could not help but raise his voice. "This is not a matter of worthiness. It is simply impossible for us to have invited the soldiers. They ought to be at the garrison. You say over 100 of them arrived on a whim without consulting the garrison commander? If you did not inquire, they have left the garrison without permission and will face punishment even if General Lu consented to their presence. You should have informed us beforehand so we could prepare additional tables, keeping them separate from the other guests, thus avoiding the spectacle of over 100 guests without seats." Chapter 40. Misplaced anger towards the Min family. Yi Fang found the accusations directed at her to be utterly unfounded. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "I have only just crossed the threshold today, and you dare to chastise me so loudly? What will it be like in the future? Moreover, these soldiers have fought alongside you, bearing witness to our love. Inviting them to the banquet may not have been communicated to you beforehand, but which family hosting such a grand celebration would not set aside a few extra tables? As for their unauthorized departure from the camp, why should you be concerned? General Lu was not the type to lack understanding." With her confidence rising, Yi Fang observed that Zhan Beiwang's demeanor weakened. He did not wish to mar their wedding day with discord. He merely inquired, "So, are you implying that their departure was sanctioned by General Lu?" Yi Fang had not consulted General Lu but had simply issued a command for their attendance, deeming it inconsequential, as she believed General Lu to be reasonable. Thus, she brushed aside the matter and reproached him, "It is your own preparations that are lacking. Go ask around, which family hosting a wedding would fail to reserve additional tables for guests? I know not who arranged this wedding, but it is undeniably lacking in decorum. How can you blame me?" In this regard, Zhan Beiwang felt a pang of guilt. He recognized that in prominent families, it is customary to provide a banquet for the public in addition to invited guests. Had his mother and sister-in-law set up a communal feast, there would at least have been seating for the soldiers, preventing them from encroaching upon the guests' tables. He redirected his frustration towards his sister-in-law, Min, as she was responsible for all wedding arrangements. However, seeing Yi Fang's flushed cheeks from drink and recalling her earlier camaraderie with the soldiers, he felt a twinge of discontent. "You should stop drinking and return to the bridal chamber," he suggested. Once Yi Fang noted that all the guests had departed, she realized that celebrating with the soldiers held little significance, as no one could appreciate her uniqueness. She nodded and replied, "You ought to inquire with my sister-in-law as to why the wedding feast was conducted in such a shabby and disrespectful manner." Zhan Beiwang responded, "I shall address this matter. Allow me to escort you back to your chamber." The joy of the day had been thoroughly overshadowed, his dignity lay in tatters, particularly after the disparaging remark and disdainful gaze from the prince and his wife upon their departure, a humiliation he would remember for a lifetime. Yi Fang, equally incensed, felt her reputation tarnished by the guest's swift exit. She was the only female general praised by the empress herself, and on this day of her marriage, she should have been the center of attention, yet she found herself in such a dismal predicament. She attributed all her grievances to the elderly matriarch and her sister-in-law, Min, believing their reluctance to allocate sufficient funds for the banquet had resulted in this debacle. Though her fury simmered beneath the surface, she chose to suppress it on this joyous occasion, planning to confront them the following day. Despite not managing the household affairs, as the second wife of the general, she would not permit such a miserly and shabby situation to persist. Upon returning to her bridal chamber, her anger intensified with each passing moment. Since learning of Zhan Beiwang's divorce from the Song family, she had eagerly anticipated this highly publicized marriage, especially as it was a union sanctioned directly by the emperor in recognition of their military achievements and unprecedented honor that warranted a grand celebration. Indeed, the guests who attended that evening were esteemed individuals, including royal relatives and officials of both civil and military ranks, far surpassing the stature of those present when the Song family had joined. She had envisioned a moment when all the guests were seated, and the newlyweds would toast, allowing her to make the acquaintance of influential figures, particularly from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War, as she was anxiously awaiting her official military title, which had yet to be conferred upon her. However, all her plans were thwarted by Min's stinginess, rendering her a laughingstock in the capital. She could only imagine the glee on Song Xixi's face upon hearing of this misfortune, which fueled her ire further, prompting her to overturn the banquet table laden with wine and delicacies in her bridal chamber. Chapter 41. Zhan Beiwang feels exhausted. The guests had all departed, leaving behind only a group of boorish soldiers, and the old matriarch was nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack from anger. The others in the general's residence exchanged bewildered glances, having never witnessed a wedding celebration devolve into such chaos, especially one sanctioned by the emperor himself. If word of this were to spread, the general's household would surely become the laughingstock of the capital. Zhan Beiwang sought out Minshi, unable to contain his fury any longer. Slamming his hand on the table, he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, if you do not wish to assist me in ensuring that this wedding is conducted with some semblance of decorum, then just say so. What should have been a joyous feast has turned into a farce. With all the guests departed, how am I to serve in the court henceforth?" Minshi, overwhelmed with grievances, let her tears fall freely. "I merely arranged things according to the guest list. How was I to know so many would suddenly arrive? Can this be blamed on me? Besides, I have not previously been in charge of the household affairs. Whenever there were celebrations or tea gatherings, it was always Xixi who managed them. I observed her doing so strictly by the guest list, and there had never been any mistakes. Who could have foreseen such an influx of guests?" "Do not mention her," Zhan Beiwang retorted, his agitation mounting. "Even if you were not in charge before, would it have been so difficult to reserve extra seats for such a significant occasion as a wedding?" "I reserved 2 extra tables," Minshi replied, turning to her husband, Zhan Beiwang. He said that 2 additional tables would suffice, considering the guests invited were either wealthy or noble, and the banquet dishes were of the finest quality, with 6 courses featuring rare delicacies. In essence, it was a matter of limited funds. Zhan Beiqin, witnessing his wife being chastised by his younger brother, felt anger swell within him. "There is no need to berate your sister-in-law. This wedding has been conducted with sufficient grandeur. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of so many guests, there would have been no errors whatsoever." Zhan Beiwang countered, "Yet had there been sufficient extra seating, even with the influx of guests, there would have been no mishap. If money were an issue, you could have informed me beforehand, and I would have found a solution." The old matriarch, clutching her chest, commanded, "Silence, all of you." She shot a fierce glare at Minshi. "And you, what is this incessant weeping? Today, our household is celebrating a joyous occasion, not mourning a loss. Swallow your tears." Minshi turned away, drying her eyes, yet she felt deeply wronged. This was an unenviable task she had not wished to undertake. Had it not been for her mother-in-law's insistence, she would have steered clear of it altogether. The old matriarch cast a disdainful glance at the uncouth soldiers outside, heartily consuming their drinks. Though she found them repugnant, they were now the only guests remaining. "You all go outside and drink, regardless of the circumstances. Your presence here makes you guests. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow." Reluctantly, Zhan Beiwang turned to leave, forcing a smile as he joined the soldiers in their revelry. The soldiers, noticing that all the dignitaries had departed, felt a twinge of grievance, believing that these powerful officials looked down upon them, unwilling to share in their festivities. Having been belittled, they too felt wronged and, after downing several cups of wine, decided to take their leave. Ultimately, this wedding feast had resulted in discontent for all, particularly for Zhan Beiwang. Upon returning to the bridal chamber, he was met with the sight of overturned tables and a floor strewn with dishes. Soup and wine lay spilled everywhere, while fragments of plates and bowls littered the ground, and his eyes darkened with fury. Was it truly necessary for it to come to this? Yi Fang sat on the bed, turning her face away. "I have endured such tremendous humiliation. How could I not be affected? I have never seen a wedding conducted in such a manner." Zhan Beiwang spat through clenched teeth. "Had you not invited them, wouldn't this have been avoided?" Yi Fang rose, her anger flaring. Must we go round and round endlessly? What fault is it of mine for inviting them? They are my brothers. It was your sister-in-law who failed to reserve enough seats. I shall certainly hold her accountable tomorrow for ruining my wedding. Zhan Beiwang gazed at her, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In battle, they might have engaged in similar disputes, yet then, their arguments arose from differing tactical perspectives. She had her reasoning, and he had his strategies. It was merely a matter of differing opinions and did not affect their bond. But now, as they quarreled, he perceived her as simply being unreasonable. Chapter 42 The slaughter of surrendered villagers. He remained silent for a moment before turning to instruct someone to come in and clean up. This woman, acquired through his military exploits, deserved better on what should have been a momentous wedding night, regardless of whose fault it may be. Her grievances were undeniably real. He endured it. He could not allow even a flicker of regret to surface within him. He needed to witness Xixi's regret instead. If only Xixi knew how disgraceful his wedding with Yi Fang had turned out, she would surely be stifling a laugh in secret. In the Duke of the State's residence, after an evening of rigorous training that left her drenched in sweat, Xixi indulged in a hot bath and then summoned Baozhu to bring her a flask of peach blossom wine, which she drank alone. For the past month, her days had been spent in this solitary manner, reading by day and practicing martial arts by night. Having been married to the general's household for a year, she had not practiced a single move. While she had not entirely lost her skills, her techniques had certainly dulled. She was determined to regain her former prowess. Unbeknownst to her, today marked the wedding day of Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang. Under the strict supervision of old Madame Huang and old Madame Liang, the servants were forbidden from discussing any matters pertaining to the general's household. After consuming a moderate amount of wine, Baozhu hastily lifted the curtain and entered, holding a note in her hand. Miss, your senior brother's carrier pigeon has arrived. Xixi set down her wine cup and military treatise, immediately rising to take the note from Baozhu's hand, only to be struck by a sudden change in her complexion after reading it. What is wrong, miss? Baozhu inquired anxiously upon noticing her distress. Xixi sank back into her chair, lost in thought for a long while before finally responding, Baozhu, bring me a pot of strong liquor. Startled, Baozhu gasped, Miss, could it be that something terrible has happened? Having followed her for many years, from the estate to the martial arts school and back to the capital, learning propriety before marrying into the general's residence, she had witnessed her mistress consume strong liquor only twice before. The first time was upon learning of the deaths of the Marquis and the young generals on the battlefield in the southern frontier. The second time was after the massacre of the Marquis's family. It must be something grave indeed for her to resort to strong liquor again. Go fetch it. Xix's breath was somewhat unsteady, her anxiety palpable. Understood. Baozhu turned to leave, dispatching someone to procure the liquor, as such potent drink was not allowed within the household under the two matriarchs' strict rules. Once Baozhu had exited, Xixi took a moment to compose herself, inhaling deeply several times to steady her racing heart. She had to remain calm, sufficiently composed and rational. Rising, she placed the note upon a candle, watching as the flame devoured the words inscribed upon it. Yi Fang's slaughter of surrendered villagers. Her suspicions had not been unfounded. This conflict indeed harbored serious issues. The strife between Xixi and the Shang kingdom was not merely a matter of one side seeking to invade the other, but rather a long-standing dispute over border issues. There had been an understanding that even in the event of war, civilians and prisoners of war would not be harmed, yet Yi Fang's massacre of villagers meant that Xijiang's spies would stop at nothing to exact vengeance upon the Marquis's household. Moreover, in the battle at Changling Pass, her grandfather, General Xiao, had served as commander, and her father had also defended Changling Pass, repelling Xijiang's forces on multiple occasions. Thus, this time, both old grievances and new resentments would be inflicted upon the helpless women, children, and the elderly of the Marquis's household, compounded by her status as the wife of Zhan Beiwang. However, she could not fathom why, if Yi Fang indeed committed such atrocities, the people of Xijing would not be driven to fury, seeking to gather their forces to storm Changling Pass in retribution for the innocent lives lost, rather than opting to surrender and sign a treaty with Yi Fang, agreeing on borderlines and promising non-aggression. The treaty had been signed at Yi Fang's behest, thus in the Ministry of War's assessment of merit, Yi Fang received the highest accolades, followed by Zhan Beiwang. Why was this war under Yi Fang's command? What was her grandfather's stance? Xixi found herself in a quandary, realizing that she would have to await her senior brother's return from Changling Pass to uncover the truth of the situation. For now, the only certainty was that her family had fallen victim to the Xijing spies due to Yi Fang's massacre of surrendered villagers, yet she could not understand why, despite Yi Fang's actions, the emperor had not punished him but instead recognized him with accolades of merit. From her understanding of the emperor, he was not a tyrant prone to bloodshed. After ascending the throne, he had repeatedly proclaimed that during times of war, civilians should not be harmed. Could it be that the emperor was entirely unaware of these events, and what was her grandfather's attitude towards Yi Fang's slaughter of surrendered villagers? Having guarded Changling Pass for many years, he had never harmed a single civilian from Xijing. How could he possibly condone Yi Fang's actions? Chapter 43 Two letters delivered by carrier pigeon. She had no opportunity to peruse the report from her grandfather, which had been sent back to the military department. The good news would have first reached the Ministry of War, where it would be transcribed and then presented to the emperor. Thus, the Ministry of War must possess both the report from her grandfather and the dispatch of good tidings. She needed to infiltrate the ministry. During the night, foot traffic was scarce, yet considering that the 6 ministries were situated along Qianbu Street, adjacent to the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Guards would not patrol that area, however, she was determined to view the battle report in her grandfather's post-war memorial, for it was certain that her grandfather acknowledged Yi Fang's merits, otherwise, the ministry would not have made such commendations. The people of Xijing were known for their vengeful nature. Should Yi Fang have committed atrocities against the surrendered or slaughtered entire villages, irrespective of their reasons for capitulation, they would not easily let bygones be bygones. The most probable course of action would be for them to ally with the Shagwa, making their presence felt on the southern battlefield. She consulted a map. If the Xijing forces were to appear on the southern front without traversing through the Shangwa, they would first need to reach Shagwa, and then proceed to the southern region, a journey that would take nearly 3 months. At present, Shagwa was resolute in its ambitions for the southern territories, yet with the northern king stationed there, their offensive had been fruitless, resulting in a stalemate. Should the Xijing forces join the fray, the northern king would undoubtedly face defeat, a variable of which he could have no foreknowledge, rendering him incapable of preemptive measures. Even if he could anticipate such an event, the absence of reinforcements would lead to his inevitable downfall. The Xijing forces would be relentless in their pursuit of vengeance, as evidenced by their comprehensive assault on the Ho residence in the capital. The southern conflict had dragged on for far too long, the troops were weary, and supplies were dwindling, placing the northern king in a precarious predicament. If her conjectures were accurate, the court must dispatch reinforcements to the southern front without delay, but mobilizing troops from the capital or Huai prefecture would necessitate at least a month, if not longer. There could be no further delays, yet she lacked evidence to substantiate that the Xijing forces were mobilizing towards Shagwa. She could only await news from her elder brother. Her immediate priority was to acquire information from the ministry regarding the current situation of the battle. When Baozhu entered with a heated knife in hand, she found the young lady absent from her quarters. She searched frantically, martial training room, study, garden, yet there was no sign of her. In a state of urgency, she summoned the 4 pearls to assist in the search and reported to Huang Mama and Liang Mama. Soon thereafter, everyone in the residence was mobilized to search, but to no avail. Ultimately, it was Baozhu who discovered that the red whip was missing, confirming that the young lady had ventured out. On a late evening, leaving the house with a red whip implied she intended to take action. The two matrons exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Today, unbeknownst to the young lady, was the day of the wedding between Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang, though they were aware of it. They simply had not informed her. Could it be that she had discovered this and sought trouble with the Zhan family? They quickly dismissed this conjecture. The young lady was not one to act in such a manner. She was always decisive in her actions. Having sought a divorce from the palace, she would not entangle herself further with the Zhan family. Huang Mama commanded, "There is no need to continue the search. Everyone return to your quarters and rest. Baozhu, you go back to Linglong Pavilion and wait. The young lady will return shortly. She merely indulged in some wine and has stepped out for a stroll to clear her head." "Yes," came the collective response, and they all retreated to their rooms. Baozhu returned to Linglong Pavilion to wait, convinced that the young lady was not heading to the Zhan family but rather related to the note. She was uncertain what had transpired, as she had not seen the note. The young lady had instructed her not to open any correspondence delivered by carrier pigeon. As midnight approached, a sudden flurry outside caught Baozhu's attention. She promptly rose and ran outside, only to see another carrier pigeon landing on the railing. She recognized this pigeon as belonging to her second sister. She stepped forward to remove the note tied to its leg before returning to her quarters. On the same night, first the elder brother's carrier pigeon, followed by the second sister's, had arrived, and Baozhu surmised that something significant must have occurred. Chapter 44. A return to the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. That night, Xixi successfully infiltrated the Ministry of War's document room. Without much effort in searching, she found all the reports from the battle at Changling Pass neatly arranged in the upper left corner of the shelf. She took out the luminous pearl she always carried, draping it with a sheer veil to obscure some of its brilliance, and then concealed herself in a corner as she perused the reports one by one. After finishing, a chill coursed through her body, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang had gone as reinforcements. Upon their arrival at Changling Pass, they participated in the battle. However, due to their lack of extensive battlefield experience, during the first skirmish, her third uncle sacrificed an arm to save Zhan Beiwang. Her seventh uncle had already fallen before the reinforcements arrived. In her memories, he was still the spirited young man, now lost to the ravages of war. Her maternal grandfather had also sustained an arrow wound before the reinforcements reached the scene, thus leaving Zhan Beiwang to lead the final stages of the conflict. Indeed, it was Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang who ultimately turned the tide. They led their troops into the city of Lubaner in Xijing, where Zhan Beiwang was responsible for incinerating the military supplies and grain stores, while Yi Fang captured several junior generals and soldiers from Xijing. It was these captured generals who ultimately compelled Xijing to surrender. After signing the treaty in Lubaner, Yi Fang returned to Changling Pass, only releasing the captured generals afterward. The reports made no mention of the massacre of villages or the slaying of surrendering foes. Either her grandfather had concealed this information, or he was entirely unaware. Regardless of his knowledge, once verified, he would undoubtedly be held accountable as the commander. Xixi returned the reports and memorials to their place and utilized her likeness skills to exit the Ministry of War. Upon her return to Linglong Pavilion, she found Baozhu awaiting her. Not inquiring further upon seeing her clad in night attire, Baozhu simply handed her a note, stating, "Your second senior sister's carrier pigeon has delivered this." Xixi immediately took the note and unfolded it, gasping in shock as her suspicions were confirmed. Her second senior sister wrote that the 30,000 troops from Xijing had taken the route through Shagwa, disguising themselves as soldiers of Shagwa and heading toward the southern battlefield, bringing provisions along. Shagwa and Xijing had indeed formed an alliance, or rather, it was not merely an alliance, but Xijing had poured all its resources into aiding Shagwa, driven by vengeance and the desire to carve up the southern territories. She pondered for a moment. "Baozhu, select an outfit for me. I shall seek an audience with the emperor tomorrow." "Certainly, miss, please rest for now. It is already midnight. I will prepare some bird's nest soup." Baozhu refrained from asking further, knowing that there were matters beyond her assistance, and focused on ensuring the well-being of her mistress. There is no need to prepare it. You should rest as well. Song Xixi's voice was hoarse from weeping. She removed her night attire and tucked it back into the wardrobe. This outfit had been made before her marriage and now felt considerably loose, a testament to the weight she had lost over the past year. Baozhu curtsied and exited, yet she did not retire for the night. Instead, she returned to the small kitchen to continue preparing the bird's nest soup, so that when the young lady awoke the following morning, she could enjoy it with some goat's milk. Alas, the girl was truly pitiable. The next day, following the morning court session, the cleansing emperor went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, having received reports from the southern territories indicating that his younger brother had already reclaimed several regions, with only Ili and Shiming remaining. He believed that within a month, these two areas would also be restored, thus reuniting the entire southern region under the banner of the Shang Kingdom. Consequently, the cleansing emperor was in high spirits that day. Before he could reach the Empress Dowager's palace, a messenger arrived to report, "Your Majesty, Miss Song from the Jingua Duke's residence seeks an audience. She is currently waiting outside the palace gates." Upon hearing her name, the cleansing emperor remarked, "She must be here to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Let her in." Wu Dabin shook his head, "Your Majesty, Miss Song is not here to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. She claims to have urgent matters to discuss with Your Majesty." The cleansing emperor recalled that yesterday had marked the joyous occasion of Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang's wedding. Although the ceremony had been a chaotic affair, tarnishing the reputation of the general's family, they had nonetheless managed to wed. Did she come to the palace today out of resentment? If that were the case, why seek an imperial decree for divorce? Furthermore, having secured a favorable arrangement post-divorce, if she continued to harbor discontent and instigate trouble, it would indeed be unbecoming of her. The cleansing emperor was averse to meddling in these matters of the heart, finding them rather tiresome, yet, recalling her youthful visage from their last encounter, he momentarily softened and had allowed her to approach him with any concerns she might have. What he intended as mere comforting words, she had seemingly taken to heart. Irritated by the disruption that Song Xixi's presence had wrought upon his good mood, the cleansing emperor still suppressed his annoyance and ordered, "Let her go to the imperial study." He wished to see what demands she might present this time. Should they be excessive, he would have to admonish her. Chapter 45 A nonsensical tale in the imperial study. Emperor Suqing gazed at Song Xixi, who was kneeling upon the pure white jade floor. Clad in a simple white waistbound garment, she draped a cerulean cloak over her shoulders, her hair not styled in the traditional bun as during her previous visit to the palace, but instead tied back in a high ponytail secured with a plain white silk ribbon. Her complexion was pallid, with faint red tinges around her eyes, and subtle shadows of darkness hinted at a sleepless night, her slightly curled lashes appearing to glisten with unshed tears. She possessed a breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a pear blossom weeping in the rain, yet devoid of any pitiable aura. Rather, there resided within her gaze a profound strength and resolve. "Your humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty." Her voice was hoarse, a testament to the tears she had shed beneath the covers after Baozhu had withdrawn the previous night. "You have wept?" Emperor Suqing furrowed his brow, his handsome features reflecting a hint of displeasure. "Is it for the marriage of Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang?" Song Xixi shook her head, poised to speak, when the emperor continued, "The decree of divorce was sought by you upon entering the palace. Having been divorced, your futures are now separate. Why burden yourself with the sorrows of the past? If you cannot let go, you should not have requested that I grant you a divorce." Although Emperor Suqing's tone seemed gentle, an underlying irritation was evident. Song Xixi hurriedly replied, striving to avoid interruption, "Your humble servant has wept not for Zhan Beiwang. Having divorced, there should be no lingering emotions. I wept because I received a letter from my senior apprentice sister, informing me that my seventh uncle has sacrificed his life, my third uncle has lost an arm, and my grandfather has sustained an arrow wound, from which he has yet to recover." Naturally, she refrained from disclosing that she had learned of this through eavesdropping on the Ministry of War's reports. The emperor paused in surprise, then sighed slowly, "I had intended to keep this from you. After all, your family was exterminated just 6 months ago. Xixi, your seventh uncle died a hero for the nation. He is a hero of the Shang Kingdom. I have issued a decree to posthumously honor him as a brave divine general. Do not grieve too deeply, it may harm your own health." Tears welled in Song Xixi's eyes, only to be forcefully repressed. "I understand, they are martial generals, just like my father and brothers. In times of war, it is their fate to be wrapped in a horse's hide. I have come today for another pressing matter. My senior apprentice brother, who is traveling abroad, has discovered that 300,000 troops from Xijing have entered the Shah Kingdom, disguised as soldiers of the Shah, and are heading towards the southern battlefield." Upon hearing this, Emperor Suqing furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Absurd. Utter nonsense. Xijing had just signed a treaty with the Shang Kingdom, establishing a border that prohibited incursions. If Xijing were to tear up the treaty immediately, it would lose all credibility. Who would be willing to engage in trade with Xijing thereafter? Furthermore, just yesterday, a report from the southern battlefield indicated a significant advantage, nearing the completion of the campaign to reclaim the south, a monumental achievement that he and his younger brother had aspired to since childhood, a matter that had remained in the hearts of his grandfather and father until their dying breaths. The southern battlefield had endured to this point, with the Shah Kingdom at its last gasp. Victory was imminent, yet she claimed that 300,000 soldiers from Xijing were aiding the Shah Kingdom. How could this be possible? While Xijing and the Shah Kingdom maintained cordial relations and cultural exchanges, they had never formed a military alliance. Knowing that the emperor would not easily believe her, Song Xixi presented a letter. "This letter was written by my senior apprentice brother. Your Majesty, please peruse it. Whether to believe it or not is for Your Majesty to decide. My senior apprentice brother's surname is Shin, given name Qinghe." Of course, her senior apprentice brother had not penned this letter. The news had been relayed by her second apprentice sister. However, her senior apprentice brother, having left the sect at 18 to become a wandering hero, had authored the Chronicles of the Shang Kingdom, which chronicled the renowned mountains and rivers of Shang, earning him considerable fame. This letter was a mimicry of her senior brother's handwriting. If it were claimed to be news from her second apprentice sister, the emperor would undoubtedly dismiss it. Last night, she had calmed herself and reflected deeply, realizing that the southern battlefield would undoubtedly pose great peril. If the court did not dispatch reinforcements, the chances of defeat for the North Ming king were exceedingly high, and the soldiers on the southern battlefield might not return. The urgency of the situation was palpable. There could be no delay, for the Xijing army had already entered the Xia kingdom, making their way to the southern battlefield. Even if reinforcements were dispatched now, they might arrive too late. As for the aftermath of the reckoning regarding the Lingguan and Lubener city battles, and whether her grandfather would be implicated, that could be considered later. Losing the south was a profound sorrow for all Shang people. Her father often lamented that if they could reclaim the south, he would die without regrets. He had once achieved this, but alas, it was lost again, allowing the Xia kingdom to return and seize it once more. At present, the utmost priority must be the territory of the south and the lives of the 200,000 soldiers on the southern battlefield. Chapter 46, The Emperor's distrust upon receiving a letter from her senior brother, Xinxinghe. The Emperor of Cleansing sighed in surprise and hastily commanded Wu Daban to present the missive. As he scrutinized the characters upon the parchment, he recognized the distinct handwriting of Mr. Qinghe, having had the fortune to acquire some of his calligraphy during his time as crown prince. The majority of the letter detailed the travels and sights he encountered. However, the concluding paragraph read, After scaling the peaks of Luoxia Mountain, I was astonished to observe that several 100,000 soldiers from the western capital had donned the uniforms of the Sand Kingdom, accompanied by provisions. The third prince of the Sand Kingdom personally welcomed them into our territory, which has left me utterly perplexed. I cannot fathom whether an alliance has been forged between the western capital and the Sand Kingdom, and if so, why they would usher in nearly 300,000 soldiers. At present, I am discreetly trailing behind them and have discovered they are heading towards the southern battlefield, likely to launch an offensive against our southern borders. This matter is of grave importance. You should deliberate whether or not to report this to the emperor. Song Xixi kept her head down, her heart fluttering with anxiety, fearful that the emperor might perceive the underlying truth. After perusing the letter, the emperor summoned Wu Daban to fetch Xinxinghe's calligraphy for comparison. Indeed, there was no discernible difference in the handwriting. However, the emperor, a devotee of calligraphy and well-versed in the nuances of written characters, could discern that while the letter bore a striking Xin script, it exhibited signs of deliberate imitation. Furthermore, if Xinxinghe had penned this letter in the Sand Kingdom, it would be implausible, for the Sand Kingdom did not possess such exquisite Xian paper. This particular paper was produced in the merchant city of Xuanqing, and since the Sand Kingdom's invasion of the southern territories, trade between the two nations had ceased, rendering the Sand Kingdom unable to procure such paper. Upon inhaling the scent of the ink, he confirmed it was derived from the inkstone of the White Calligraphy Studio in the capital. Though the fragrance was not particularly remarkable, he had often purchased ink from the studio during his tenure as crown prince and could easily identify it. Thus, he concluded that the letter was a forgery. From the emperor's gaze, Song Xixi discerned that the ruse had been uncovered. Their sovereign was astute and wise, possessing a profound admiration for her senior brother, and he had certainly scrutinized his calligraphic works. Yet, in this moment of urgency, she had failed to devise a better plan, for the mobilization of troops could not afford delay, not even by a single day. The emperor raised his eyes to regard her, his expression stern. Are you aware that, based on this forged letter, I could have your head? You must understand the limits of folly. You were the one who sought a divorce, now you are unwilling to accept the consequences. What is it that you truly desire? You, of all people, being a disciple of the Wan sect, should be wary of such reckless behavior. Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of the Wan sect? Shall you bring shame upon your lineage? The emperor's inquiries left Song Xixi with no choice but to candidly acknowledge, Your Majesty, I confess the letter is indeed a forgery. However, I can assure you that the information contained within is entirely accurate. I am willing to stake my life on it. Folly. The emperor slammed his palm upon the imperial desk, his countenance a mixture of severity and disappointment. Currently, you are the sole representative of the Duke of the State's household. Do you wish for me to take your life? Is it your intention to extinguish the entire lineage of the Duke? Do you grasp the depth of my concerns? I have broken precedent to allow your future husband to inherit a title, ensuring that you may enjoy a life of honor and wealth, a privilege earned at the cost of your father and brother's lives. How can you so recklessly squander this opportunity, by fabricating such news? Do you intend to summon reinforcements, hoping that Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang will return to the southern battlefield? The battlefield is treacherous. Do you wish for them to meet their demise there? Song Xixi, how have you become this way? Must you transform yourself into such an odious figure? His scathing rebuke was laced with humiliation, causing Song Xixi's cheeks to flush crimson, her ears ablaze. Your Majesty, I admit that I forged the letter. The information was not relayed by my senior brother but rather sent to me by my second senior sister via carrier pigeon. I claimed it was my senior brother's discovery out of concern that you would not trust my second senior sister enough. The emperor's expression turned icy. Your words grow increasingly absurd. Your second senior sister, though skilled in martial arts, is merely a woman. How could she possibly comprehend the intricacies of military affairs? How could she infiltrate the Sand Kingdom to uncover the movements of the western capital's forces? Song Xixi anticipated. She is forbidden from stepping outside until the new year. With that, he rose and swept away, leaving Song Xixi desperate to follow, only to be intercepted by the imperial guards. Chapter 47. Under house arrest, she could not possibly confront the imperial guards, otherwise, the emperor would only be further convinced that she was meddling in the marriage between Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang. Watching the emperor's retreating figure as he swept away in anger, she hastily called out, "Your Majesty, my father is a renowned general of the Shang kingdom, and my brothers are valiant minor generals who instill fear in the hearts of our enemies on the battlefield. Though I may not measure up to them, I assure you I will not be ensnared by petty romantic entanglements. If I must sever ties with Zhan Beiwang, then it shall be done decisively. I would never intertwine matters of state with personal affairs. I implore you to trust me just this once." The emperor halted, not turning back, and coldly uttered, "If you recognize that Lord Song and the minor generals are noble heroes, refrain from engaging in actions that would tarnish their reputations. I can bestow honor, yet I can also retract it. Return now, I shall pretend you were never here. Take heed of your own conduct." With that, he strode away. Song Xixi, feeling helpless, lowered her hands. Disgraceful actions? In the eyes of others, even in the emperor's view, was she truly perceived as a petty and troublesome individual? As the daughter of Song Huan, could she not even set aside a modicum of romantic sentiment, after leaving home at a young age to join the Wanzong sect, and returning to the capital 2 years ago, spending the first year learning the proper conduct of a respectable lady under her mother's guidance, and the second year serving her mother-in-law and managing the general's household? Had she truly committed any indiscretions? Was she now deemed narrow-minded and selfish simply for wanting to divorce? With a heavy heart, she exited the imperial study, flanked by the imperial guards who forbade her from going anywhere else, insisting she return home and remain under house arrest, fearing she might incite even more extreme actions. Upon returning to her residence, Chen Fu, seeing the imperial guards accompany her, did not show any sign of surprise but greeted them with a smile. "Please, gentlemen, come in for a cup of tea." The guards replied indifferently, "No need, we are ordered to remain at the entrance and shall not disturb the young lady." Although Chen Fu was unaware of the events that had transpired, he instructed someone to bring tea and snacks to the door before shutting it firmly. Once the door was closed, Chen Fu turned to Song Xixi and inquired, "My lady, what has happened?" As Song Xixi entered the main hall, she removed her cloak and settled into a seat. After sending for Nurse Huang and Nurse Liang, she explained, "The emperor sent someone to monitor my movements daily, though I do not know for how long. I have pressing matters that require me to leave the residence. While I am gone, the duke's household must continue to operate as if I were still present. Let us maintain the ruse for as long as possible. If it cannot be concealed any longer, simply state that I have returned to my sect." Chen Fu, being an elder in the household, understood that the young lady was no ordinary woman confined to the inner quarters. He replied, "My lady, if you have matters to attend to, go without hesitation. I will safeguard the duke's residence." Nurse Liang and Nurse Huan nodded in agreement, having noticed the increased activity of messenger pigeons in recent days, indicating that something was amiss. "When do you plan to depart?" Nurse Liang inquired. With determination in her eyes, particularly the strikingly red beauty mark on her face, Song Xixi replied, "I shall leave tonight. It is not difficult for me to slip away, but I require a horse. I need to devise a way to have my steed brought to the other courtyard." Her chestnut mare was swift and attuned to her, and she needed to reach the battlefield in the southern frontier as quickly as possible to inform the northern Ming king of this crucial news, enabling him to prepare strategic defenses. Chen Fu suggested, "This can be arranged. In a couple of days, it will be the wedding of Princess Lan, the wife of the Huai king. I can ride to deliver gifts to the princess and, upon completion, will take your horse to the other courtyard before returning with another mount." Song Xixi recalled that her cousin's wedding had been set for some time. The invitation had been sent while she was still at the general's residence, and her aunt had informed her of the date. It was only fitting that as a cousin, she should contribute gifts to the occasion. Although she felt regret at being unable to attend her cousin's wedding, there was little she could do. "Very well, let us proceed with this plan. The imperial guards will not restrict your comings and goings. Nurse Liang, as I share a close bond with my cousin, please select some fine items from the storeroom to send her." Understood. Nurse Liang promptly exited to fulfill the task. Chapter 48. The visit of the Min family. Chen Fu, accompanied by several ornate boxes, galloped out the door. The imperial guards, as expected, did not inquire about his destination. After all, as long as the eldest daughter of the Song family remained within the confines of her home, it sufficed. The emperor had placed restrictions on her movements, which did not concern the other members of the household. Moreover, the Grand Duke's residence was not devoid of daily comings and goings for purchases. Upon arriving at the Prince of Huai's estate, Chen Fu announced that he had come to present adornments from the Duke's residence for the princess. The gatekeeper reported his arrival, and shortly thereafter, the stewardess of the prince's consort emerged. After a respectful bow, she stated, "Good day, Manager Chen. The princess has conveyed that, given the current circumstances of the duke's daughter returning home after her divorce, it is not appropriate for her to incur expenses for the princess's adornments. While we appreciate the gesture, please take your offerings back. There is no need for further visits." Chen Fu was momentarily taken aback, observing the stewardess's indifferent demeanor. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The consort of the prince regarded the young lady's divorce as an ill omen, thus rejecting her offerings. A surge of indignation swelled within Chen Fu, yet the decorum instilled in him from serving in high society compelled him to maintain his composure. "If that is the case, please convey Our Lady's blessings to the princess. I shall take my leave. No need for farewells," the stewardess replied coolly. Seething with frustration, Chen Fu was acutely aware of the rumors circulating during the month the young lady had been in seclusion. Whispers abounded that she could not tolerate Zhan Beiwang's intention to marry a commoner, casting her as jealous and disrespectful to her in laws. It was said that the general's residence could easily dismiss a wife, yet the emperor had only granted a divorce decree in recognition of the loyalty and valor of the Ho family. While such gossip from others was bearable, it stung particularly when it came from the prince's consort, who was a blood sister to the late Madame Dai in life. The two had maintained a close bond, and it was the madam who had summoned the renowned physician to assist during the consort's difficult labor with the princess. The young lady had endured unfair treatment in the Zhan family, and her aunt had not intervened. Now, to be so disdainfully treated while offering gifts and adornments was incomprehensible. What had she done to deserve such scorn? Though vexed, Chen Fu could not forget the important tasks entrusted to him by the young lady. He directed his horse towards a villa outside the city, temporarily leaving the gifts there, intending to retrieve them later when the young lady ventured out, sparing her from further heartache. He procured a horse and gathered provisions needed for travel, and then visited the renowned physician Dan at the apothecary of the Medicine King to acquire remedies for ailments and wounds. Without uttering a word, the physician, upon seeing Chen Fu's purchases, generously offered him a multitude of vials. Take these back for your young lady. She knows their purpose. Chen Fu attempted to offer payment, but the physician narrowed his eyes, insisting, take them. Bowing in gratitude, Chen Fu acknowledged that, apart from the Song family, the physician was the only one still willing to extend kindness towards the young lady, a debt of gratitude he would remember. Returning to the entrance of the duke's residence, Chen Fu observed a carriage halted outside, where Liang Mama was conversing with a weary-looking woman, who was pleading fervently, please let me see Xixi. I have pressing matters to discuss with her. Liang Mama replied coldly, our young lady has divorced Zhan Beiwang. Any urgent matters you have do not concern her. Madam, I implore you to return and refrain from causing a scene. Liang Mama, my mother-in-law has fallen ill, unable to summon physician Dan, nor can I procure the dowry pills from the apothecary. They only seek to make my life difficult. I am truly at my wits' end, madam. Liang Mama interrupted, the general and his new wife are capable individuals, more than capable of resolving any issues. Even if there were difficulties, they should not be brought to our young lady. I shall refrain from speaking harshly, but you know how our young lady once treated you, madam. Surely you recall the past kindness. I only hope you do not come to tarnish her reputation further with your grievances, as I would not want her to be deemed unfilial. Minshir grasped Liang Mama's hand, her face contorted with despair. Liang Mama, I understand that Xixi has been kind to me. Please speak to her on my behalf. Help me just this once. The words being spoken outside are not my doing. I did not speak them. Alas, they do not concern me. If I cannot summon physician Dan, my mother-in-law will not forgive me. Liang Mama shook off her grasp and glanced at Chen Fu. Manager Chen, it is time to return. Chapter 49. The Peach Blossom Spear. As the grand gates of the duke's residence closed, they barred men from entering. Regarding the general's manner, Liang Mama had no desire to comment. However, upon noticing Chen Fu's furrowed brow, she inquired, what troubles you, Chen Steward? Chen Fu handed the riding whip to the groom and shifted his left leg, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The day had seen him riding far more than usual, aggravating an old injury. The princess of Huai has declined the lady's gift for the young princess. Chen Fu spoke softly, wary of being overheard. Liang Mama paused in surprise. The princess and our lady are sisters, and their bond has always been, I see. Despite the emperor's bestowal of the duke's title, the lady's return home after the divorce had led to disparaging remarks from the outside world, compounded by the absence of the lady's presence, which had diminished familial affection. In the eyes of noble families, it was believed that the lady thrived under her father and brother's protection, which accounted for the emperor's special favor. Thus, no one held her in high regard. Chen Fu continued, the gift is placed in the side room of the other courtyard. The lady should not notice when she goes to fetch the horse tonight. Let us keep this matter from her. Indeed, it is best she remains unaware. To spare her any distress, Liang Mama nodded in agreement. She chose not to inform the lady about Min's visit, as she was set to depart for a long journey that night and wished to shield her from the general's manor's sordid affairs. Chen Fu delivered the medicine from the esteemed physician Dan to Linglong Pavilion, handing it over to Song Xixi. Upon opening the package, she discovered an assortment of remedies and precious elixirs, including a vial of dowry pills, renowned for their efficacy in fortifying the heart, and exceedingly costly. How much silver did this cost? Have we settled the payment? Song Xixi inquired. He refused to accept it. He merely instructed this old servant to take it away. Chen Fu replied. Song Xixi nodded slightly. Very well, I shall hold on to it for now and settle it with him upon my return. She then unwrapped another bundle, revealing several packets of snacks and provisions. Chen Fu remarked, it appears snow is imminent. Should the lady find herself traveling, she must be prepared for the possibility of heavy snow obstructing her access to an inn. You have worked hard, Song Xixi spoke softly. Chen Fu turned his face aside. Has the lady organized her belongings? Yes, all is in order. Song Xixi packed everything into her satchel, which swelled with items. She smiled, her eyes welling with warmth. Chen Steward, I entrust everything in the manor to you and Mama while I am away. Do not worry about the manor. All will be well as long as the lady returns safely, Chen Fu reassured her. Though he remained unaware of her destination, the physician's generous provision of healing remedies left him deeply concerned. Song Xixi gazed at him, her eyes slightly reddened. Chen Steward, what weapon does my father favor? The scythe spear. Chen Fu recalled vividly the sight of the marquis wielding the spear in the snow. At that time, you could hardly wield it with both hands. Song Xixi retrieved the gleaming silver spear adorned with crimson tassels from the weapons room. The spearhead, silver in hue, was intricately bound with red threads and ribbons at its junction, a striking sight indeed. Her father had named this spear Peach Blossom for its sharpness and the delicate carvings of peach blossoms along its length, with hidden mechanisms that released small darts when pressed. With a flick of the crimson tassel, the spear's tip struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. With a swift motion, she unleashed the peach blossom spear, producing a resonant, quivering sound in the air. She leaped from the ground, catching herself midair, and with a sweeping motion, sent the freshly fallen leaves scattering to one corner. A thrust of the spear sent the heap of leaves swirling like a tempest, scattering in all directions. She soared amidst the chaos of leaves, raising clouds of dust wherever the spear passed. With each sweep, branches and leaves lay strewn across the ground. With the second sweep, pebbles were sent tumbling. With the third, a fierce wind howled. Dressed in a gown of pure white, Xixi moved with the swiftness of lightning. Were it not for the vibrant red of the tassel, one might scarcely discern her presence, yet, even discernment mattered little. The unpredictable dance of her spear left one uncertain of where the tip would strike next. Chapter 50 Of the arrival of the two elder matrons in this practice session, lasting half an hour, she elegantly extended her legs into the air, her agile and lithe form executing several rapid spins. Turning back, she channeled her inner strength into the long spear for a single strike, instantly reducing a round stone to mere dust. Chen Fu, astounded, stepped forward to inspect the scene, discovering that every fallen leaf on the ground had been pierced through without exception. Filled with immense delight, he exclaimed, "Miss, your spear technique surpasses that of the esteemed generals, nearly rivaling that of the Duke himself." Holding the spear with great ease, Xixi felt the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her face flushed like a blooming red plum. After a month of arduous training, she had finally regained her former prowess from when she descended the mountain. This time, I shall set forth wielding the peach blossom spear. Reinforcements were certain to arrive, albeit perhaps too late. Thus, she intended to rally the myriad sects and some old friends to the battlefield first, standing alongside the North Ming King until aid arrived. The North Ming King was currently engaged in warfare against the Sand Kingdom and the southern frontier, and he would certainly be aware of their movements. However, spies could not delve deeply into the Sand Kingdom, making it challenging for him to swiftly adapt his strategies when news eventually reached him, as his troops were always limited. Snow began to fall, light flakes drifting from the branches. It was past midday, around the hour of Shin, and the sky was a blanket of white. Despite the enchanting snow scene, Xixi had no heart to appreciate it. She was solely focused on how to reach the southern battlefield with the utmost expediency. Although the chestnut horse was said to travel 1,000 miles a day, in reality, it could manage only 500 miles at best. Therefore, she could not push day and night without allowing her steed time to rest. She estimated that it would take 5 days to reach the southern frontier, a conservative estimate, and if the horse could maintain a brisk pace, 4 days might suffice. With the peach blossom spear in hand, she entered the house. Snowju presented her with hot tea, and after sipping a few mouthfuls, Xixi commanded, "Ask Baoju to bring in my pigeon coop, and prepare the 4 treasures of the study." During her 8 years in the myriad sects, she had initially been reckless, gallivanting throughout the mountains, until she was pinned down and beaten, leaving her utterly powerless to retaliate. It was then that she began to diligently practice her skills. Gifted with exceptional talent, by the age of 13, she had no rivals among her peers, save for her master and uncle. The myriad sect was located in the Muyu mountain range, where numerous other sects existed within 100 miles. After besting her senior brothers and sisters, she, feeling invincible and eager for battle, sought challenges from other sects, inadvertently offending many. Yet, in her youthful exuberance and loyalty, many of those she had wronged eventually became friends. She penned several notes, each bearing the same urgent message, to the southern battlefield to claim heads, urgently. One by one, she tied them to the legs of her carrier pigeons and released them all into the sky. Having completed these tasks, Xixi prepared for a bath and then rest before departing at night. Just as she was about to lie down, she noticed Granny Liang entering to report, "Miss, the 2 elder matrons from the Zhan family have arrived, accompanied by the Min family. The Min family has already visited today, but I stopped them. I did not expect them to return with the 2 elder matrons." Under normal circumstances, Granny Liang would not have reported such news, but given the long-standing discord between the 2 elder matrons and the old matron, and the fact that she had previously spoken up for the miss, she felt it necessary to inform her. 6 months prior, when the Ho family was annihilated, the 2 elder matrons had assisted in organizing the aftermath, hence Granny Liang deemed it essential to convey this message. Whether to meet them or not was left to the miss's discretion. Xixi replied, "Please take them to the warm chamber, I shall be there shortly." The warm chamber of the Duke's residence was located in the side hall of the front courtyard, and apart from the rear courtyard, it was the only place currently warmed by a heated floor. Once Min entered the warm chamber, her anxiety was palpable as she continually peered outside, murmuring, "Why have they not yet arrived?" Meanwhile, the 2 elder matrons sat comfortably in a Wangwali wood chair, having removed their white fox fur collars due to the warmth. Hearing Min's incessant mutterings, the elder matron furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is the Duke's residence. The front and back courtyards are quite expansive. Do you think it is as small as the general's residence, where one can reach a destination in just a few steps?" Min replied sheepishly, "I am simply anxious, for mother has been in distress for half the day." The elder matron scoffed, "How does she have the audacity to summon you here?" Min retorted, "But aunt, you have come as well, have you not?" The elder matron coldly responded, "What does that have to do with you and me?" She had taken this opportunity to visit Xixi, concerned for her well-being over the past month, as her heart was truly uneasy. Chapter 51 Desperation leads me to seek your aid. The first snowfall, having fallen for less than an hour, ceased abruptly. Xixi continued to don her simple white attire, adorned with a white flower, as she returned to the residence. Her garments were predominantly white, a reflection of her 3 years of filial piety towards both her parents, during which she refrained from wearing vibrant colors. She moved with the same measured grace as she had during her time at the general's manor, entering with a composed demeanor and performing a respectful. The 2 elder ladies rose, advancing to take her hand, surveying her closely, noticing her complexion, luminous and as smooth as cream, and her overall good health, which surpassed her appearance during her time at the general's manor. They felt reassured. Yet, upon recalling her past days in the general's household, a glimmer of sadness flickered in their eyes. "Xixi, are you well?" Rest assured, elder madam, I am doing quite well, Song Xixi replied, assisting her to sit down, with a gentle smile and her bright eyes sparkling. And how do you fare, elder madam? Well, all is well, the elder lady responded, settling into her seat. Seeing that Song Xixi did not appear distressed by the marriage between Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang, she felt a sense of relief. Xixi, Madam Min interjected, it is as follows, what is the hurry, madam? The elder lady cast a sidelong glance at her. Your mother-in-law will not perish in a moment. Allow me a few more words with Xixi. Upon hearing this, Song Xixi deduced that it was due to the recent resurgence of the Zhan matriarch's illness. However, she chose to remain silent, continuing her conversation with the elder lady. The elder lady's hands rested before her. The blue patterned robe was one that Song Xixi had commissioned for her last autumn, along with the white fox fur scarf placed beside her. Pay no heed to the chatter of outsiders. People are prone to forgetfulness. Rest assured that once the new year arrives, they will have long since forgotten your affairs. Therefore, do not let those baseless rumors trouble your heart. Song Xixi replied, I am unaware and unconcerned about what is said outside. Hearing this, the elder lady felt even more at ease, steering the conversation away from that topic and instead inquiring about her daily activities and pastimes. They conversed for about the length of a tea break when Madam Min, listening impatiently like an ant on a hot pan, found herself unable to sit still or stand comfortably. Finally, she directly interrupted their dialogue. Xixi, I have come today to ask you for a favor. The elder lady, maintaining a detached demeanor, lifted her cup to sip, having already gleaned all pertinent information and resolved to remain silent regardless of what Madam Min would say next. Song Xixi glanced at Madam Min, whose lips were chapped and blistered in the cold, a clear indication of her recent overwhelming busyness. Please, speak, madam. Hearing herself addressed as madam made Madam Min feel a pang of sorrow. You used to call me elder sister. Alas, why do I even bring this up? I have come today because my mother-in-law's illness flared up last night, and this morning, she was so enraged that she fainted. Though she has regained consciousness, the doctor has said she cannot last long without the dowry pill. Thus, I implore you to speak a word on my behalf to the divine physician. Madam Min, aware of her own pride, recognized that coming to plead was indeed an ungracious act. Yet, she felt utterly helpless, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. My mother-in-law has stated that if I cannot procure the divine physician, she will cast me aside. You know I have been married for 4 years and have only one daughter. When you were present, you attended to her illness with utmost filial devotion. She could dismiss me with a mere accusation of unfilial conduct, and I truly had no choice but to seek your assistance. Fainted? Song Xixi recalled that it was just over a month ago when she had taken the dowry pill, and Song Xixi responded with an "oh," her expression remaining calm. Indeed, she remembered it was at the end of October, yet the specific date eluded her. Chapter 52, Allow me to kneel before you. Upon witnessing the anxious and restless demeanor of Madam Min, Song Xixi could not help but smile gently. It is of no consequence, please speak your mind. She intended to leave the capital tonight. If matters remained unresolved today, she would have to return the following day, thereby avoiding the embarrassment of daily petitioning at the gates of the estate without any success, which would only exacerbate the situation. She was aware that Madam Min was not favored by the venerable matriarch, not only due to her failure to bear a son but also because her maternal family lacked influence, her dowry was meager, and she possessed neither the fortitude nor the grace befitting the esteemed daughters of noble families. Madam Min had not been unkind to her, nor had she assumed the airs of a senior sister-in-law, thus she was willing to allow Song Xixi to vent her frustrations. Tears streamed down Madam Min's face like pearls from a broken string as she recounted the chaos of the wedding banquet, where guests had fled in disarray, and even the soldiers they had invited departed in dissatisfaction. Everyone blamed her, including her husband, Zhan Beiwang. On the wedding night, Yi Fang had overturned the table, and Zhan Beiwang, who had initially departed, was summoned back by the matriarch upon her discovery of the incident. This is already too much, Madam Min said, her voice tinged with anger and grievance, and now, this morning, when the matron went to the bridal chamber to fetch a handkerchief, there was no trace of the wedding night. My mother-in-law assumed they had quarreled and did not consummate the marriage, but Yi Fang audaciously admitted that they had already done so on their way back to the capital, and the soldiers who accompanied them were all aware of it. Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law fainted from rage. Eavesdropping nearby, Matron Liang immediately darkened her expression. Such matters need not be spoken of by the Madame. My young lady is yet untouched. Despite the current decline of the general's household, the venerable matriarch of the Zhan family cherished her reputation dearly. Even if she sought to covet the young lady's dowry, she would concoct numerous excuses and, after the young lady's departure, would spread slanders of her filial ingratitude. The rumors circulating outside were largely instigated by her, as those with ill intent love to embellish the truth, leading to increasingly outrageous tales. Matron Liang, who once managed affairs within the general's household, was held in high regard by Madam Min. Now, seeing her suddenly grave countenance, Madam Min felt an inexplicable chill, and sheepishly remarked, "You are right, matron, I have misspoken." The venerable matriarch listened, her thoughts a tumult of complexity. Having been married for a year without consummation was, perhaps, a stroke of fortune, for it spared her from the clutches of the ungrateful and callous Zhan heir. Should she later find a worthy spouse, it would be with an unblemished reputation, free from any reproach. Twisting her handkerchief, Madam Min found herself at a loss and pleaded with Song Xixi, "I spoke in haste. I beg you, for the sake of our shared history as family, to assist me. Please invite the esteemed physician Dan to make a house call, or, if not, at least procure some dowry pills for us." Song Xixi remained silent, her expression serene. Even Madam Min believed that it was she who had dissuaded physician Dan from attending to the matriarch's ailment. Matron Liang, incensed, retorted, "Madam, your words are quite peculiar. If you cannot summon him, how could our young lady possibly do so?" The reason physician Dan refuses to treat your matriarch is due to her lack of virtue, which has nothing to do with our young lady. If this were to spread, our young lady would surely become the subject of malicious gossip. Madam Min sighed, no matter how I phrase it, I am in the wrong. I shall say no more as Xixi, I shall kneel before you. With that, she attempted to genuinely kneel before Song Xixi. Matron Liang, quick to act, seized her arm, unable to contain her rising anger as she scolded, why must the madam humiliate my young lady in such a manner? You are her former sister-in-law, how can you kneel before her, how is she to carry herself after receiving such an affront? The venerable matriarch also found Madam Min's behavior inappropriate, deeming her unfit for the role of a family matriarch, and lightly reprimanded, you have done your utmost to seek assistance from Xixi. If it proves unfeasible, return and inform them, why should you bear the burden alone, what power do they possess that you must take it upon yourself, are you truly lacking in sense? With a voice tinged with tears, Madam Min replied, they have made it clear that should I fail to deliver, they will cast me aside. We all know the caliber of their family, they truly would abandon a wife. Chapter 53 Please do not disturb. Song Xixi gazed into her eyes, filled with despair, and surmised that the matter of the general's residence planning to cast her aside had indeed frightened the Min family. Min let out a sob, hastily covering her mouth with a handkerchief, and after a considerable pause, continued, Xixi, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Mother believes the general's residence has undergone a transformation, now able to mingle among the elite circles of the capital. During my tenure as the head of the household, she frequently expresses her dissatisfaction with me, claiming that although I am the eldest daughter-in-law, I lack the demeanor befitting my position. She has even openly regretted allowing my husband to marry me. I am not like you, if I were to be cast aside, I would have nowhere to return to my family, and I would be scolded mercilessly, tarnishing their reputation and jeopardizing my sister and niece's prospects for marriage. My only option would be to perish within the walls of the general's residence before being dismissed. I cannot even seek refuge at the nunnery. Song Xixi was somewhat familiar with Min's maternal family. Her father held the position of a 7th-rank compiler in the Privy Council. Although his official rank was modest and devoid of substantial power, scholars placed great importance on etiquette and reputation. Should a woman of their family be cast aside, Min's father would find it intolerable. The old matriarch of the Zhan family believed that the general's residence had indeed changed. Despite the wedding uproar, it merely became a jest and would not impede Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang's futures. The general's residence would only continue to ascend, thereby elevating their eldest son, Zhan Beiqing, necessitating a truly capable matriarch to manage the household both internally and externally. However, it was evident that Min was not such a person. Otherwise, the old matriarch would not have entrusted her with the household affairs from the outset. Listening to Min's words, the second matriarch pressed her lips together in silence, aware of the truth. To be associated with such a person was indeed the greatest stain upon her life, yet her own branch had produced no remarkable individuals. The general's residence was singular, having remained undivided for years, with all earnings pooled into the communal treasury. Now, they could not even muster sufficient funds to purchase a modest residence to distance themselves from the general's estate. Thus, she was incapable of safeguarding anyone, neither Song Xixi nor Min. After a brief contemplation, Song Xixi remarked, the divine physician holds the utmost respect for those devoted to loyalty and filial piety. He is currently incensed with the old matriarch for her uncompromising actions. If Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang could kneel at the Medicine King's Hall for a day or two, perhaps it might sway his disposition. Upon hearing this, Min shook her head vigorously as if it were a rattledrum. Neither my uncle nor Yi Fang would ever consent to kneel at the Medicine King's Hall if they hold official positions. How could they possibly kneel before a commoner? Song Xixi regarded her with a knowing gaze. Then you shall go kneel for 2 or 3 days. If you succeed, it shall be your achievement. If you fail, the common folk in the capital will still recognize your filial intentions. Furthermore, should you fall ill from kneeling in the bitter cold, no one shall fault you for it. Min's heart trembled at these words, instantly grasping Song Xixi's implication. Song Xixi had never intended for Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang to go. Rather, she meant for Min to take on the task. With her reputation for filial piety, the general's residence would find it impossible to dismiss her on the grounds of unfilial conduct. The second matriarch nodded in agreement. Madam, you truly ought to express your gratitude to Xixi. Establishing a reputation for filial piety will solidify your standing as the eldest daughter-in-law of the general's residence. Even esteemed noble families would have to address you as madam. After speaking, she couldn't help but sigh again. Although Xixi was dutiful to her mother-in-law, the servants within the estate were oblivious, and the outside world remained unaware. If Min were to kneel at the Medicine King's Hall, where the comings and goings were frequented by noble families, even ordinary citizens passing by would take notice. Regardless of whether the divine physician ultimately appeared, Min's status would be secured. Min hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xixi, for your guidance. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to proceed. Since assuming control of the household, having managed Zhan Beiwang's marriage, and with the old matriarch's health deteriorating, nothing had transpired according to their wishes. Not only had she faced daily scolding, but she also had to re-establish decorum. These brief days felt as long as a lifetime. Song Xixi felt she could assist no further and stated, I have established a Buddhist altar within the residence. For the next few months, I shall be reciting scriptures there to seek absolution for the tormented souls of our ancestral home, thus closing the doors to visitors. I hope the second matriarch and the eldest matriarch will understand. The implication was clear. She hoped that no matter what transpired, they would refrain from seeking her out. Chapter 54 Departure. After the 2 elderly ladies and the Min family had taken their leave, Song Xixi did not return to her slumber. The sun had already set, and with darkness approaching, there was no point in attempting to rest. She recalled what the Min family had mentioned regarding Zhan Beiwang's wedding, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. It turned out that this was the very essence of Zhan Beiwang's true character, yet, this authenticity ultimately failed to bring him joy, only serving to tarnish the reputation of the general's residence. It was unprecedented for all guests to abandon the banquet. Yi Fang. The name resonated in her mind, and the suppressed hatred and fury surged forth like a tempestuous tide. Had it not been for her lust for accolades, the massacre of captives and villages would not have led to the annihilation of the. Until now, she had never harbored hatred towards Yi Fang. Be it the usurpation of her husband or the scornful insults she endured, she had still respected him for his contributions to the nation, securing peace between Xixi and the Shang kingdom. But now, her loathing for Yi Fang was unbridled. Whether her grandfather was aware of Yi Fang's atrocities, she could not say. It was likely that His Majesty remained oblivious, for none of the reports submitted had mentioned such matters, though it could not be ruled out that the Ministry of War had failed to transcribe related documents. This issue required further investigation, and a journey to the southern frontier could not be delayed. Under the cover of night, she donned her dark attire, clutching a long spear and a bundle, departing amidst Baoju's worried gaze. The Imperial guards stationed at the main entrance were likely dozing off, allowing her to slip out through the back door. Cloaked in shadows, she swiftly employed her likeness skills to escape. At dawn the following day, she arrived at the villa outside the city, leaping into the courtyard, where she found a chestnut horse tethered outside the main hall. Uncle Fu had attended to matters diligently, providing the horse with fodder, and she gathered a handful to feed it. Gently stroking the horse's forehead, Xixi murmured, "Lightning, we are to embark for the southern frontier, traversing a long and arduous journey, yet our time is limited. I shall rely on you." Lightning nudged her forehead with its nose before resuming its meal. After a brief moment, she noticed the door to the side hall had opened, and she entered to rest while waiting for Lightning to finish eating before setting off. She placed a luminous pearl on the table and noticed several brocade boxes resting there. Recognizing them as gifts she had instructed Uncle Fu to send for her cousin's wedding preparations, she pondered how they had ended up here. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her face before realization dawned upon her. A smirk of derision graced her lips. Indeed, her aunt must also find her displeasing. After all, how could an unhappy bride contribute to a new bride's preparations without appearing inconsiderate? Her hand withdrew from the brocade boxes, her spirits unperturbed. These presents symbolized her blessings for her cousin, fulfilling her elder cousin's intentions, and that sufficed. In the dark of night, with the north wind howling, a chestnut horse galloped like lightning along the official road, its rider cloaked in a black mantle that billowed with the wind, giving her an ethereal presence. One hand gripped the peach blossom spear while the other held the reins. The wind howled in her ears, cutting against her delicate skin like a blade. This visage had not always been so fragile. 2 years of recuperation in the capital had rendered her incapable of withstanding even a hint of the northern breeze, a true mark of weakness. Irritated, she halted midway, wrapping her face in a black cloth, leaving only her onyx-like eyes visible, and resumed her journey. As dawn broke, she had already reached Daxian. Having covered over 200 li, she paused to rest, allowing the horse to catch its breath, and took the opportunity to procure some fodder. This journey would be arduous for Lightning, so she ensured to buy only the finest feed. She nibbled on some dried rations and sipped the cold tea from her leather water pouch, which revived her spirits considerably. After a brief respite, she set off again, and shortly after, snow began to fall. Fortunately, it was light, gently blanketing the road like a delicate layer of icing sugar. This beautiful landscape had not graced her eyes for 2 years, yet now was not the time for leisurely admiration. She maintained her pace in sync with Lightning's rhythm, continuing her journey onward. Chapter 55. Arrival in the southern frontier. As night fell, she found refuge at an inn, where both she and her steed, Lightning, could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Yet, in the midst of her travels, she remained particularly vigilant, rising before dawn to freshen up, her face shrouded in a dark cloth as she set forth once more. The journey was undeniably arduous, and the cold was biting. Despite the cloth covering her features, the relentless wind had rendered her skin rough and chapped. Upon her arrival at the inn the previous night, she had gazed into a bronze mirror, noting with dismay how her once youthful complexion had turned a fiery red, as if on the verge of cracking. She hastily applied a vial of camellia oil to her face, not for the sake of beauty, but to mitigate the pain of impending fissures. On the 5th morning after her departure, she reached the southern frontier. However, a sense of foreboding gripped her as she observed the complete absence of supply convoys along the main thoroughfare. This implied that the northern monarch believed victory was assured and thus saw no need for a continuous flow of provisions. Yet, a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Upon her arrival in the southern frontier and after gathering information, she learned that only the cities of Yili and Ximing remained unrecaptured. The northern monarch, a master of warfare, had already reclaimed 90% of the lost territories in the southern frontier, leaving only these 2 cities. It was no wonder that the supply routes were silent. The troops of the northern monarch were now stationed in Yili. Once Yili was secured, he could force the forces of the Shagwa back to Ximing and continue the assault to expel them entirely, thereby restoring the southern frontier to the realm of Shang. She spurred her steed directly toward Yili. By this point, both horse and rider were weary, yet she urged Lightning to hasten, determined to meet the northern monarch by the end of the day. As night descended, she approached the battlefield, where the northern monarch had encamped outside the walls of Yili, yet the city itself had not yet fallen. What she beheld since entering the southern frontier was a landscape ravaged by war, each corner steeped in sorrow. Xixi felt a profound love intertwined with pain for this land, for it was here that her kin had sacrificed their lives. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. She urged her horse straight to the encampment, brandishing her peach blossom spear and calling out, "I am Xixi, daughter of Song Huayan, seeking an audience with the commander of the northern army." Her voice grew hoarse as she galloped forward, despite the attempts to impede her progress. However, Lightning surged through the ranks of soldiers as if propelled by divine will. I am Song Xixi, daughter of Song Huayan, with urgent military intelligence for the northern monarch, she cried out, her voice cutting through the night like a clarion call. Within the encampment, a bonfire flickered to life, and she caught sight of soldiers emerging with drawn blades, yet, upon hearing her lineage, they refrained from immediate aggression. Dismounting, she lowered her spear and, with a firm grip on her horse, removed the cloth from her face, revealing her countenance. I am Song Xixi, daughter of Song Huayan, with crucial military news to report to the northern monarch. Upon recognizing her name, the soldiers lowered their weapons, and the hostility in their gazes dissipated, replaced by curiosity as they allowed her no closer than where she stood. In this tense standoff, a magnificent black steed galloped forth, halting before her horse. The rider, a tall figure clad in golden armor, loomed over her, his face smudged with dirt and a tangled beard obscuring half of it, revealing only a pair of piercing, luminous eyes. The black stallion circled around her, and the armored man leaned down to scrutinize her. You are the daughter of Song Huayan? His voice was gruff, tinged with skepticism. Indeed. Song Xixi replied, gazing up at the commanding presence before her, uncertain if he was truly the northern monarch, Xiaorumo. She had seen him in her youth, but back then he had merely been a boy, albeit one who towered above his peers due to his early training in martial arts. Xiaorumo had been celebrated for his striking looks and unparalleled prowess in battle, yet the man before her was not conventionally handsome, rather, he exuded an inherent authority befitting a leader. Particularly striking were his eyes, which resembled a boundless night sky, glimmering with a chilling brilliance. He regarded the peach blossom spear in her hand with keen interest, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I trust you, come with me. A wave of relief washed over Song Xixi. Indeed, he was the northern monarch, Xiaorumo. She had expected to face numerous obstacles to gain his attention, yet here she was at the outskirts of Ili, having merely called out a few times to draw him forth. Chapter 56. Encountering the northern demon king. She rode alongside Xiaorumo, glancing at the campfires that dotted the landscape every 10 paces, her heart sinking involuntarily. The southern border originally boasted an army of 300,000. After requisitioning 100,000 from Changling Pass, the total force amounted to 400,000. Yet, from her observations, even 20,000 seemed woefully insufficient. Now, the northern demon king had relentlessly besieged cities, reclaiming 23 strongholds in the southern border, leaving only 2 remaining. It was evident, without needing to think, that a considerable number of soldiers must have perished. Upon reaching the commander's tent, the vanguard and deputy stood on either side, and as Song Xixi cast a glance at them, she noted their tattered armor, rugged features, and tangled beards. Within a distance of less than 10 paces from the main tent, several martial generals stood, gazing from afar. Among them, Song Xixi recognized one, Fang Tianqiu, a former subordinate of her father. She recalled how, in her childhood, Uncle Fang had once held her in his arms. Fang Tianqiu strode forward, standing before Song Xixi, scrutinizing her with a hint of excitement in his voice. Xixi? Uncle Fang. She called out, warmth welling in her eyes. Fang Tianqiu's lips trembled slightly as he nodded, then turned his face away. Seeing Xixi reminded him of the Marquis and the 7 young generals. Besides Fang Tianqiu, several other former subordinates of Song Huayan gradually approached, their eyes reddened in the flickering firelight. One elderly general inquired, Miss Song, how is your mother? Is her leg still giving her trouble? A sharp pang pierced Song Xixi's heart, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. She hastily nodded and replied, I have urgent matters to discuss with the king, Uncle Fang. We shall converse later. Xiaorumo stood before the main tent, his towering figure casting a shadow over Song Xixi as he spoke in his customary authoritative tone. If there are military matters, step forward to report. He lifted the tent flap and entered, with Song Xixi grasping her peach blossom spear following closely behind. Inside the tent, the cold was biting, only marginally warmer than outside. In the center was a table strewn with maps and a mound of sand for strategizing military tactics. In the southern corner lay a bed, its bedding stained a grimy gray, permeated with the stench of blood and medicinal herbs, alongside some bloodied bandages carelessly discarded in the corner. There were no stools or chairs, but a mat was spread beside the sand mound. The northern demon king took a seat, his posture somewhat peculiar, one leg stretched out while the other was bent. He spoke succinctly. Speak, what significant military intelligence do you possess? Song Xixi set down her spear and gazed into his inky black eyes, stating, Your Highness, my second sister has uncovered information in the Shagua. Approximately 300,000 troops from Xijing have entered Shagua, donning their soldiers' armor, and are now hastening toward the southern border battlefield. The northern demon king furrowed his brow. Your second sister has gathered this information? I recall you went to Wanzongmen, thus your second sister is also affiliated with Wanzongmen. Indeed, Song Xixi replied, anxious that he might doubt her. Your Highness, the intelligence my second sister has procured is undoubtedly accurate. However, while the troop count might not be precise, it is likely to exceed 300,000, or perhaps fall short. The northern demon king fixed his gaze upon her. Why did you not report this directly to the emperor? Song Xixi explained, I have reported it, but without evidence. The emperor is skeptical. Your second sister. The northern demon king shook his head, his dark eyes glimmering. Did you inform the emperor that this information was obtained by your second sister? You erred. You ought to have relayed that it was your elder brother who acquired the intelligence. He would have believed it, for the emperor holds great respect for your elder brother, Xinxinghe. I conveyed that the information was from my elder brother, yet I indeed made a misstep. I forged a letter in my elder brother's handwriting, and the emperor saw through it. She paused, looking towards the northern demon king, implying, Your Highness, that you believe me. The northern demon king replied, Your second sister, Ping Wuzhong, is the most renowned spy in the martial world. The information she investigates is infallible. However, the emperor is unfamiliar with figures from the martial realm. He only recognizes your elder brother. Song Xixi was taken aback by his profound knowledge of Wanzongmen. The heavy worry she had harbored during her hurried journey finally began to dissipate. Chapter 57. He actually believed her at this moment. She felt an exhaustion that seeped into her very bones, her legs trembling as she sat down, neglecting any semblance of decorum. It had been a considerable time since she had rushed along a journey with such urgency, and it was truly taxing. The Northern King observed her state and chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Worn out, are we? How many days did it take to arrive? 5 days, Xixi replied, taking a gentle breath. I am fine, but my horse is utterly spent. Remarkable. The Northern King exclaimed with an expression, or perhaps dispatching someone to swiftly relay a message back to the capital, urging the emperor to send reinforcements? The Northern King leaned back against the table, his long, dark fingers tapping rhythmically on his thigh, his eyes narrowing slightly. Recruiting soldiers is essential. Reinforcements will not arrive in haste. To withstand the initial battle, we must first gather troops and secure provisions. He regarded Xixi, his gaze betraying unmistakable appreciation. Your decision to come personally to the southern frontier, it provides me with ample time to devise a response. I shall have someone escort you to rest for 2 days before returning to the capital. Xixi shook her head resolutely. I shall not return. My father and brothers perished on the battlefield in the southern frontier. I have already sent word to my friends, urging them to join me in the fight against our enemies. The Northern King's expression darkened, his authority palpable. Nonsense. Is it so simple to engage in battle? The Marquis and several young generals have already sacrificed their lives. If you were to suffer even the slightest misfortune, how would I explain it to your mother? Furthermore, I have heard that you are wed to Zhan Beiwang. Yes, you are indeed married to Zhan Beiwang. He must have returned to the capital following the great victory at Changling Pass. Why has he not reported to the emperor? As a meritorious subject, the emperor would surely heed his words. Even if the emperor were skeptical, it should be he delivering the news, not you. The Northern King's words left Xixi momentarily stunned. It was no surprise that he was aware of the events at Changling Pass. After all, in times of conflict, information between the two sides often circulated. However, after her family's deaths, he had taken her father's place in leading the troops against the Sand Kingdom for 3 years. While it was conceivable that he would keep track of significant national matters on the battlefield, how could he also know of her marriage to Zhan Beiwang? Yet, he remained oblivious to the massacre of her family. Xixi refrained from answering this question, lowering her gaze in contemplation before raising her head to ask, shouldn't Your Highness question why Xijing has allied with the Sand Kingdom? Not long ago, Xijing signed a treaty with our Shang Kingdom to refrain from border conflicts, only to immediately tear it up and disguise themselves as soldiers of the Sand Kingdom, joining forces against us in the southern frontier. Xixi even felt that the Northern King had accepted her claims far too swiftly, without further inquiry, as though he had readily deemed her words to be the truth. This inclination struck her as somewhat hasty and rash. However, given that the Northern King had successfully reclaimed over 20 cities from the fierce Sand Kingdom forces, he could not possibly be so reckless. Thus, why was he so quick to believe her words? Even if he trusted his second senior sister, these words were relayed through her, not directly from the second senior sister herself. Did he not harbor any concerns about the veracity of the information? After all, even the emperor had not been convinced. The Northern King scratched at his disheveled beard, attempting to smooth it out, but the tangles were stubborn, allowing his fingers to weave through but not untangle. His brow furrowed, his eyes glinting like a predator's, he remarked, there is something amiss regarding the battle at Changling Pass. Upon learning of the great victory, I dispatched someone to investigate, yet to this day, I have yet to receive a report. Do you know what the issue might be? Xixi did not respond but countered with a question, why does Your Highness suspect that there is something wrong with the victory at Changling Pass? The Northern King articulated his analysis. In the battle at Changling Pass, your 7th uncle fell, your 2nd uncle suffered a severed arm, and General Xiao was gravely injured. The commanding officer on the front lines was the reinforcements leader, Zhan Beiwang, who lacks substantial combat experience. Following General Xiao's orders, he led his troops into Lubanar City to burn supplies, proclaiming that a great victory was imminent in the southern frontier. This was merely a delaying tactic to allow General Xiao to recover and adjust his strategy, yet, unexpectedly, it compelled the Xijing forces to surrender. I cannot accept this. Chapter 58. He was acutely aware that there were issues surrounding the great victory at Changling Pass. His analysis left Xixi profoundly impressed. Only seasoned veterans of the battlefield could comprehend the absurdity of forcing the enemy to surrender merely by burning their supplies, especially considering the long-standing stalemate over border disputes that had led to countless wars between the two nations, both minor skirmishes and major battles, for decades. Moreover, it was not as if Xijing lacked provisions. Burning supplies would only prompt a resupply, rendering surrender unnecessary. At worst, they might retreat and call for a ceasefire, as the army of the Shang nation would not invade Xijing. So, what is the problem? Asked Biming Wang. Xixi did not conceal the truth, for she had already dispatched someone to investigate, and it would eventually come to light. Yi Fang executed prisoners and slaughtered villages. Biming Wang's expression, of course, what I have seen is merely a transcription from the Ministry of War, not the complete report submitted to His Majesty. You infiltrated the Ministry of War? Biming Wang's gaze locked onto her. Do you understand that inspecting the ministry's documents without authorization is a capital offense? You are being reckless. You could have inquired with your husband, Zhan Beiwang. He is the commander of the reinforcements. He stood up, his towering figure casting a monstrous shadow within the tent, his demeanor reflecting a hint of anger as he leaned in, lowering his voice in a furious whisper. Even if you did infiltrate the ministry, you should not have disclosed it, not even to me. How can you so readily trust others? Have you learned nothing of the treachery of the Jianghu during your time at Wanzhongmen? Biming Wang's eyes gleamed with severity. This matter should not be mentioned to anyone, not even your mother. She lowered her gaze. You do not question him, yet you dare to trespass into the ministry and pry into military reports. Was the slaughter of prisoners in villages commanded by Yi Fang, or was it her own doing? Xixi shook her head. I do not know. Yi Fang. I recall she is the daughter of your father's former subordinate, Xixi, and after suffering an injury that left him with a lame leg, she joined the army and, through her fierce determination, achieved merit in bandit suppression, eventually being promoted to 100 household captain. You just stated that she was responsible for the slaughter of prisoners in villages. How could she possess such authority? As the only female general in the court, Biming Wan was familiar with her. Xixi remained silent. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible. If she had already established a rapport with Zhan Beiwang, and he placed great trust in her, it would be possible for her to lead troops independently. A multitude of complex emotions flickered in her eyes, and she was reluctant to broach matters unrelated to the current military situation, saying, regardless, the fact remains that there was a massacre of prisoners in villages at Changling Pass. Now, the 300,000 soldiers from Xijing are en route, expected to arrive in Ximen in approximately 25 days, and then proceed directly to Ili. Biming Wang scrutinized her for a considerable time before slowly articulating, have you considered that the massacre of prisoners in villages does not necessitate Xijing's surrender, unless Yi Fang is holding a prominent figure from Xijing as a hostage, thereby coercing them into submission? If, after signing a treaty, Yi Fang were to release that individual, Xijing would merely suffer a significant loss and would likely seek vengeance in the future, yet, they have chosen to ally directly with the Xia nation. Xixi followed his line of thought. Upon signing the treaty and releasing him, did he perish? Your reasoning is astute. A tiger's offspring cannot be a mere dog. Although Biming Wang expressed admiration, there was an undercurrent of irritation in his words. However, to recklessly infiltrate the ministry is truly unwise. Have you contemplated the consequences? Are you not afraid to speak in my presence? Xixi replied softly, Your Highness would not wish for my demise. Even if His Majesty were to find out, he would not execute me. At most, I would face imprisonment, exile, or confinement. After all, she was the sole heir of the Duke of the State. Marshal, the meal is prepared. Biming Wang shot her a glare before raising his hand. Go, fill your stomach first. After Xixi stood to leave, she heard him give orders behind her. All officers of 5th rank and above, come in. Chapter 59. Temporarily remaining, the notion of preparing a meal carries an air of nobility, yet, in reality, it consisted solely of 2 pieces of hard bread and 2 strips of jerky, provisions conveniently carried to the battlefield, which typically represented the rations delivered to the front lines. Naturally, now that troops were stationed here, it was possible to prepare some warm porridge or hot meals. However, at this late hour, the camp's kitchen was only equipped to cook in large pots, and it seemed unreasonable to start a fire solely for her benefit. Nonetheless, in a considerate gesture, they had boiled a kettle of hot water for her, at least providing her the comfort of a warm drink to stave off the chill. The small tent, hastily erected, contained thick, heavy bedding, stained and grimy, with a layer of filth that had formed a thick crust. As Xixi reached out to touch it, she immediately recognized the presence of dried blood embedded in the blankets. The one who had brought her in was a tall, young soldier, with thick brows and large eyes, his scruffy beard giving him a rugged appearance. Scratching his head, he inquired, Can you eat? If not, I can have someone prepare some hot soup for you. No need, this is quite sufficient, Xixi replied, biting into the hard bread and offering him a grateful smile. The cold weather rendered the bread excessively tough, causing her teeth to ache with every bite. Very well then, I am Zhang Beiwang, having served beside the prince since childhood. Should you require anything, do call upon me, for there are no maids or servants here to attend to you. I don't need any assistance. I can manage on my own. Xixi intended to assert her resilience, but deemed it unnecessary, merely smiling as she added, Thank you. Then I shall take my leave, Zhang Beiwang said as he turned to exit. Make do with your meal and rest well. Understood. Xixi replied, not wishing to prolong the conversation, for her hunger was considerable. She finished off the bread and jerky, and after sipping a few mouthfuls of hot water, her stomach felt pleasantly full. She lifted the tent flap to glance outside. The campfires had diminished significantly, with only the one before the commander's tent still flickering. Stifling a yawn, fatigue washed over her, and she decided not to dwell on matters any longer. They could discuss their plans without her, for she was ready to sleep due to her exhaustion, and the fact that the northern Ming king had placed his trust in her words, her heart felt entirely at ease. She fell into a deep slumber, reminiscent of her days in the sect, where she had also endured hardships without fear. Or what intrigued her, however, was the northern Ming king's apparent understanding of the Wanzhong sect and his genuine concern for her, despite their limited interactions during their youth. In the subsequent days, Xixi did not encounter the northern Ming king or her father as former subordinates. She was not confined in her movements and continued to come and go freely. Zhang Beiwang informed her that after the northern Ming king had convened the soldiers for a discussion that night, he had issued orders to begin recruiting troops. The people of the southern frontier harbored a deep-seated hatred for the citizens of the Sand Kingdom, who had invaded their lands, slaughtered their people, plundered their wealth, and abducted their daughters. Such enmity was irreconcilable. Thus, when the commander announced the call for recruits to attack Ili and Ximing, aiming to reclaim the southern frontier entirely, spirited young men flocked to enlist. Though Song Xixi had trained in martial arts since childhood and had heard numerous tales from her brothers regarding the perils of the battlefield, often receiving letters from her elder brother recounting the dangers of war, as well as having perused many military treatises detailing significant battles, she had never participated in any conflict herself. All her knowledge remained theoretical. She asked Zhan Beiwang, "Has the prince sent someone to petition the court for support?" "Yes, but it is uncertain when reinforcements and supplies will arrive. The prince has stated that we must first recruit soldiers," he responded. "And how many have been recruited thus far?" Song Xixi inquired further. 4,000. Zhan Beiwang replied candidly. The daughter of Song Ho and General Song was indeed trustworthy, for she had journeyed from the capital to the southern frontier in merely 5 days, a feat not easily accomplished. Song Xixi was astonished. Within just 3 or 4 days, they had managed to recruit 4,000 soldiers. At this rate, it would not be an issue to amass tens of thousands before the western capital forces arrived. However, she pondered the inexperience of these new recruits on the battlefield, which could lead to dire consequences. Sensing her concern, Zhan Beiwang reassured her, "The enlisted soldiers have already begun their training, hence the commanders are preoccupied." Song Xixi then asked, "Is there anything I can assist with?" "There is." Zhan Beiwang nodded eagerly. "A few individuals arrived early today claiming to be looking for you, but the prince is still verifying their identities. You should go meet them and see if they are your acquaintances." Chapter 60. Securing a general's position. Upon hearing the news, Song Xixi immediately thought that it must be her companions who had arrived, and she hastily exclaimed, "Quickly, take me to them." Zhan Beiwang led her towards the rear, and from a distance, Song Xixi spotted several familiar figures. With her peach blossom spear in hand, she executed a graceful leap and soared through the air, calling out loudly, "Gunner, Mantu, Aiken, Wanzi." The four turned their heads to see a figure descending from the sky. With a swift flick of the peach blossom spear, one of the young men dressed in blue brandished his sword to parry. He leapt into the air, and they exchanged several moves. The swordplay was as rapid as lightning, while the peach blossom spear danced with an ethereal grace, its red tassels resembling a burst of fireworks, leaving the soldiers awestruck by the impressive display of martial prowess. In an instant, the two landed on the ground. The young man in blue scoffed, "Your spear technique has become sluggish." "Gunner, your swordsmanship has improved since before," Song Xixi remarked, surveying the young man with a radiant smile. "And you've grown." Initially, his master forbade him from wielding real weapons, allowing only the use of a staff for practicing sword techniques, which earned him the nickname Gunner. He was born a day after Song Xixi, allowing her to adopt a sisterly demeanor in his presence. Mantu, Aiken, and Wanzi gathered around, bombarding her with questions. "Xixi, we heard you've gotten married, is it true? Your husband is a martial general, right? His name is Zhan Beiwang, isn't it? Our master has barred us from descending the mountain, and we couldn't gather any news about you. We tried asking over at Wanzong, but your master is as fearsome as a ghost. Xixi, I can't believe you've married. How could you, with your wild and unruly nature, how can you be a proper wife?" Mantu, a disciple of the Jinghua sect, had been chubby since childhood, his round cheeks earning him the nickname. Aiken, also from Jinghua, was strikingly beautiful, sporting a high ponytail tied with a red silk ribbon, exuding a wild charm. Wanzi, a junior sister from the Qian sect, hailed from the illustrious Shin family of Jiangnan, while pampered by numerous senior brothers and sisters. With her family's wealth beyond measure, the entire Qian sect was essentially supported by her household, making her a favored daughter of the sect. Wanzi was proud and disdainful of mingling with others, accustomed to her status within her sect. However, when Song Xixi was 10 years old, she had bested Wanzi in a fierce confrontation, leaving her bloodied. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of Qian would seek vengeance from Wanzong. Yet, upon hearing that a Wanzong disciple had attacked, Wanzi's master promptly ordered the closing of the mountain gates to prevent them from seeking revenge, fearing that the disciples of Wanzong would come to demand an explanation. Witnessing her sex fear of Wanzong infuriated Shin Wanzi, prompting her to leave Qian. However, she soon became lost in the mountains and encountered wild beasts, only to be saved by Song Xixi, who was practicing her skills nearby. From that day forth, the two became fast friends. As Song Xixi observed her friends chatting animatedly like chirping birds in the forest outside Wanzong, she shouted, "Silence, now is not the time for such chatter. They are recruiting soldiers, let us enlist and vanquish the people of the Xia kingdom without leaving a trace." To enter the battlefield, one must possess a legitimate identity, even the lowest rank of soldier would suffice. The prospect of legally beheading enemies left her four companions exhilarated, and they hurried towards the recruitment center. The young officer in charge of recruitment, upon seeing the young women approach, immediately gestured for them to leave. Shin Wanzi, with a disdainful huff, leaped into the air and struck down a nearby boulder, shattering it into pieces. With her whip in hand, she coldly demanded, in the defense of home and country, "What does gender matter? Just tell me, do you accept recruits or not?" The recruiters were taken aback, hurriedly nodding their heads, "Yes, yes." Recruitment was merely temporary. Once the conflict concluded, they could shed their armor and return home. Such formidable skills were too valuable to overlook. After all, a head is a head. The five of them became the lowest ranked soldiers, but Shin Wanzi, ever ambitious, inquired, "How many enemies must one slay to be promoted?" The young officer replied, "One head earns 1 tael of silver." Slaying 30 enemies will earn a promotion, and so on. Xinhuanzi smirked, then securing a general's position should be a piece of cake. Laughter erupted among them. Although her earlier display was impressive, the reality of warfare was far from straightforward. The young girl was decidedly naive. Chapter 61 Inu's returns to the capital upon enlisting. The 5 of them were immediately dispatched to the training grounds to commence their rigorous training. Alongside a cohort of fresh recruits, they were subjected to fundamental drills involving knife handling and woodcutting, tasks that proved exceedingly facile for the quintet. Within the span of a brief tea break, they had already surpassed the evaluation criteria for 10 different drills, leaving the new soldiers utterly astounded. However, when it came to theoretical instruction on the battlefield, they dutifully settled down to listen. Aside from Xixi, who possessed a modicum of familiarity with warfare, the other 4 harbored little understanding of the intricacies of combat. As Xixi had her own modest tent, albeit small, the 5 of them managed to squeeze in together. Upon returning to the tent that evening, they eagerly inquired about Xixi's marital status. Hugging her knees, Xixi chuckled, "Indeed, I was married, then divorced, and now I remain single." "That's wonderful!" Chen exclaimed, "Now that you are divorced, you can wed him." With a finger pressed to her brow, Xixi replied, "I would rather not. Senior brother Lu is far too fierce." "Is he fierce? When your master is wrathful, even the leaders of sects within 100 miles tremble in fear," Chen remarked, resting her chin on her hand. "But is marriage enjoyable? I hear one must share a bed." "Did you sleep together?" Xixi responded, "We maintained our innocence, not even a finger was laid upon the other. He departed for battle shortly after our marriage, and within mere days of his return, we divorced. He has since taken a new wife." This marriage was mentioned with a brevity that belied its significance. "So soon?" Xinhuanzi scoffed, "Men are truly unworthy creatures." "Let us not generalize. Speak of the scoundrel specifically. Not all men, both Mantu and I are good men." He turned to search for Mantu. "Mantu, do you not agree? What are you looking for?" Mantu was rummaging. "Is there food hidden away?" "Always thinking of food, you glutton," Gunnar chided, giving him a playful kick. Mantu retorted with conviction, "Without a full stomach, how can one muster the strength to fight?" "Xixi, is there food stashed away?" "Where would there be food? Conditions at the front are harsh. I have hardly eaten enough for days." Xixi sighed, patting her stomach. Since their arrival, she had only consumed 2 pieces of jerky, and now her rations had dwindled to a single flatbread. While the number of soldiers had increased, the military provisions were evidently insufficient. Mantu's expression fell. "Oh no, we're going to starve. How can the court allow its soldiers to go hungry?" Seated on the grimy bedding, Xixi clasped her hands. "They must be organizing supplies." "Do not worry, we will surely be fed." Though she maintained her smile, her companions exchanged glances, sensing a veil of previously unencountered melancholy. Upon receiving the dispatch, Emperor Suqing's countenance shifted dramatically. He convened the Minister of War and the military generals of the capital for an urgent meeting. Among them were Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang. Minister Li Dehuai, upon reading the urgent report, broke into a cold sweat. "Is it true that the western capital has allied with the Sand Kingdom to consume the southern territories? How can this be? The western capital has only recently signed a non-aggression pact with us." The left vice minister, Lord Huang, was equally shaken, his legs trembling. "With 300,000 troops from the western capital joining forces with 200,000 from the Sand Kingdom, how can we withstand such an assault? The northern king has already reclaimed 23 territories, and our forces in Ili and Ximeng have suffered grievous losses. We are likely down to but a few tens of thousands, and our supplies are dwindling. After all, the southern territories are vast, and by the time we captured those 23 cities, we were unable to amass sufficient provisions." Chapter 62 Reinforcements. Lord Sun, the right deputy minister, remarked, "Your Majesty, dispatching reinforcements at this juncture may prove futile. The fact that our scouts failed to uncover this information indicates that our agents in the kingdom of Sha and the western capital have all been eliminated." Emperor Suqing recalled that 10 days prior, Xixi had come to the palace to report on this matter, bringing with her a forged letter, claiming it contained intelligence obtained by her senior brother, Xinxinghe. At the time, he had dismissed her concerns, believing her to be preoccupied with romantic entanglements, unable to bear the thought of Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang's impending union, and he had scolded her fiercely, ordering her return to her residence under house arrest. Little did he know that her words held truth. Had he taken her seriously 10 days ago and promptly dispatched reinforcements, while also arranging for supplies, with the capabilities of the emperor's younger brother at the helm, they might have stood a chance against the coalition forces of the Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang exchanged glances, realizing that the opportunity they had awaited had finally arrived. They intended to leverage their military achievements at Changling Pass to secure a marriage grant. As long as they distinguished themselves on the battlefield in the southern front, they would ascend to the ranks of celebrated military heroes. When that time came, who would dare to mock them? The humiliation of the wedding ceremony still lingered in Zhan Beiwang's memory. Although he had recently consummated his marriage with Yi Fang, he was still harboring a deep-seated resentment. Furthermore, upon discovering that unfortunately, he never even laid eyes on the esteemed Dr. Yi Fang had later attempted to summon Dan, but the physician refused to open his door, much to her exasperation. Ultimately, it was Zhan Beiwang's elder sister-in-law, Min, who knelt outside the apothecary hall for 2 days, finally managing to procure 5 precious Danxuet pills, which were exorbitantly priced. Initially, they had been quoted 30 taels each, but after her prolonged supplication, the price had escalated to 100 taels each. Even if they sold the general's estate, they could scarcely afford the medication for his mother's ailment. While his sister-in-law gained a reputation for filial piety, he and Yi Fang were subjected to ridicule. Their triumphant return was now a distant memory, overshadowed by the disgrace of their wedding banquet, where all the guests had departed in disarray. Thus, they were in desperate need of military accomplishments to regain their former glory. Almost in unison, the two knelt before the emperor. Yi Fang implored, "Your Majesty, the situation is dire. I beseech you to increase the number of reinforcements. I am willing to accompany General Zhan to the southern front, aiming to arrive before the forces of the western capital reach the battlefield." Zhan Beiwang was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was too late to intervene as the emperor immediately inquired, "Can you indeed arrive before the western capital's troops?" Yi Fang replied resolutely, "I will spare no effort." "Very well, I grant it. Zhan Beiwang will serve as the commander, with Yi Fang as his deputy. You are to immediately mobilize 100,000 troops from the capital and march through the night without delay." Yi Fang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, 20,000 may not suffice. Currently, there are fewer than 200,000 troops on the southern battlefield, and with the alliance of the western capital and the Kingdom of Sha, they could muster at least 500,000 soldiers. Moreover, the Kingdom of Sha possesses divine fire weaponry. I hope you will permit 1,000 soldiers from the divine fire camp to engage in battle, along with 30,000 Xuanjie troops to accompany them, led by General Zhan." Li Dehuai, the Minister of War, quickly objected, stating, "Your Majesty, the Xuanjie troops are your personal guard and cannot be. Once reinforcements arrive, all will be placed under the command of King Biming." Yi Fang interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe it would be better for me and General Zhan to lead the troops, as the capital's army may not heed King Biming's command." Preposterous. Li Dehuai's expression darkened. How can a battlefield have two commanders? Furthermore, the capital's army was all trained by Duke Song Huayan, and King Biming also hails from his ranks. The Xuanjie troops were cultivated under King Biming. For your sake, do you think they would disregard his orders? If they do not obey military commands, what use are such soldiers? Chancellor Mu Jin arrived belatedly, and upon grasping the situation, concurred that immediate action was required, with all reinforcements placed under King Biming's command. At over 70 years of age, Chancellor Mu had yet to retire, a testament to his stabilizing influence in the court, and thus his words carried weight with Emperor Suqing, who found his reasoning sound. Emperor Suqing stated, "It is settled. You may return home to relay the orders, then report to Li Qing and accompany Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang to mobilize the troops. The tiger talisman of the capital's army shall be entrusted to them for transfer to King Biming." Understood. Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang responded in unison. Emperor Suqing turned his gaze to Yi Fang. "What you said about arriving at the southern battlefield before the western capital's forces, may you not disappoint my expectations. Should you succeed, considerable rewards await you." "I shall exert every effort," Yi Fang replied, lifting his eyes with unwavering determination. Chapter 63, Determining the General of Reinforcements. After the departure of Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang, the Emperor Suqing and the Chancellor conferred on the selection of a military supervisor, as they needed to gather provisions to send to the southern battlefield. The stakes were monumental. Having already conquered 23 cities, the emperor could not bear the thought of failing at this critical juncture. Once Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang left the palace, Zhan Beiwang furrowed his brow and remarked, "How can you assure me that we will arrive at the battlefield before the troops from Xijing? The forces from Xijing have been on the move for over 10 days, while we have yet to set out. Even if we travel day and night, we cannot outpace them." Yi Fang, brimming with ambition, replied, "There is nothing insurmountable if we shall certainly succeed." Zhan Beiwang, exasperated, countered, "You speak so easily. When we originally led the capital troops to assist at Changling Pass, it took us a full 2 months to arrive. Now, to reach the southern front, we have barely 20 days. How can we possibly make it in time?" Yi Fang, displeased, retorted, "It's better to hasten back to the residence to make arrangements and gather troops for immediate departure than to waste time in idle chatter." With a cold smirk, she added, "I am aware of your recent dissatisfaction with me. I have offended many in the residence, and even your mother seems to have grown less fond of me. However, I intend to demonstrate through our accomplishments that the farcical displays by Song Xixi are utterly worthless. We must take to the battlefield, engage in genuine combat, and establish our merits, thus elevating the General's household into the circles of power and influence. This is the true way to enhance the prestige of the General's legacy." Hearing her mention Song Xixi, Zhan Beiwang frowned. "Am I not allowed to reference her? What is your connection with her? Do you still maintain ties after the divorce? I perceive her tactics as a retreat disguised as a strategy. Otherwise, why would you go to the Duke's residence to seek her out?" A flicker of irritation crossed Zhan. "Beyond the Danxue pill, my mother's condition requires continuous examination. We cannot rely solely on medication without understanding its effects. Moreover, I did not even encounter her during my visit." Yi Fang replied coldly, "Is that not a retreat in disguise? She deliberately avoided you under the pretense of filial piety, but who knows what schemes you both might be harboring." Zhan Beiwang, observing her frigid demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and did not wish to continue this contentious discourse. "Must we bicker over someone who is already divorced?" Yi Fang, cognizant of the recent turmoil that had strained their relationship, acknowledged, "You forbade me from mentioning her. Your protective stance raises suspicions of—" "I am aware of this," Yi Fang sighed, yet her tone remained resolute. "However, I will ensure you recognize that marrying me is a boon for the General's household and for you. Song Xixi may assist you in being dutiful to your mother, but such roles can be fulfilled by my sister-in-law. I possess the capability to restore the General's household to its former glory and revive the illustrious legacy of your ancestors." This was Zhan Beiwang's greatest aspiration in life. He nodded slightly, though he found himself puzzled. It is indeed curious why Xi would ally with the San Kingdom to launch an offensive against us in the southern theater. We had compelled them to surrender and sign a treaty at Changling Pass, promising not to encroach upon our borders. Yi Fang explained, the treaty we signed prohibits incursions along the borders of Changling Pass. We have yet to fully reclaim the south, and both Yili and Ximing remain under the control of the San people. Their focus is precisely on Yili and Ximing, so this cannot be considered a breach of the treaty. That reasoning holds merit, yet upon further reflection, it strikes me as odd. The San Kingdom and Xi have historically maintained little military interaction now. They are allowing Xi's 300,000 troops to enter their territory without fear of ulterior motives? Though Zhan Beiwang's experience on the battlefield was not extensive, he found the sudden alliance between the two nations to be rather peculiar. Who cares? Yi Fang shrugged. In any case, this presents us with a tremendous opportunity. I fear they may not come at all. Chapter 64. She is essentially a disdained woman. Zhan Beiwang, however, held a different perspective. Previously, he had indeed considered engaging in battle on the southern front, but only under circumstances where the San Kingdom's soldiers were the sole adversaries. Now, with an influx of 300,000 troops from the western capital pouring into Ximing and Yili, it remains uncertain whether the San Kingdom would continue to reinforce their ranks. Currently, the enemy boasts an army of 500,000, while he leads fewer than 120,000 from the capital, and with the northern underworld king commanding barely 200,000 soldiers, their total barely amounts to 300,000. Furthermore, the northern underworld king's forces are significantly fatigued, with numerous wounded and a dire shortage of supplies, left to languish in hunger while awaiting provisions. Thus, they are in no position to capture Yili and are merely biding their time for reinforcements to arrive. Most crucially, winter has descended, rendering the southern region frigid and inhospitable for warfare. In contrast, the San Kingdom, known for its resilience and dubbed the Black Bear, remains unperturbed by the cold, capable of frolicking bare-skinned upon the icy surfaces even in the depths of winter. Therefore, the disparity in strength between the two nations is striking, making the upcoming battle exceedingly arduous, especially if the San Kingdom continues to dispatch reinforcements. Naturally, should victory be achieved, it would lead to great accomplishments. However, a loss would mean the ultimate sacrifice of life on the battlefield, as exemplified by Song Huayan and his sons, who perished in the turmoil of the southern front. The perils of the southern battlefield are thus evident. Moreover, Yi Fang's promise to bring an army to the southern front before the forces from the western capital arrive is virtually unattainable. Her unguarded proclamations reveal a lack of experience in the affairs of the court. Should this endeavor culminate in failure, the repercussions would likely see both him and Yi Fang facing severe consequences. Thus, before this promising opportunity, he appeared troubled and far less optimistic than Yi Fang. By the way, do you know why the emperor has stationed the imperial guards at the entrance of the Duke of the State's residence to monitor Song Xixi? Yi Fang suddenly inquired. Zhan Beiwang shook his head, preferring not to discuss Song Xixi, lest she delve into endless chatter. Yi Fang adjusted her cloak and smiled knowingly. It is undoubtedly to prevent her from causing mischief. I have heard that she entered the palace on the second day after our wedding and was subsequently escorted back by the imperial guards. Since then, they have been taking turns guarding the duke's residence, indicating that her visit to the palace must have involved some excessive demands from the emperor, perhaps concerning you and me. She cannot bear to see us thrive. Zhan Beiwang had heard whispers of this but dared not inquire further for fear of displeasing Yi Fang, yet he was taken aback by her own investigative efforts. I am quite eager to see. I doubt she would harbor jealousy. Yi Fang scoffed. The military accomplishments of the Song family are only of relevance to her in that she gets to feast on the blood and flesh of her kin, basking in the glory their achievements afford her. What has she earned for herself? Zhan Beiwang sighed softly. Yi Fang, let us not speak of her. She is of no concern to us. Whether she lives in opulence or destitution bears no impact on our lives. Indeed, it is of no concern. She is, after all, a woman deserving of pity. Upon hearing this, Zhan Beiwang fell into a prolonged silence. In the past, when he heard Yi Fang speak thus, he felt a profound respect, yet, after their marriage, he realized that Yi Fang's essence reflected a profound disdain for women, perhaps even more so than for men. The night loomed like a colossal beast, devouring the world in its shadow, leaving no trace of light. Chapter 65 of the entrancement of Song Xixi into the palace. The news of Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang preparing to ascend to the southern battlefield stirred a tumult of emotions within the venerable matriarch of the Zhan family. Excitement intermingled with trepidation. She understood that the battlefield was a realm where fortune and calamity entwined. A resounding victory would undoubtedly yield great accolades, while a devastating defeat could cost lives. Yet, after traversing through she was confident in their capabilities. Moreover, as generals, their roles primarily entailed strategizing the conflict, while the brunt of the combat would fall upon the common soldiers. With this merely a few days after Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang departed the capital with their troops, the spies stationed in the San Kingdom finally relayed vital intelligence to the imperial court. The confidential report mirrored precisely the information transmitted by the King of Biming from the southern front, as well as the details divulged by Song Xixi upon her entrance into the palace over a fortnight prior. The youthful and handsome emperor, consumed by fury, tore the report to shreds, lamenting the significant delay of over half a month. Had he heeded Song Xixi's words earlier and promptly dispatched reinforcements while mobilizing provisions, the chances of victory for his kingdom would have markedly increased. Although Yi Fang asserted that they could arrive at the southern battlefield before the forces from Xijing, the emperor, having previously experienced the rigors of warfare and calculated the distances and marching speeds, understood that such a feat was utterly unattainable. Overwhelmed by frustration, he exclaimed, how could I have believed that Song Xixi, ensnared by her affections, would be so petty and vindictive towards Zhan Beiwang? It was evident that she bore crucial military information, yet I dismissed her. Wu Dabin, diligently attending to the Emperor St., cautiously interjected, it is also due to Miss Song's forgery of Xixing's letter that His Majesty harbored doubts about her veracity. The Emperor shook his head. Without the forgery of Xixing's letter, I would have been even less inclined to trust her unsubstantiated claims. After all, our kingdom has only recently established a treaty of non-aggression with Xixing, a pact signed by Yi Fang himself. He chuckled bitterly. I have underestimated her character. She is the daughter of Duke Song and was raised in the martial arts within the esteemed Wanzongman. How could she possibly be someone who cannot let go? Suddenly, Wu Dabin recalled an incident. Your Majesty, on the day I delivered the edict to the General's residence, I happened to witness General Zhan sparring with Miss Song. Her martial prowess is indeed formidable, as General Zhan could scarcely withstand a few exchanges before succumbing. Of course, I am no expert in martial arts, so perhaps General Zhan was merely yielding. The Emperor, having witnessed Zhan Beiwang's skills, recognized that while he was not the pinnacle of martial prowess, he ranked among the finest of the younger generals. Zhan Beiwang possesses commendable abilities. He must have been accommodating towards Xixi. Wu Dabin, I need you to visit the Duke's residence and summon Xixi to the palace. Given the fluctuating stance of the Xijing people, I suspect there are matters regarding the battle at Changling Pass that I am unaware of. Wu Dabin personally visited the Duke's residence, and after the imperial guards were withdrawn, he conveyed the summons for Song Xixi to enter the palace. The summons could no longer be concealed within the Duke's residence, compelling them to reveal the truth and kneel in repentance. Upon returning to the palace, Wu Dabin reported to the Emperor, who was taken aback, you mean to say that I stationed the imperial guards to monitor her movements, forbidding her from leaving, yet she managed to escape that very night? She traveled to the southern front to deliver her message. Wu Dabin knelt and replied, Your Majesty, please temper your anger. According to Chen Fu, the steward of the Duke's residence, due to the urgency of the military situation. Moreover, as per Granny Liang, she ventured forth alone, estimating that she would arrive in the southern front within 5 days. She is likely to have met with the King of Beiming to relay the military situation, prompting him to urgently report back to the capital for reinforcements. After conveying this information, Wu Dabin furtively glanced at the Emperor before adding, the steward Chen Fu mentioned that Miss Song stated she would personally apologize to Your Majesty upon her return. Chapter 66 Reflection for the Huai Wang couple. The sovereign of the Qing dynasty spoke. What crime has she committed? She ventured to the southern frontier to deliver news, allowing the royal brother to prepare in advance, preventing him from being taken by surprise. The timeliness of military intelligence can alter the course of events. A day, even an hour, can make a significant difference. She has rendered a service. It is I who failed to trust her. As he spoke, the Emperor slightly turned his body. I dispatched the imperial guards to monitor her movements, yet she managed to escape under the cover of night? It appears her martial prowess is quite formidable. Wu Dabin chuckled, Your Majesty, she is trained in the Wanzong sect for 7 to 8 years. The Wanzong sect is the foremost martial school in our Shan kingdom, and it is said she is the most talented disciple of her master. Is that so? The Qing Emperor's knowledge of the Wanzong sect was limited to Xixingha, and he was unaware of Song Xixi's considerable capabilities. I find it rather curious that Lady Song chose Zhan Beiwang as her husband. With the Song family's illustrious lineage, what noble scion could she not have selected? Why opt for a declining general's household? Wu Dabin hesitated for a moment before softly responding, it is said that many sought her hand, yet only Zhan Beiwang vowed to Lady Song that he would never take a concubine. The Emperor was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. How ironic it is that he promised not to take a concubine, yet no sooner had he achieved merit than he sought to marry a primary wife, compelling me to become an unwitting accomplice. Lady Song has misjudged him. Wu Dabin sighed, indeed, Lady Song's misjudgment extends beyond Zhan Beiwang alone. The Emperor regarded him, is there more to this matter? Wu Dabin replied, all of the gifts from Miss Song were returned, as they deemed the offerings from a divorced woman to be inauspicious. The Emperor's irritation grew, such a thing has transpired, the Huai Wangfei and Lady Song are sisters, and Yong'an and Xixi have been close since their youth. As a cousin providing adornments to her, how could there be any inauspiciousness? This separation was decreed by me. Does the Huai Wangfei consider my edict to be ill-fated? Wu Dabin explained, for a woman to divorce is, in any case, looked down upon, especially as Miss Song is the sole remaining member of the Duke's household, with no prospect of revival. When relationships cool, even close relatives may become indifferent. The Emperor recalled the bond between his mother and Lady Song, his countenance darkening. This matter must not reach my mother's ears. She holds Xixi in great affection, wishing to adopt her as a goddaughter. If she were to learn that Xixi has been treated with such disdain post-divorce, it would surely provoke her heart condition again. Wu Dabin acknowledged, yes, I understand the gravity of the situation. He commanded, convey my decree to the Huai Wangfu, instructing the Huai Wang couple to reflect for a month. They need not enter the palace for New Year's Eve. Wu Dabin's eyes flickered slightly, understood. As he exited, he gazed upward at the overcast sky. A certain individual came to mind, and he felt an oppressive weight in his chest. It was on a similarly bleak and frigid day that the Emperor, then merely the Crown Prince, had been poisoned at a meal. He had been punished by the late Emperor for his negligence, receiving 50 strokes and was barely alive. It was that individual who, upon inadvertently learning of this from the Empress Dowager, had summoned the divine physician Dan to treat him, thereby saving his life. Otherwise, he would have perished in that harsh winter, and now, as her daughter faced disdain and contempt, how could he remain indifferent? Thus, the usually reticent Wu Daban took the opportunity to voice his concerns before the emperor, knowing that the Huai Wang South absence from court was merely the idleness of a princely. The emperor would not perceive it as interference in state affairs. He summoned 2 eunuchs to accompany him to the Huai Wangfu to deliver the decree. The Huai Wang couple exchanged glances. After receiving the decree, the Huai Wang rose and discreetly pulled Wu Daban aside. Your Excellency, I implore you to clarify what misdeeds my wife and I have committed to provoke such royal displeasure. Chapter 67. Wu Daban raised his whisk and shook his head, saying, This old servant knows nothing, I merely act upon imperial orders. Those words, acting upon imperial orders, rendered the Prince of Huai hesitant to inquire further. The Emperor's Majesty is both a source of reward and punishment. After Wu Daban departed, the couple exchanged puzzled glances. They served their mother and Empress in the capital, and the Emperor had graciously permitted the Dowager Empress to reside with them at the Prince of Huai's manor. Their relationship had always been relatively close, so why were they suddenly punished without any explanation? They had done nothing, nor dared to do anything. It was truly perplexing. In the bitter cold of December, heavy snow obstructed the advancing path of the Northern Expeditionary Army. They had initially rushed out of the capital, but an unexpected snowstorm persisted for 2 days, blanketing the land in deep snow and severely hampering their progress in the frigid weather. Each step forward became a monumental task, as extracting 1's foot from the snow proved exceedingly arduous. While the southern front had also seen snowfall, it was fortunately light, and the training of new recruits had largely been completed. There were 30,000 newly enlisted soldiers, with weapons and armor being hastily crafted in Tashkent, expected to reach the front lines before the army from Xijing arrived. The northern king had sought out Song Xixi, originally issuing a stern order for her return to the capital. However, Song Xixi insisted that she had enlisted, and returning now would be tantamount to desertion, which the Song family would not condone. The northern king found himself powerless against her resolve and instructed their group of 5 to look out for one another, as combat might render their martial skills ineffective in the chaos of close-quarter fighting, where friend and foe would become entwined. When the northern king approached Song Xixi, it frightened Chen Shan, who remarked that the commanding general resembled a wild man. Shenwanzi remarked dryly, Is he the only one who appears so? I find that most of these soldiers resemble wild men. Indeed, on the battlefield of the southern front, they had endured years of strife. The former commander was Song Xixi's father, and now it was the northern king, Xia Romo. Mantu interjected, No matter, wild men are fierce in battle. On the 23rd of December, the eve of the Little New Year, war erupted, the gates of Yili City swung wide open, and countless soldiers of the Sand Kingdom surged forth. Among them were some from Xijing and some from the Sand Kingdom, all clad in identical armor, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. As they faced their first battle, the 5 found themselves somewhat at a loss. Warfare was a far cry from mere martial contests. In the throes of close combat, every swing of their blades lacked finesse, merely aimed at inflicting fatal blows. The northern king's forces could not retreat, for retreat would mean returning to Tashkent, which had already been reclaimed. If they fell back, Tashkent would easily succumb to siege, thus they had to engage in battle in the open fields. Song Xixi quickly found her rhythm, as if her very blood had awakened. She charged into the heart of the enemy ranks, her peach blossom spear striking with remarkable speed, every thrust finding its mark in the throats of her foes, often resulting in instant death. She had contemplated capturing the enemy leader first, but having studied numerous military treatises, she understood that a general adorned in golden armor and mounted on a magnificent steed might not necessarily be genuine. They could very well be impostors. Therefore, her inaugural battle was a fierce one. Killing was the objective. Exhausted, she fought from dawn until dusk, feeling as though every ounce of her strength had been expended, yet the enemy seemed inexhaustible. Her body was drenched in the blood of her adversaries, and though she had sustained a wound to her shoulder, it was of little consequence, as her bamboo armor had absorbed much of the blow, leaving her with only a superficial injury. As night fell, the soldiers of the Sand Kingdom retreated back to Yili City, the gates closing behind them. The first battle had ended in a victory for the Shang Kingdom. Song Xixi and her companions lay on the ground, utterly spent, their bodies stained with blood. Had they not still been breathing, they might well have been mistaken for corpses. Fang Tianshu led the effort to clear the battlefield, with the Shang army suffering 2,300 casualties, while the wounded were yet to be counted. The Sand Kingdom had lost 6,000 men, with 300 taken captive, though the 6,000 was a conservative estimate, as the Sand soldiers had dragged away some of their dead as they retreated. Xixi, how many have you slain? Shenwanzi. Chapter 68. The reason for the annihilation of the entire clan. When I counted to 30, I stopped counting. Song Xixi raised her arm, feeling the weight of the peach blossom spear, realizing that warfare was indeed an exhausting endeavor. I counted. I killed 50. Mantu attempted to leap gracefully like a carp, but instead, he stumbled and fell to the ground. His weapon, a sword, was knocked away due to the overwhelming number of foes, and ultimately, he resorted to using his fists and feet to slay the enemies before retrieving his sword at last. Shenwanzi declared, I have slain 63. Zhang Dezhuang, the deputy of the North Ming king, approached, his body smeared with blood. Song Xixi first sat up and then used her peach blossom spear to support herself as she— I stopped counting. Zhang Dezhuang clapped his hands, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The marshal personally counted the enemies you dispatched. You used your peach blossom spear to pierce their throats. Just counting this portion alone, it amounts to over 300, not including those who were not silenced. You are truly remarkable. Is this your first time on the battlefield? All the generals agree that you are indeed the daughter of Marshal Song. Have I really killed so many? I truly lost count, but it is exceedingly tiring. Xixi stood with her legs trembling, uncertain if it was from the cold or fatigue. Hurry, the marshal summons you. Zhan Beiwang exclaimed as he noticed her inclination to sit down again. Manta sprang up like a carp, instantly revitalized. The marshal summons us, we must go. Previously, they had mentioned that killing 30 enemies would grant them a promotion, and he had indeed slain 50. Xixi was truly impressive, deserving of her reputation as the most outstanding warrior among them. They supported each other as they made their way to the command tent, parting the curtain to enter, only to find several generals already seated within, including General Fang Tianqiu. Manta paused in his tracks, as there seemed to be no space to advance. As a result, he halted, and those following him unexpectedly tumbled onto him, 5 valiant youths collapsing in a heap on the ground, which elicited hearty laughter from the assembly. This was quite the embarrassment for him. Shenwanzi, infuriated, stood up and kicked Mantu. The North Ming king chuckled, his gaze landing on Xixi's face, which shone with brilliance. She merely smiled wearily. Xixi, you possess the demeanor of Marshal Song. General Fang Tianqiu exclaimed with great excitement, stepping forward to clap her shoulder, nearly causing her to kneel from the force. She steadied herself, determined not to lose face for her father. Song Xixi, heed the decree. The North Ming king rose and approached her, his towering figure almost overshadowing her. With a voice raspy yet commanding, he proclaimed, I appoint you as a 1,000 household commander, commanding 1,000 soldiers, whom you may deploy as you see fit. As for the others, I appoint you as 100 household commanders, subordinate to Song Xixi. The few who were unfamiliar with military ranks began to count on their fingers. 100 households meant managing 100 soldiers, while 1,000 meant overseeing 1,000. Now, Song Xixi had become their leader. No matter, she had always been the leader in Meishan. Song Xixi's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly been promoted so rapidly, and to such a high rank? The North Ming king, clearly pleased, praised her in front of the generals before dismissing them, wishing to speak privately with Song Xixi. In the command tent, only the North Ming king and Song Xixi remained. As the newly appointed 1,000 household commander, despite her desire to sit on the ground, she stood upright, gazing at the North Ming king. What orders does the marshal have? Sit down and speak. The North Ming king took his seat first, the blood on his face yet to be wiped clean, his beard matted with blood, giving him a rather unkempt appearance, yet his eyes still sparkled brightly. Song Xixi struggled to sit down. The North Ming king pulled out a confidential letter from the table and handed it to her. This explains why Western capital seeks to ally with the Sand Kingdom. A chill ran through Song Xixi's eyes. The reason for the alliance between Western capital and the Sand Kingdom was likely the cause of her family's tragic fate. Chapter 69. The Crown Prince of Xijing in the city of Yili, Marshal Solanki of Xijing stood atop the castle walls, gazing at the distant soldiers of the Shang state. Hatred and fury simmered in his eyes. The southern frontier, they cannot hold it, Marshal Solanki stated coldly, the animosity within him nearly setting aflame the distant troops of the Shang state. Your soldiers are beset by injuries. Allow them a few days to recuperate before engaging again, suggested Marshal Victor of the Xia state. Solanki shook his head, his white hair concealed beneath a thick cap, exhaling clouds of vapor as he clasped the brickwork of the castle wall. No, we must not allow them to revel in joy for too long. We shall continue our assault the day after tomorrow. Within 3 days, we must seize Ta City. Victor remained indifferent, as the majority of those charging into battle were Xijing soldiers, who had brought their own provisions. Regarding the matter you requested us to investigate, we have confirmed that a certain General Yi Fang is indeed among the Shang reinforcements, currently en route to the southern battlefield. Solanki clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. This person, I shall capture at any cost. Victor was bewildered. What vendetta could a mere woman inspire? What deep-seated enmity do you harbor against her? Furthermore, do you not have intelligence operatives in the capital of the Shang state? Why then must we, the Xia state, undertake this investigation? My spies from Xijing, Solanki slowly released his grip, letting out a heavy sigh, the mist swirling around his weary visage, have already fulfilled their mission. Victor could not fathom why Xijing was providing unconditional assistance to the Xia state. He only understood that the monarch of the Xia state had allied with the emperor of Xijing, and once the southern frontier was secured, the two nations would engage in mutual trade and open maritime routes, which would be beneficial for both parties, thus not qualifying as a condition from Xijing. Victor speculated that perhaps it stemmed from their defeat at Changling Pass, where they had capitulated to the Shang state. He held a disdain for those who surrendered, though he would not express it outwardly. Meanwhile, Song Xixi departed from the command camp, slowly making her way back to the military encampment, her eyes harboring a tumult of hatred. The confidential letter presented to her by the king of Beiming revealed that one of the captives held by General Yi was a young general of Xijing, the crown prince himself. He had initially gone to the battlefield for experience but was captured by Yi Fang in Lubier city. Upon capture, he did not disclose his identity, and due to his obstinacy, he was subjected to the utmost humiliation by Yi Fang's subordinates, even to the extent of being castrated. The capture of the crown prince was also the reason behind Xijing's surrender. They sought to exchange him for Yi Fang. Regrettably, this crown prince was of feeble constitution. After being released, he took his own life out of despair. Xijing was understandably reluctant to let the world know that their crown prince had endured such degradation, and even less willing to reveal that he had chosen to end his own life due to the unbearable shame. Hence, at Changling Pass, they refrained from retaliating and instead opted to ally with the Xia state to seek vengeance on the southern battlefield. The peace treaty was hastily signed in Lubier City, explaining why the victory at Changling Pass was attributed to Yi Fang's prowess. Unbeknownst to Yi Fang, the young general she had humiliated was none other than the crown prince of Xijing. It was no wonder that Xijing's spies were willing to risk everything to annihilate her noble household. Yi Fang, she struggled to suppress the overwhelming hatred surging within her. The king of Beiming had advised her to prioritize the broader strategy, refraining from discussing the matters of Changling Pass on the southern battlefield. She understood well, choking back the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. She could only endure for now. Moreover, this incident could potentially implicate her grandfather. She had no choice but to bear it. The people of Xijing sought vengeance, yet chose to avoid confronting the truth directly, instead opting for a convoluted approach to revenge on the southern battlefield. Yi Fang had wrought suffering upon the southern frontier. Otherwise, with the might of the Beiming army, the capture of Yili City and the conquest of Ximing would be imminent. Now that the forces of Xijing had arrived, how many soldiers would have to be sacrificed to attain ultimate victory? Chapter 70. A divorce would bring shame to the family. Upon returning to the camp, Song Xixi had already composed herself, concealing all traces of her emotions. Having been elevated to the rank of Song Qianhu, she still found herself sharing a small tent with Chen Chen and the others, albeit with the addition of 2 new blankets sent from Tucheng. Since Mantu and Gunner were male, a curtain was drawn in the middle for modesty as they tended to their wounds. Everyone had sustained minor injuries, but nothing of grave concern. The biting cold merely intensified their discomfort. Song Xixi distributed medicinal supplies for healing, yet none accepted her offerings. Who goes into battle without carrying some form of medicine? Each sect possessed its own miraculous remedies. Song Xixi withdrew. Save it. Xixi, I've heard that your ex-husband is bringing his new wife to offer support. Won't it be awkward when you meet? Chen Chen inquired, having donned her garments and tidied the medicinal powder scattered on the ground. Awkward? What for? Xinhuanzi snorted, her delicate face clouded with frost. We regard them as mere beasts, unworthy of our attention, just 2 filthy creatures in our eyes. Manta lifted the curtain. By the UVE encountered a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Manta lowered the curtain again, wrapping her own wounds with several layers of cloth. Your mother must regret her decision immensely. If I were in her shoes, I would storm the general's residence with our servants, creating an uproar. You too, when you were at Wanzongmen, you were so fierce. Why did you not give that scoundrel a few lashes? Song Xixi shut her eyes. The aristocratic circles of the capital are vastly different from the martial world. Having divorced, I am already scorned and looked down upon. Should I strike my husband, even if he is my former one, they would point fingers at my family and scold them, further endangering my unmarried siblings. How? This is your affair. Mantu expressed her disbelief. Xinhuanzi spoke coolly. It indeed would have consequences. If she has younger siblings yet to be betrothed, and word spreads that their family produced a divorcee who even assaulted her ex-husband, what family would dare to form an alliance with such a clan? Xinhuanzi hailed from a prominent family in Jiangnan and had heard countless tales of such incidents. Her own family had suffered due to a relative who eloped, becoming a concubine, and thus, families of the highborn looked down upon them, making marriage prospects challenging. The rules surrounding these matters were numerous, and the mere Chen Chen remarked, that doesn't matter. Once we achieve victory and return, you need not step outside. We shall take care of him on your behalf. Song Xixi opened her eyes and smiled at Chen Chen. There is no need to wait for victory. They will soon arrive in the southern frontier. He is the commander of the reinforcements, and I wonder if I should speak to the marshal about my past with him. Xinhuanzi rummaged through her belongings and produced a leather wine pouch, tilting it back to take a swig. You've done nothing wrong. There is no need to explain, they will come and explain themselves. Sizzle, you actually have wine, how outrageous, and yet you didn't share. Gunner, catching a whiff of the wine, yanked the curtain aside, attempting to snatch the pouch from Xinhuanzi. With a swift motion, Xinhuanzi tossed the pouch to Song Xixi, who caught it and leapt outside the tent. With a resounding thud, Song Xixi crouched on the ground, having dropped the wine pouch, her hands clutching her nose. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. What had she collided with? A wall of iron and bronze. Her nose felt as if it might be broken. Chapter 71. She achieved great merit again. A large hand picked up the wine pouch from the ground. The man twisted it open and took a whiff. The glimmer in his eyes was unmistakably one of ecstatic delight, yet the words that escaped his lips were filled with fury. How outrageous! To hoard fine wine within the military camp is inexcusable. It shall be confiscated. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Song Xixi squatted on the ground, rubbing her nose, tears brimming in her eyes, and she vaguely perceived a tall figure darting back towards his command tent. The marshal has confiscated it, Manta said dazedly, then sighed dramatically. Even a sip would have sufficed. What a fuss over nothing, now it's all taken away. Xinhuanzi had not anticipated the marshal's arrival either, and he chuckled. Did you think I would carry merely a single flask in such a substantial bundle? Mantu and Gunner hurriedly pursued him inside, calling out Auntie. As they went, and the 5 of them shared another pouch of wine. Delightful, the horn signaling the second battle resounded, the sound of iron hooves echoing as if they could shatter mountains and rivers. King Beiming commanded that this time the focus be on wounding the enemy rather than killing them. Manta found it peculiar. If we can kill, why not do so? Those who are merely wounded will return to the battlefield once they recover. Song Xixi raised her peach blossom spear. I understand now. Mantu inquired, why? We shall heed the marshal's orders, as well as mine. Aim for the tendons in their hands and feet, or sever their limbs should circumstances demand it, then we may kill. There was no time for further discussion. The clash of battle had already commenced. Song Cc's peach blossom spear was extraordinarily conspicuous, and the enemy seemed to have targeted her, encircling her with over 100 men. As 25 long spears thrust forward in unison, Song Xixi soared into the sky and vanished in an instant. The enemy, unable to retract their strikes in time, found their spears landing upon their own comrades instead. With a commanding shout, Song Xixi exclaimed, "Xixi, serpent entwining technique." Xinhuanzi flew over from the encirclement, her long whip coiling around the spears like a swift serpent, and she called out, "Xixi, celestial maiden scatters peach blossoms." Holding her peach blossom spear, Song Xixi soared through the air. With a sweeping motion of her spear, she unleashed a wave of gentle force that scattered like petals, piercing into the bodies of the enemy. They exchanged glances, their coordination becoming even more exhilarating. The enemy forces encircled the 5 of them separately, but they seamlessly merged into one, disrupting the rhythm of the enemy's assaults. Standing back to back, Manta's knife, Gunner's sword, Qinshin's hammer, Xinhuanzi's whip all struck with precision. Song Cc's peach blossom spear was particularly lethal, either severing tendons or inflicting grievous wounds. The battle horn sounded amidst the chaos of clashing steel and anguished cries, echoing throughout the wilds outside Yi City. Blood mist filled the air. All that met the eye was weaponry and blood. King Beiwang continuously adjusted tactics, advancing step by step, even joining the fray himself, wielding his golden-bladed sword, sharp as a razor, capable of severing an enemy's arm with a single strike. This battle primarily aimed to inflict wounds rather than kill, hence he refrained from striking lethally. It was not out of mercy. As a seasoned commander, he had never possessed a soft heart. A greater number of wounded enemies would necessitate a slower advance, and the military doctors were far from sufficient, requiring some soldiers to remain behind to tend to the injured. No commander would disregard the lives of the wounded, for it would inevitably affect morale. The battle continued until darkness fell, at which point the retreat was called. King Beiwang gave her a thumbs up. "You have achieved great merit once more." The cold had caused the enemy's blood to congeal upon Song Cc's face, resembling a blood-stained scab. She did not place much value on military accolades. Her sole desire was to reclaim the southern borders, fulfilling her father's dying wish. He and her brothers had perished here, and thus, even if she were the last of the Song family, she vowed to wrest the southern lands from the enemy's grasp. King Beiwang gazed at her weathered little face. Though the biting wind had rendered her cheeks as red as ripened fruit, threatening to burst, she had been undeniably beautiful then. Now, it was uncertain whether she could even be considered a woman. Chapter 72. The remarkable female general of the Song family. Her hair was a chaotic mess, with blood from fallen foes congealed within its strands, each lock seemingly harboring its own thoughts, some curling together, others cascading haphazardly in every direction, rendering her appearance less tidy than even that of a chicken coop. The bamboo armor she wore bore numerous tears, stained with blood, and not a single inch of her face was free from grime. Either blood or mud marked her skin. After days without bathing or grooming, even the beggars on the street would appear more presentable than she. "Are you uncomfortable?" The Northern Ming King recalled the vibrant young girl he used to see each year at the Wanzhong sect, so full of life and joy. She now seemed like a completely different person. "Starving." Song Cc's cracked lips parted to utter a single word. The Northern Ming King's beard twitched. "Indeed, we are all hungry. Not even your father. You are extraordinary, so hold your head high and walk out with pride." With a newfound resolve, Song Xixi straightened her posture, resembling a proud peacock as she limped out of the command tent, hands on her waist. The Northern Ming King followed behind, smiling, yet his heart ached. He had watched this girl grow up, believing that the supplies from Tower City had arrived. Although meager, they would suffice to feed the soldiers a hearty meal. That night, the Northern Ming King convened a meeting with commanders above the rank of 1,000. Song Xixi, using her peach blossom spear as a makeshift cane, limped into the command tent. As she entered, the gathered commanders regarded her with admiration. The female general of the Song family was indeed remarkable. The Northern Ming King summoned the military leaders to strategize for the upcoming battle. He pushed a chess piece across the board, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. "Next, we shall assault the city." The room filled with murmurs. The commanders felt the marshal's plan was overly audacious. Given the current strength and weaponry of the Western capital and the Sand Kingdom's allied forces, a siege seemed futile. Only Song Xixi dared to inquire, "A feigned siege, is it?" The Northern Ming King's gaze fixed upon her. "Indeed." Song Xixi continued, "The first time, a feigned siege. The second, still a feigned siege. Only on the third occasion do we truly attack, correct?" The Northern Ming King gestured her over. "Song Qianhu, come here." With her peach blossom spear in hand, Song Xixi approached. "Marshal." The Northern Ming King rose and pinched her cheek. "How can you be so astute? You are truly a born leader." Song Xixi winced. "Marshal, that hurts." "Ha ha ha." The Northern Ming King's laughter boomed. "As a soldier, you mustn't be so delicate." She was not being delicate. The relentless cold. The marshal's fingers were rough and calloused, pinching her as though they were needles piercing her skin. After his laughter subsided, he continued, "We must capture Yi City before reinforcements arrive, driving them to Shimeng, where we will engage them in a final battle. Song Qianhu, I eagerly anticipate the collaboration between you and Zhan Beiwang. I hope you both shine brightly on the battlefield." Song Xixi pondered for a moment, feeling the need to disclose her separation from Zhan Beiwang to avoid any awkwardness when he and Yi Fang arrived with reinforcements, as the others might still believe they were a couple. Additionally, it could breed animosity. Although she had enmity with Yi Fang, they were currently aligned against a common enemy. Just as she was about to speak, General Lin remarked that Zhan Beiwang is truly fortunate to have wed a wife as skilled and valiant as Song Qianhu. Fang Tianqiu looked at Song Xixi and smiled. "Xixi, if he dares to mistreat you in the future, do not hesitate to tell Uncle Fang. I shall deal with him, even if he outranks me one day. Do you think that necessary?" General Lin chimed in, if Zhan Beiwang dares to bully her, her soldiers will surely come to her aid. However, Song Madame's choice of husband surely cannot be lacking, let us not speak carelessly and disturb the harmony of the young couple. Upon hearing that her mother had personally chosen her husband, the words that were on the tip of her tongue were abruptly swallowed back. The northern Ming king observed her expression, sensing she was concealing something, yet he decided against pressing the matter further. Chapter 73 Should I inform the marshal about the divorce? That night, Song Xixi found herself unable to sleep. After spending numerous days on the front lines, aside from the first day and today when she had a full meal, she had mostly been sleeping in a state of semi-hunger, yet managing to sleep deeply. However, after a satisfying meal tonight, she was restless. The hardships of the front lines truly weighed heavily. It was remarkable how her father and elder brother had persevered for so many years. She too could endure, but the matter concerning her and Zhan Beiwang remained unclear to the marshal and the various generals, which was indeed inappropriate, but how could she articulate this? Should she mention that the man her mother had chosen for her, upon achieving military merit, was now disdainful and sought to marry a general like Yi Fang? They would likely assume that her presence on the battlefield in the south was driven by a desire to prove herself superior to Yi Fang. The idle gossip from the capital did not concern her, however, this was a battlefield, hallowed ground where her father and brothers had sacrificed their lives. She was unwilling for her loyalty to her father's legacy to be misconstrued as mere jealousy. Yet inevitably, once Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang arrived, the truth would be impossible to conceal. She sat up, and the sounds of snoring around her ceased. Although everyone was in deep sleep, they remained vigilant. As soon as Song Xixi rose, they all awakened. Gunner, not having heard the call to arms, inquired through the curtain, Xixi, are you unable to sleep? There are matters weighing on my mind, Song Xixi replied, hugging her knees dejectedly. Everyone sat up, with Chen leaning against her shoulder, eyes closed as he asked, what troubles you? Song Xixi posed the question, I wish to discuss my relationship with Zhan Beiwang with the marshal. Do you think that if I were to speak openly, the marshal might perceive my presence on the battlefield as an attempt to compete with Yi Fang? Gunner responded, aren't you on the battlefield to surpass her? I thought your aim was to advance and outshine her. Song Xixi rolled her eyes, if even you think that way, then they certainly will too. Xinhuanzi scratched his head, feeling an itch as if insects were biting, so what if it is a competition? Are you not more outstanding than her? You are now Song Qianhu. Do you know what rank that is? If the court were to formally assign ranks, you would be a 5th-rank general, though the Ministry of War has yet to acknowledge it. Song Xixi lay back down, her hands cradling her head, I am not here to compete with her. My father and brothers sacrificed their lives in the south. I wish to assist the marshal in reclaiming the south, fulfilling my father and brother's wishes. Gunner interjected, indeed, I remember Xixi once expressing her desire to become an exceptional military leader, just like her father and brother. She is not here to compete with Yi Fang. We believe you, but who outside will? Xinhuanzi remarked bluntly, they will certainly wonder, if she aspires to be the finest military leader, why would she choose to marry and manage household affairs? Why did she only think of the battlefield after being cast aside? Mantu added, in truth, whether they believe it or not is inconsequential, what matters is whether the emperor and the northern prince believe it, as they hold the power to determine Xixi's fate and promotion. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, what idle gossip could they not withstand? Such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was whether the emperor and the northern prince would view her involvement on the battlefield as mere rivalry for domestic favor. Chen widened his eyes, so what if they do? Our Xixi has genuinely achieved military merit. In the first and second battles, it would not be an exaggeration to say she was the foremost contributor. Gunner slammed his hand on the bedding, indignantly asserting, yes, Xixi, who cares what others say? Besides, it is not your fault, the blame lies with the worthless men and women. We need not explain ourselves. When those two worthless individuals arrive, they will clarify things naturally. If he dares to lay blame at your feet, even if he is a general, I shall defy the hierarchy and twist his neck. Song Xixi sniffed, they will likely say my mother has poor judgment. Xinhuanzi replied, indeed, Madame Song's judgment is lacking. I shall have words with her upon our return to the capital. Chapter 74 All my family are dead. Tears streamed down Song Xixi's face as she exclaimed, you no longer mention her. I am the sole survivor in my family. This matter, Song Xixi had yet to confide in her companions. It was a profound anguish she dared not voice, for to utter it would render her trembling with pain. Suddenly, Gunner and Mantu threw aside the curtain, revealing two faces in the darkness, astonished and horrified, which exchanged a glance with Chen and Xinhuanzi, both exclaiming in unison, what? Song Xixi buried her head in her knees, hot tears cascading down in heavy droplets. They were slain by spies lurking in the capital, all the spies from the western capital mobilized, leaving my bereft of life. At that time, I was still the wife of Zhan Beiwang, residing in the general's residence, thus escaping that massacre. But if I had not married, they would not have perished. Their shock was palpable. The annihilation of her entire family was indeed a cataclysmic disaster. The four of them stepped forward to embrace Song Xixi, sharing in her sorrow. Chen, with tears in her eyes, murmured, Xixi, do not weep. We are still here for you. Xinhuanzi pushed them aside and held Xixi close, soothing her back while gritting her teeth, her voice choked with emotion. Have all those spies from the western capital been eliminated? If not, once we achieve victory, we shall hunt them down for vengeance. Some are dead, others have fled. Once a spy escapes, it becomes exceedingly difficult to track them down. Song Xixi concealed the incident of Yi Fang massacring the village, knowing their temperaments. If they were to learn that Yi Fang's actions had incited the spies to annihilate her family, they would hardly consider the greater picture and would likely seek to kill her upon arrival. This matter was far from straightforward. Just because it is difficult to find them does not mean we cannot. After the battle, we shall seek them out, Xinhuanzi declared with fervor. Even though she was acquainted with the martial world, she recognized the pact between the western capital and the Shang kingdom to spare civilians in border disputes. To harm a lone widow and orphans was hardly the act of a hero, merely despicable and shameless. Indeed, once the battle concludes, we shall pursue them, Qinshan echoed. Gunner and Manta nodded vigorously, assuring, do not worry, Xixi. Those people cannot escape. Song Xixi opened her arms and embraced them in return, tears flowing unabated. The thought of her family overwhelmed her. Once she began to cry, she could scarcely contain herself. That night, the five of them struggled to find rest, their eyes swollen and red the following day. Fortunately, Xinhuanzi brought along powder to conceal their appearances, and given their already disheveled state, they went mostly unnoticed. During their first feigned siege, they caught the Sand Kingdom off guard. Their response was swift, as they assumed a genuine assault was underway and quickly gathered their forces atop the city walls, archers lining up to unleash a volley of arrows. The attackers, armed with shields, surged forward in waves, while ladders were raised and siege engines transported into position. However, after an hour of combat, they had yet to even set up the ladders, and the Shang army retreated. Solange stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance, coldly remarking, they are growing desperate. Do they truly believe they can seize the city with such a meager force? Do they think that having inflicted casualties upon us, we would be rendered powerless? It seems the Northern Underworld King is not as formidable as he claims. Victor, standing beside him, countered, if the Northern Underworld King lacked strength, how could he have captured over 20 of my cities? Do not underestimate him, complacency is a grave error. Solange shot him a frosty glance, the loss of over 20 cities is a reflection of your ineptitude. Victor furrowed his brow, incredulous at the Western capital's arrogance. Did they truly believe their 30,000 troops were invincible? The second assault was more forceful than the first, deploying 30,000 soldiers, with siege engines launching numerous stones that cracked the city walls. Yet, they still could not withstand the downpour of arrows and soon disintegrated into a disorganized retreat. Solange laughed heartily. The Northern Underworld King is nothing but a shadow of his reputation. Give it a few more days, and they shall be out of provisions. We shall launch a full-scale assault and capture Tower City. Chapter 75, A Grand Siege to earn military merit. In the field command tent of Tower City, King Biming leaned forward, his towering figure pressing against the table, his eyes. At dawn, we shall launch a vigorous assault. If we can seize Xixi City, provisions will be plentiful, meat, too, will be in abundance. We shall have warm clothing, bedding, and all manner of military supplies. The people of Xijing are affluent, they arrive in the southern frontier with carts laden with provisions. Upon hearing the promise of meat, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with excitement. The Biming troops had long endured hardship, yearning for sustenance as if they could devour it alive. Spreading out a map, King Biming pointed at a small circle representing Xixi City, beckoning Song Xixi to step forward. His long, dark fingers indicated the small circle. Song Qianhu, once the city is breached, you shall lead 3,000 troops directly to Lining. The supplies are amassed there, and given that both the Sand Kingdom and Xijing are currently burdened with many wounded, they will prioritize the evacuation of their injured over their provisions. After all, such resources are also available in Ximing. They will not cling to them too tightly, but for us, they are of utmost necessity. Only then did the assembly comprehend why King Biming had insisted on inflicting as many casualties as possible in that previous battle, rather than focusing solely on annihilating the enemy. On the battlefield, he had never exhibited a soft-hearted disposition, having ascended to kingship at the age of 16, titled Biming. Every strike was meant to claim lives. How could he possibly show mercy? Upon hearing his words, Song Xixi felt a surge of fervor coursing through her veins. Food, meat, armor, warm clothing, bedding, these were all desperately needed. I shall ensure the mission is accomplished, she declared emphatically. 3,000 is insufficient. I shall grant you 5,000, or even 7,000. In short, command the number of troops you require, King Biming replied. Song Xixi scrutinized the terrain map. Lining lay to the west of the city, where there were few winding alleys, allowing for a concentrated push to protect the supply depot. No need. 3,000 will suffice, she confidently asserted. King Biming responded with approval, continuing, aside from Song Qianhu, the rest will follow my lead to eradicate the enemy and drive them from Xixi City. Recognizing the formidable challenge of laying siege to the city, Song Xixi inquired, does the commander have a plan for the assault? King Biming answered succinctly, none, we shall force our way through. That evening, they assessed those capable of lightness of foot. Yet, it was not merely agility that was required, one needed to possess exceptional skill to soar atop the city walls. There were 12 ballistae stationed on the battlements, towering above, aimed at the soldiers besieging the city. Each ballista could release 18 arrows at once, and there were also divine firearms, which, although capable of firing only once, posed a significant threat to the besieging forces. It was imperative for highly skilled warriors to ascend the battlements swiftly, dismantle the ballistae, and capture the divine firearms, leaving the rest to a vigorous assault. Waiting for reinforcements before launching the siege would naturally be a more prudent strategy. However, without provisions to sustain them in the interim, they could not afford to delay. The siege and the acquisition of food were essential for survival. While many in the army possessed some skill and lightness of foot, the number capable of reaching such heights and swiftly neutralizing the enemy's ballistae was considerably limited. Only 5 individuals, including Song Xixi, General Fang, General Lin, and Zhang Dezhuang, along with King Biming himself, could accomplish this task. King Biming proclaimed, regardless of who completes the mission first, they must immediately descend to open the city gates, while the others provide cover. I shall equip you with the finest armor. His gaze lingered on Song Xixi's face, clearly expressing his high expectations for her. Asa commander, his personal involvement would undoubtedly make him a prime target. The soldiers atop the battlements would focus their attacks on him, for claiming his head would be worth a fortune. Furthermore, the death of a commander would mirror the fate of Song Huayan and the young generals of Ur, leading the Sand Kingdom to swiftly overrun and seize all territories of the southern frontier. Thus, if King Biming were to fall, the 20-plus cities they had captured would inevitably be trampled by the cavalry of the Sand Kingdom and Xijing. Nonetheless, his participation presented a significant opportunity for Song Xixi and her companions. Chapter 76 The arduous battle. The king of Biming, with resolute determination, promptly issued orders to mobilize the troops. As the clock struck midnight, the war drums thundered, and the call to arms resounded. On this day, having only just commenced the siege, the coalition forces within the city of Yili were utterly unprepared for an assault. In the early hours, the siege engines whirred to life, and the archers took their positions, yet the bonfires atop the walls illuminated an empty battlefield where the attacking forces were conspicuously absent. It was akin to a game of shadows. The Biming army advanced stealthily in the dark while their adversaries remained oblivious. Amidst this chaos, Song Xixi and her entourage of 5 galloped forth, and as they neared the city gate, they leaped with a surge of momentum, soaring towards the battlements. With her peach blossom spear, she pierced through the soldiers manning the siege engines, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the machinery into fragments. The archers aimed their arrows at her, but the king of Biming ascended with a flourish, his golden armor gleaming in the firelight. A voice cried out, "It is the king of Biming, kill him, kill him." The archers unleashed a tempest of arrows, yet the king, wielding his golden blade, spun like a whirlwind, deflecting wave after wave of projectiles. A horde of soldiers surged forward, brandishing their blades at the king. Observing this, Song Xixi, along with Mantu and the others, swiftly dismantled the siege engines before leaping down to open the city gate. 2 of them worked to unlock it while the remaining 3 provided cover amidst the onslaught of swords and spears. In an astonishing display of speed, the gate swung open, leaving the coalition forces in a state of utter disarray. Even Solanki, still ensconced in slumber, was roused by cries of the Biming army breaching the city, yet he merely waved his hand dismissively, scoffing, "Again, this is child's play, just shoot arrows to scare them off." "No, General, they have invaded. The Biming army has entered. The city gate is open." The harrowing cries jolted Solanki awake, compelling him to don his armor and seize his sword before rushing out. He exchanged a glance with Victor, perceiving disdain in Victor's eyes, which ignited Solanki's fury. "Your men are guarding the gate yet remain oblivious to the enemy's siege. This is absurd." Victor, long irritated by Solanki, had suffered significant losses in the battles against the king of Biming over the past 2 to 3 years. With supplies severely lacking, he recognized that without the assistance of the people of Xijing, both Yili and Simon would inevitably fall. Thus, despite his anger, he could only endure. Why waste breath? Relay the orders to engage the enemy. The war drums resounded, signaling the clash between the Biming army of less than 200,000 and the coalition forces numbering nearly 500,000. Song Xixi, confident in the king's audacity, understood that he must possess a strategy. Thus, she remained steadfast in her mission to safeguard the grain and military supplies in Luan, lest the enemy incinerate them in their retreat. Before dawn broke, Mantu, brandishing a torch, had sprinted for nearly half an hour, finally arriving at the granary, which lay before him, guarded by soldiers. Song Xixi issued a command, "Let the battle commence." She took the lead, her peach blossom spear whirling as it struck the arteries of the enemy soldiers with lethal precision. Her master had taught her that targeting this area would expedite the enemy's demise through rapid blood loss. The enemy had no opportunity to retaliate. The garrison at the granary was sparse, merely a few hundred men facing a force of 3,000, and they were swiftly overwhelmed. Upon entering the granary, Song Xixi beheld piles of grain towering like small mountains, with the rear courtyard brimming with meat. Due to the harsh cold, much of the meat was preserved in ice, and she could not help but salivate as she uncovered some. Realizing that the famished Biming army had set their sights on the granary, the enemy dispatched 20,000 coalition troops to intercept. Song Xixi, leading her 3,000 soldiers to confront them, found strength in her 5 companions, with Song Xixi at the helm. The clash was ferocious, and blood stained the air. This was indeed a grueling battle, with 3,000 against 20,000 enemy soldiers. Each person bore the burden of slaying an average of 6.5 foes. After 2 arduous hours of combat, they had decimated the majority of the enemy forces, with the remnants fleeing in disarray. However, the 3,000 warriors led by Song Xixi were reduced to just over 1,000, their survival a testament to the exertion of her 5 companions, who had expended every ounce of their strength to vanquish the bulk of the enemy. In all their previous skirmishes, none had left them as exhausted as this encounter. They collapsed onto the ground, yet still dared not relent, gasping for breath as they endeavored to recover. Chapter 77 A message to Zhan Beiwang. Sweat mingled with blood streamed down from her brow. In such frigid weather, the perspiration quickly crystallized into ice. The heat had not yet dissipated, but it was already replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Xixi, Mantu gasped for breath, frost clinging to her eyelashes. "Are we truly not going to assist them in battle? Must we merely remain here? Military orders are as immovable as a mountain. We are to guard the granary, and guard it we shall." Song Xixi leaned against the wall, clad in golden armor, yet her arms bore 2 wounds, though they bled not and caused her no pain. The cold, clammy sensation permeated her being, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. She cast a glance at her comrades, each bearing their own injuries, their bamboo armor in disarray. Indeed, this skirmish had been nothing short of a debacle. "Is everyone's condition manageable?" Shenwanzi waved her hand, lacking the strength to utter more. Gazing at the bodies sprawled beside them, some foes, some fallen comrades, the five felt an overwhelming sorrow. As the enemy continued to press their assault, Xixi sprang to her feet, bellowing, "They come again! Let us fight!" Another fierce clash ensued, a tumult of violence rendering the day and night indistinguishable, leaving naught but a sea of blood. At last, the majority of the enemy at the granary was vanquished, and no reinforcements arrived. They collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, each breath a laborious endeavor. Time passed unmeasured until a distant voice rang out, beating drums and shouting, "The enemy is retreating, we are victorious." Hearing the cheers from the direction of the granary, he possesses the valor of a divine general. Xixi shivered from the cold, her lips trembling as she spoke. "The Xia kingdom has been defeated, how splendid, we shall have meat to eat." Mantua's round face broke into a stiff smile as he rubbed his hands together, overjoyed. "Let us go!" Xixi exclaimed, and they departed the granary to join the main forces. King Beiwang, clad in bloodied armor and bearing the golden crooked sword, entered the Yili city government office. The former governor of Yili had already been slain, for the city had long been under the dominion of the Xia kingdom. Now that the Xia forces had retreated, the office was left without leadership, the granary was stocked with provisions, and the soldiers could finally enjoy a hearty meal. Furthermore, with military barracks established in Yili during the Xia's occupation, soldiers would no longer need to reside in tents. However, many homes had been seized by the Xia soldiers due to insufficient lodging when the forces from Xijing arrived, displacing the local populace. Now, with King Beiwang's decree, all citizens were permitted to return to their homes. With the barracks unable to accommodate the multitude of soldiers, they would find open land to set up camp. Following this battle, Xixi's reputation soared. In truth, she had played a significant role in previous skirmishes, but this time, her leadership in defending the granary with 3,000 men ensured that they could feast, even savoring meat. In the minds of the soldiers, her contribution surpassed any prior achievements. The reason they managed to expel the enemy from Yili city this time was due to King Beiwang's capture of the Xia kingdom's commander, Victor. King Beiwang had learned through his spies that the two commanders were at odds, and he exploited their discord to seize Victor. The Xijing forces, intent on slaughter, and the Xia kingdom, compelled to withdraw, fell into disarray, thus granting the Beiwang army an opportunity. On the following day, after burying the fallen soldiers, King Beiwang summoned the generals for a council. "Our successful conquest of Yili city stems from the rift between Solange and Victor. The coalition's leadership had not harmonized, allowing us to seize the advantage. However, following this defeat, they will likely set aside their grievances and truly unite to reorganize, for their hasty failure in Yili is a profound humiliation. But they will not retaliate swiftly. Such reconciliation requires time, and resupplying necessitates time as well. Although Ximen has some military provisions, they are limited, they will not dare to attack recklessly. We can afford to wait for reinforcements and prepare for the final confrontation." Fang Tianqiu remarked, "According to our scouts, reinforcements may take half a month to arrive." King Beiwang frowned upon hearing this. Half a month? He had intended to criticize Zhan Beiwang for his slow march but instinctively glanced at Xixi. No, she had achieved great merit, he ought to grant her this consideration. Xixi understood his gaze but remained silent. Wanzi was correct, some matters should be left for Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang to address. Why should she be the one to explain? It was best if she said not a word, lest she be accused of orchestrating their actions. Chapter 78, The True Appearance of the Northern Underworld King. The Northern Underworld King remarked, "Xixi, return to bathe and change into a fresh outfit. I shall take you to a certain place." Xixi looked up and inquired, "Where to?" The Northern Underworld King replied, "You shall know once we arrive. Everyone else may disperse, I too require a bath and a change of attire." With that, Xixi and the generals bowed in acquiescence and exited. In such frigid weather, bathing necessitated a considerable amount of hot water. Fortunately, the firewood in Yili city was ample, for when they were encamped in the wilds of Taching, even sipping a mouthful of hot water was a challenge, let alone bathing, an indulgence indeed. Now that she held a military position, the Northern Underworld King had dispatched a convict to attend to her. This convict, known as Miss 13, appeared to be around 40 years of age, her body exuding a foul odor. Previously, she had engaged in minor business dealings in Hues city, but a dispute had arisen, culminating in her hurling a vase at a rival's head. Though her opponent survived, he was rendered an imbecile. Consequently, she was sentenced to 12 years of servitude in the military, and now, with only a year remaining, her term was nearing completion. Miss 13 prepared hot water for Xixi and procured a bathing tub, even producing some hidden. After an extensive period of washing, Miss 13 finally succeeded in removing the blood-soaked remnants from Xixi's hair, though the soap pods left it somewhat coarse despite its inherent quality. Once her face was cleansed, her exquisite features emerged, yet her once delicate skin now appeared less refined, her cheeks flushed and nearly raw from the effort to rid them of the scabs and remnants of blood. Dressed in her original attire and draped in a black cloak, the combination of white garments and a black cape lent her an air of elegance. With her damp hair half-dried, she fashioned it into a high ponytail, for those of the martial world favored such practicality over elaborate hairstyles, making combat easier. After her bath, she meticulously wiped down her peach blossom spear, erasing every trace of blood and ensuring the crimson tassels were carefully groomed. As she traced the delicate peach blossom patterns along the spear's shaft, a wave of sorrow engulfed her heart. She could foresee where the Northern Underworld King intended to take her. It was likely that her father and brothers had perished in Yili city. Previously, she had only known of her father's demise on the battlefield of the southern frontier, unaware of the specific locale. Upon her return from Wanzhongmen, she had inquired about the site of her family's sacrifice, but her mother, unwilling to elaborate, would break into tears, nearly fainting at the mention. After a while, the northern underworld king sent for her through Zhan Beiwang, clutching her peach blossom spear. Xixi stepped outside, only to behold a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black cloak standing in the snowy expanse before the garrison. He was tall and imposing, his hair tied back, with skin fair and flushed, though the skin around his eyes and nose appeared slightly rough. His gaze sparkled with brilliance, his features bore a resemblance to the current emperor, yet while the emperor exuded authority, he lacked the formidable presence that seemed to emanate from a man steeped in the blood of countless battles. Xixi could scarcely believe that this figure was the northern underworld king, Xiaorumo, recognized solely by the intensity of his eyes, as his previous beard had concealed the ravages of time, preserving his complexion. No wonder it was said that Xiaorumo was the most handsome man of the Shang dynasty. Although Xixi harbored no romantic inclinations, the moment their gazes met, her breath momentarily faltered. Zhan Beiwang led 2 horses, one of which was her own. Lightning, Xixi hurried over, clasping her hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to the marshal." Xiaorumo appraised her for a moment before commenting, "You look well." Xixi replied, "Indeed, quite well." Not donning bamboo armor meant she would not be heading to battle. Even a temporary peace was quite agreeable. She approached Lightning, stroking its head against the harsh conditions. Lightning had not lost weight, its muscular form exuded strength. "Come, I shall take you to that Xixi followed suit, mounting her steed, and they rode in tandem, one before the other. Chapter 79. The place of my father's sacrifice. It was a small hillock, its leaves long fallen, and the terrain bereft of vegetation. A glance revealed a winding path branching out in all directions, leading towards higher elevations. The wind howled fiercely, resembling the wails of countless spirits in mourning. Xiaorumo stood atop the hillock, hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively at the path to his left, beside which stood a nameless monument. He addressed her. "That unmarked stone bears testament to your father's valor, erected by the citizens of Yi City." He stood alone upon that path, pierced by numerous arrows, yet he remained resolute, propping himself up with his great sword. Tears blurred Xixi's vision. Despite having been forewarned that the northern prince had brought her to the site of her father's demise, and having steeled herself for the emotional toll, her heart ached unbearably. At that time, he commanded troops here, severing the supply lines from the Sand Kingdom to Yi City. He yearned to fight valiantly, yet after enduring relentless sieges, his forces were exhausted. The emperor had only recently ascended the throne and had yet to establish his authority. Reinforcements arrived tardily, and he had endured for far too long. "I have informants in Yi City." All this knowledge was gleaned from their reports. At that moment, the townsfolk witnessed the scene and were deeply moved, secretly erecting this nameless monument to honor him, lest the Sand Kingdom discover it and destroy it. During festivals, citizens would come to pay their respects. He retrieved a flask of wine from his saddle and handed it to Xixi. "Go, offer a libation to your father, and convey to him that you have become an exceptional warrior." Wiping her tears, Xixi accepted the flask and, leading her horse Lightning, descended the hillock until she stood before the unmarked stone. She knelt, pouring the wine onto the ground, her tears flowing. Even before she could utter a word, she could envision the harrowing reality of battle, understanding how arduous it was to endure such strife. With no retreat and no strength to continue fighting, he faced only one path: to sever the enemy's supply line and await the imperial reinforcements. She could not articulate her sorrow, the word father lodged painfully in her throat, unable to escape. Her cries were stifled, suppressed by an overwhelming sense of restraint. She dared not weep freely. Xiaorumo remained on the hillock, choosing not to descend. He had come to pay his respects on the first night of the siege. He brought Xixi here because he believed she possessed the potential to become a remarkable general, one who, given time, would not fall short of her father's legacy. He had always envisioned her honing her skills at the Wanzong sect, ultimately gracing the battlefield as the first female general of the Shang Kingdom. Yet, she chose to marry, uniting with Zhan Beiwang. With her intellect and bravery, she could also aid him in becoming a renowned commander. Zhan Beiwang's fortune lay in winning her heart. Every year before embarking on campaigns in the southern front, he would visit the Wanzong sect to pay homage to its leader, where he would often catch a glimpse of the vibrant young girl training in martial arts, her face forever adorned with an innocent and exuberant smile. But now, that smile was gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of restraint. The sacrifices of her father and brother weighed heavily upon her, yet, he could not fathom why, having lost her kin in the southern battles, she did not seek vengeance on the battlefield, opting instead for matrimony. The spirited girl, once filled with defiance, now seemed to have adopted silence as her norm. What other tribulations had she endured, besides the loss of her family? Did Zhan Beiwang treat her poorly? The thought chilled Xiaorumo's gaze. After conquering Yi City, Xiaorumo promptly submitted a report. The good news was of utmost military significance. Dispatched with urgency to the capital, within 3 days of Yi City's fall, the report had reached the emperor's hands. Chapter 80. The Emperor's regret. Ever since receiving the first military report, Emperor Suqing has been overwhelmed with excitement, his blood boiling with fervor. Xixi, the daughter of Song Huayan and the legitimate heiress of the Duke of Jinghua, has proven to be exceptionally remarkable, surpassing even Yi Fang. Upon receiving the news of the successful capture of Yi City, he struck the table with glee, laughing heartily. "Excellent, a noble house cannot have weak daughters." He immediately summoned the Prime Minister and the Minister of War to present the dispatch to them. Prime Minister Mu, with tears of joy welling in his eyes, exclaimed, "Yi City has been reclaimed. Xixi has made a monumental contribution. She has seized and secured the granary, allowing us to reduce our supplies significantly. Just think of the corn and silver we have saved for our state. Oh, dear Song, can you see this from the heavens? Your daughter is truly remarkable, living up to the Song family's illustrious name." Minister of War Li Dehuai was equally moved, his skin prickling with excitement. "In our Shang state, we have had Song Huayan in the past, and now the king of Beiming, and with Xixi, our young military leaders now boast 2 formidable generals. The transition between the old and the new has finally succeeded. Emperor Suqing could hardly contain his jubilation. What matters most is that in the southern frontier, only Ximing remains. Once we capture Ximing, the Xia kingdom will have no power to retaliate. With their withdrawal, what reason would the western capital have to linger on the southern battlefield, unless they wish to engage us in another battle at Changling Pass? Tears streaming down his face, Prime Minister Mu remarked, "We are on the brink of reclaiming the southern frontier. To witness its return in my lifetime is a fulfillment that would allow me to die in peace." Li Dehuai knelt, praising, "Your Majesty, this is all due to your astute governance. You have recognized and wisely employed talents, sending Song Xixi to the southern frontier to aid the king of Beiming in capturing Yili City and securing such ample provisions to. I even suspect that the people of the western capital have come to the southern battlefield to deliver supplies to us." While Emperor Suqing laughed heartily, "You speak wisely, my minister. They have alleviated our burdens of transporting provisions during this harsh winter of snow and ice. With the granary of Yili City secured, we can ensure our soldiers are well fed and warmly clothed before we engage in the assault on Ximeng, thus securing victory." The emperor felt a profound sense of joy, for reclaiming the southern frontier during his reign would be his most significant achievement, ensuring his name shines brightly in the annals of history. Yet, with each surge of joy, he felt an increasing pang of regret for the harsh words he had spoken to Song Xixi when she first reported to the palace, words that had wounded her heart. He had always felt indebted to the Song family, as he had failed to send timely reinforcements when Song Huayan faced peril on the battlefield, resulting in the death of him and his 7 sons. He believed that bestowing the title of Duke of Jingguo upon Song Huayan would suffice as reparation, yet now, with Song Xixi's renewed contributions, the legacy of loyalty to the Shang state continues. With a gentle sigh, he lamented the ill-fated marriage between Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang that he commanded Minister of War Li Dehuai, "Convey my decree as Song Xixi has distinguished herself in battle, and I officially appoint her as a Qianhu under the command of the King of Beiming, without dispute. Furthermore, I bestow upon her the title of 5th-rank General of Martial Virtue. Upon the capture of Ximing and the reclamation of the southern frontier, she shall be elevated to 4th-rank General of Bright Valor." The promises made to the soldiers on the battlefield are not to be taken lightly. Both the Prime Minister and the Minister of War are aware that a new star is destined to rise within the Song family. One wonders if Zhan Beiwang, upon witnessing the remarkable achievements of his former wife on the battlefield, harbors any regrets. Yet, should he feel regret, it would be of little consequence, for the common folk now regard Song Xixi with disdain, and it would be hard to believe that such sentiments do not stem from the influence of the general's household. Chapter 81. As Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang arrived, they were first conferred the title of 5th-rank General, with a promise of a 4th-rank military position to follow, underscoring the great expectations that Emperor Suqing had for Song Xixi. The Prime Minister had no objections to this exceptional promotion, recognizing that Song Xixi indeed possessed the requisite capabilities. A Prime Minister Mu remarked, "However, the reinforcements have yet to arrive, and we are past the deadline promised by General Yi Fang." The Emperor appeared somewhat displeased but quickly offered an explanation. "Traveling in the snow is undoubtedly challenging." Li Dehuai interjected, "Your Majesty, Song Xixi has been elevated to 5th-rank Military Virtue General, while Generals Zhan and Yi Fang are still classified as 5th-rank Military Strategy Generals, thus ranked lower than General Song." Logically, Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang had achieved great merit by signing a peace treaty with Xijing, halting hostilities and establishing borderlines. Their contributions outweighed Song Xixi's assistance in capturing a city for the northern Ming king, hence, Li Dehuai felt compelled to voice this point. Emperor Suqing replied, "What is the issue? Are not the military exploits of the two meant to secure my permission for marriage?" Li Dehuai slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. When Zhan Beiwang sought marriage based on his military achievements, he had deemed him less than effective. However, the emperor was intent on supporting the younger military leaders, leaving him with little room to argue. It was indeed true that the ranks of military leaders were thinning, and the emperor's intentions were not without merit, yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of a fiery steed like Song Xixi? The Song family clearly had no idle members. The emperor still had not fully clarified certain matters, thus retaining a cautious stance towards Yi Fang. The secret missive from his younger brother mentioned the great victory at Changling Pass, and recalling the differing attitudes from Xijing, he suspected that something was amiss regarding the battle at Changling Pass. He had already dispatched individuals to investigate discreetly, but thus far, no conclusions had been reached. For now, the focus remained on the southern front's military affairs. There are still fierce battles ahead, so the matter of capturing Yili City can be discussed in the morning court, but let us temporarily set aside Song Xixi's contributions. After our grand victory, we shall return to the capital to confer rewards. I shall not treat her poorly." "Understood," replied Prime Minister Mu, and Minister Li.It was indeed unwise to celebrate prematurely or to publicly acknowledge Song Xixi's military achievements at this juncture. The accolades of military merits and official ranks, as well as discussions among the royal kin regarding Song Xixi's situation, were still rife and should be allowed to continue. This was a crucible of judgment, revealing the most acerbic and spiteful of faces, which would inevitably shift to sycophancy in due course. On the 13th day of the first month, Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang's reinforcements finally arrived at Yili City. Upon entering the southern territories, they heard that Yili City had been captured. Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang were filled with urgency, fearing that they might be too late and that the northern Ming king would seize Ximeng, leaving them with no merit to claim from their efforts. A regrettable outcome indeed. Fortunately, upon reaching Yili City, they found that the camp outside the city had just been established, and the battle with the Shashi coalition had not yet commenced. As long as they could participate in this final confrontation, they would still have the chance to garner merits. At that time, the news of Song Xixi's promotion to 5th-rank military virtue general had already been conveyed via courier for several days. Song Qin, who was indeed a legitimate 5th-rank general, not a temporary elevation on the battlefield. However, Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang were entirely unaware of Song Xixi's presence in Yili City. After settling their soldiers, they proceeded to pay their respects to the commanding general, the northern Ming king, Xia. Upon entering the camp, Yi Fang observed a scene of order and tranquility, with the citizens diligently attending to their duties and living in peace, devoid of any remnants of the chaos of war. She felt a twinge of regret, having anticipated a scene of tumult, with supplies running low and a daily anxious wait for reinforcements. She had often envisioned the excitement of the soldiers upon their arrival, with even the northern Ming king himself coming to greet them. Little did she know that this orderly scene rendered the arrival of reinforcements somewhat superfluous. Upon entering the commander's tent, the various generals were present, strategizing for the final battle. Even Song Xixi was there, although she was positioned at the edge of the table, obstructed from view by the imposing generals beside her, thus going unnoticed by Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang. Chapter 82. Why did Miss Song not inform them? As the two approached to pay their respects, one declared, "This humble general, Zhan Beiwang, pays homage to the marshal." The other added, "This humble general, Yi Fang, also pays homage to the marshal." Xia lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "You have finally arrived." Zhan Beiwang responded, "The heavy snowfall hindered my journey, and I humbly request the marshal to forgive my tardiness." "The heavens have not favored us, which is unrelated to General Zhan or General Yi," Xia replied. He glanced at Song Xixi, noting her mere glance in return without any further approach, which led him to believe that there was indeed an issue between them. On the other hand, Fang Tianqiu and General Lin, both veterans of the Song family army, surveyed Zhan Beiwang as he arrived. They found him undeniably handsome and possessing a commendable masculine aura, which greatly satisfied them. After all, he was the son-in-law personally chosen by Madame Song. How could he possibly be lacking? Fang Tianqiu stepped forward, patting Zhan Beiwang on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. "General Zhan, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. You are truly fortunate to marry such a remarkable wife." General Lin chimed in, "We have yet to congratulate you, General Zhan. Together, you and your wife shall surely bring glory back to the General's residence." "General Zhan, your wife is brave and skilled in battle. Her prowess is indeed a source of shame for us men." Zhan Beiwang was taken aback. Did everyone here know about his marriage to Yi Fang? They were veterans of Song Huayan. Why were they congratulating him for marrying Yi Fang? Confused yet hesitant to speak out of turn, he merely smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, generals." Beside him, Yi Fang felt a surge of pride. Evidently, their union had garnered the recognition of these martial figures. Naturally, a general ought to be matched with a female warrior, a strong alliance indeed. In contrast, Song Xixi, a so-called noble lady who clung to tradition and decorum, could only bask in the glory bestowed by men. The assembled warriors, who had fought valiantly on the battlefield, were well aware of this truth. Thus, she smiled and clasped her hands, saying, "Esteemed generals, you flatter us. How can Yi Fang compare to your esteemed selves?" The victory at Changling Pass was merely a stroke of luck, not a testament to Yi Fang's extraordinary valor. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Although they had heard of Yi Fang's name, for she was indeed the primary contributor to the victory at Changling Pass, it was clear that without General Xiao steadfastly guarding the pass, their success would have been considerably more challenging. Hence, this accolade was due to her signing the treaty, but shortly thereafter, the people of Xijing appeared on the battlefield of Nanjing, leaving the true nature of this achievement ambiguous. Yet, what prompted Song Xixi to emerge and express such humility? General Fang Tianqiu regarded Yi Fang with a hint of confusion in his eyes, yet he still offered his praise, saying, "I have long heard of General Yi's esteemed reputation. The victory at Changling Pass is undoubtedly attributable to your efforts." Yi Fang suddenly revealed a glimmer of pride in her eyes, yet she maintained her humility, responding, "You honor me with your words. Have you forgotten to greet your wife? She has been injured and has not yet recovered." Zhan Beiwang gasped, exclaiming, "You were injured?" "I am not injured at all." What was going on? They glanced at Zhan Beiwang and then at Song Xixi, who was concealed behind Zhang Dazhuang. Slowly, Song Xixi stepped forward, her expression composed. "General Zhan, generally, it is truly wonderful that your reinforcements have finally arrived." "Song Xixi?" Zhan Beiwang looked at her in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Yi Fang's expression shifted slightly as she recalled that the commendations they had offered were directed at the battle lady, Song Xixi, not herself. She immediately intertwined her arm with Zhan Beiwang's, smiling at Song Xixi. "So, Miss Song has also come to the battlefield of Nanjing, but why did you not inform everyone about your separation from Beiwang? Such misunderstandings could have been avoided." Chapter 83. Lady Song has long since passed away. Upon hearing her taunting inquiry, Song Xixi remained unperturbed, merely offering a faint smile as she replied, "Those are trivia. Why would there be a divorce?" Yi Fang explained, "After the great victory at Changling Pass, His Majesty bestowed me upon the general as a concubine. Miss Song could not abide this, hence she requested a decree for divorce." This statement was indeed factual, yet it did not encompass the entirety of the truth. She refrained from mentioning that they had sought the imperial favor for marriage based on their military achievements, aiming to cast Miss Song in the light of jealousy, unable to accept the imperial union, thus prompting her request for separation. After all, despite being the legitimate daughter of the Duke, in the context of the battlefield in Nanzhou, Song Xixi held no significant status. Song Xixi gazed steadily at her and replied, "The two of you have achieved great merits at Changling Pass, and with your combined accomplishments, you sought the emperor's decree for marriage. The first words spoken to me by the general upon his return were a plea for my understanding. I believe a gentleman should foster the happiness of others. Since you two are genuinely in love, my request for a decree of divorce to facilitate your union may be regarded as an act of virtue. Fang Tianqiu was incensed, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? To achieve military success yet neglect the family of one's wife, only to seek another woman, Zhan Beiwang, you are heartless and ungrateful, a faithless man." Upon seeing Song Xixi again, Zhan Beiwang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Now, due to the marriage decree, another quarrel had arisen, and he was utterly weary of it. He felt a tinge of resentment towards Song Xixi, questioning why she had not broached the subject before their arrival. Now the situation was awkward, leaving both him and Yi Fang in an uncomfortable position. Moreover, Fang Tianqiu, being merely a fifth-rank general, was taking liberties with his words, truly an affront. Yi Fang, unwilling to accept Fang Tianqiu's accusations, retorted, "We sought the emperor's decree for marriage based on our military achievements. I willingly accepted the role of a concubine, which did not undermine her status as the legitimate wife. Thus, I fail to comprehend why Miss Song cannot accept me. Is it not you who enjoys the rewards of our hard-won accomplishments?" Song Xixi responded politely yet distantly, "Thank you, but my family does not lack for military merits. You may keep them for your own benefit." Yi Fang, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "Indeed, the military achievements of your father and brothers can ensure your lifetime of comfort." Song Xixi smiled faintly, "Yes, the merits of my family are sufficient to guarantee my lifelong sustenance." One cannot help but wonder, is that not infuriating? It indeed provoked ire. Yi Fang was seething with rage, yet he strove to suppress it, coldly asserting, "Indeed, we cannot compare, we must risk our lives to achieve glory, yet what pride is there in relying on familial favor?" Song Xixi declared, "There is pride, and I take great pride in them." Yi Fang found her light, dismissive words utterly exasperating, yet he dared not vent his frustration before Wang Biming, turning his head away in silence. However, Fang Tianqiu's fist unexpectedly struck Zhan Beiwang's face. "You wretched ingrate, Lady Song held you in such high regard, pledging Xixi to you, yet you fail to cherish her. How you must grieve Lady Song. The strength of a martial general's fist is formidable." Zhan Beiwang was struck, causing blood to seep from the corner of his lips, and his cheek swelled immediately. Yi Fang, alarmed, shouted at Fang Tianqiu, "How dare you strike him? This is our private matter. What gives you the right to resort to violence?" Fang Tianqiu glared at Zhan Beiwang, indignantly stating, "He has caused Lady Song distress. I shall strike him. Should you have any objections, retaliate. Do not hide like a coward behind a woman, forcing her to defend you. What does she have to be sad about? The entire Song family, save for Song Xixi, has perished. Did she not convey this to you, Song Xixi? What on earth brings you to the battlefield? Are you hoping to have your father's former comrades speak on your behalf?" Chapter 84. Yi Fang's defiance. All present, including Xia Romo, were taken aback by this statement. Xia Romo abruptly turned to Song Xixi, whose eyes were slightly red. Meeting Xia Romo's gaze, she offered a faint nod to Fang Tianqiu. General Lin, and other former subordinates of Song Huayan were equally shocked by the dismal news. How could this happen? Song Xixi whispered, 8 months ago, all the spies from Xijing concealed within the capital were activated. In my household, aside from the few who accompanied me to the general's residence, everyone else perished. My heavens! The assembled generals could scarcely believe this tragic revelation. Marshal Song and his 6 sons had fallen on the battlefield, and his family had suffered a brutal annihilation. To describe it as a calamity beyond comprehension would not be an overstatement, yet, had the spies from Xijing gone mad, why would they commit such an atrocity? Song Xixi, you concealed this matter. What exactly are you plotting? Yi Fang took the opportunity to sow discord. Enough! Xia Romo declared in a deep voice, report the number of troops you have brought without omission. Zhan Beiwang rubbed his cheeks and responded, in reply to the marshal, I have brought 100,000 troops from the capital, 10,000 soldiers from the Divine Fire Camp, and 15,000 from the Xuanjia army. Xia Romo turned to Song Xixi, General Song, you shall command the 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers, while the Divine Fire Camp will be led by General Fang. Tonight, they will be stationed at the camp outside the city and will drill separately tomorrow. Yi Fang interjected sharply, General Song, Song Xixi, by what right does she hold the title of general? Was it not conferred by the marshal himself? To appoint a general on the battlefield requires the respect of the men, not merely to bestow the title upon her based on her father's and brother's merits. How can those valiant soldiers who fought fiercely accept this? Xia Rumo replied coldly, General Song has participated in 5 battles, slaying countless enemies. During the siege, she infiltrated the city to open the gates and valiantly led 3,000 troops against nearly 30,000 from the Shashi coalition, successfully safe. Her accomplishments have been reported to the emperor, and her rank as a 5th-rank wounded general was personally bestowed by His Majesty, with documentation from the Ministry of War to substantiate it. Would you like to see it? Yi Fang was taken aback, a 5th-rank wounded general, this must be a ploy by you all to elevate her, slaying countless enemies, I do not believe it. Xia Rumo's gaze turned icy, whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Withdraw. But the Xuanjia army was brought by us, why should she command them? I refuse to accept that. The Xuanjia army was the most elite force, conceding it to her would merely afford her another opportunity to achieve glory. What difference was there between this and handing her the accolades? She would only need to issue commands from the rear, without ever facing the fray, and any triumph would be credited to her. She could not possibly believe that Song Xixi had earned her commendations during the previous siege. It was merely her father's former subordinates who had elevated her status, maintaining the reputation of a military family and perpetuating its glory to inspire morale. This tactic was clear to her, yet she remained unconvinced. What qualifications did Song Xixi possess simply because of her lineage? As a mere woman, what capabilities could she possibly have to be appointed as a fifth-rank wounded general? It was evident how the northern underworld king and these generals would extol her virtues. Xia Romo seemed not to have heard her words. What did you say? You claim you do not accept it. I do not accept it. Yi Fang stood tall, lifting her chin. After enduring the hardships of a long journey, she would not submit to becoming a mere pawn for others. Xia Rumo's eyes were as deep and cold as ice. In my ranks, there are no disobedient soldiers. If you do not accept it, you may return whence you came. Zhan Beiwang quickly knelt on one knee. Marshal, we will comply with the arrangements. The reinforcements to Nanjing are under the marshal's command, and even we as a couple are willing to be directed by you. Without raising his head, Xia Rumo replied, you shall naturally follow my orders. Do you intend to override my authority? Certainly not. Zhan Beiwang glanced at Yi Fang, who remained stubbornly defiant, and reached out to pull her back, yet Yi Fang retorted loudly, the marshal underestimates us as a couple. We have indeed achieved great merit at Changling Pass. Xia Romo interrupted her, his voice as sharp as ice striking stone. Who here has not achieved great merit? Chapter 85 of the Unveiling of Truth. Zhan Beiwang grasped Yi Fang's hand and said, Marshal, please temper your anger. General Yi acted impulsively and did not intend to challenge your authority. Xia Rumo replied coldly, if one cannot adhere to military orders, they should immediately depart from the southern frontier. What I require are commanders who will exhibit absolute obedience. Though Yi Fang's heart brimmed with reluctance, she dared not utter another word. Instead, she cast a disdainful glance at Song Xixi, a noble lady of the duke's residence, who was naturally held in high esteem by all of the privileges bestowed upon her by birth, rendered Yi Fang, the daughter of a mere lowly warrior, insignificant in comparison. Yet, she remained steadfast in her conscience, knowing that all she had achieved was through her own relentless efforts, unlike Song Xixi, who had accolades handed to her on a silver platter. With great reluctance, she took her leave from Zhan Beiwang, stating, as a low-ranking officer of humble origins, I lack the qualification to dispute, and I shall naturally comply with the marshal's orders. This statement was, of course, a veiled jab at Song Xixi. She even harbored a desire for Song Xixi to confront her with a rebuttal, but Song Xixi stood silently, tears welling in her eyes, appearing pitiable and offering no defense. Indeed, she was in the wrong. There would come a day when Yi Fang would tear away Song Xixi's facade, exposing her schemes for all to see, revealing how she had leveraged the connections of her family and former retainers to gain merit, which would be held in disdain by true warriors. Once Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang exited, Fang Tianqiu crouched down, wiping the tears from his face. With the marshal and the 6 major generals gone, even the lady and young master had vanished. The entire duke's residence was now left with only Xixi. Yi Fang Tianqiu was not alone in shedding tears. Several other generals could not help but discreetly wipe their eyes. Even Xia Rumo's gaze was tinged with a hint of red. Tears brimmed in Song Xixi's eyes, but she quickly suppressed them, having wept far too often, each bout of crying bringing with it the threat of collapse. She needed to hold herself together. With a voice choked with emotion, she began, 8 months ago, I was still the wife of Zhan Beiwang, attending to my ailing mother-in-law at the general's residence, when I received word from the Jingzhou prefecture that my entire family had been slaughtered overnight. I rode back to the estate, and upon entering, I was met with a scene of carnage. My mother, sister-in-law, nephews, and nieces, along with all the household servants, were mercilessly slain. None were spared. Especially my mother and sister-in-law, their bodies mutilated, some with their remains severed. My second brother's son, Ruoer, had his head severed. She took a deep breath, the inhalation laced with sobs, unable to continue as the pain. That scene was one she could never forget. Who was responsible? Xia Romo inquired. Song Xixi opened her mouth, having controlled her emotions for so long, and finally uttered the 4 words, spies from Xijing. 8 months ago, it was also Yi Fang who had committed atrocities after plundering the prince of Xijing. Thus, the massacre of the duke's residence was intricately linked to Yi Fang's actions in Lubaner city. Xia Rumo softly instructed, Generals, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with General Song. Fang Tianqiu wiped his tears and turned back to glance at Song Xixi, his sorrowful eyes wishing to convey something, but ultimately, he remained silent, allowing only 2 streams of tears to fall. They turned and exited. Xia Rumo poured a glass of wine and offered it to Song Xixi. Sit down and take a sip. Once they entered Yili city, wine was no longer a rare commodity. Song Xixi accepted the glass, downing it in one gulp of the fiery liquid coursed down her throat, igniting a flame that surged into her stomach. Xia Rumo reached out, gently touching her forehead. He had been unaware of the numerous tragedies she had endured, having thought the loss of her family would be her greatest sorrow. Little did he know, the massacre of her family and the betrayal of her husband, who had vowed to love her, were burdens she had borne with immense fortitude. As he contemplated this, a suffocating sensation gripped his chest, lingering as a painful ache. No wonder she was no longer the vibrant girl from the Meishan Wanzong family. He had previously wondered why her eyes always held a hint of melancholy. He had assumed it was due to the sacrifice of her kin. Chapter 86, the deceit is too much. It is hardly surprising that she was aware of the West capital's people masquerading as those from the Sand Kingdom, making a perilous journey to the southern frontier to deliver news to him. Calm yourself and speak to me, Xia Rumao requested, sitting beside her, his towering figure serving as a protective barrier. Song Xixi had regained much of her composure. What more would the marshal like to know? The depths of Xia Rumao's eyes roiled with dark waters. Everything, why the sudden marriage, the events that transpired thereafter. I expressed my intention to join the battle at the southern frontier, but my mother forbade it. The loss of my father and brothers profoundly affected her. She was nearly blinded by tears. She compelled me to promise to remain in the capital, marry, and lead a stable life. Having grown wild in the Wanzongmen, I was subjected to a year of lessons in propriety under her insistence, after which she began to arrange my marriage. Xia Rumao regarded her. I recall that you were never one to heed instructions blindly. A flicker of doubt crossed Song Xixi's eyes. He was correct, but how did he come to know her temperament? Indeed, yet my family faced calamity, leaving only the elderly, women, and children. I acquiesced to my mother's wishes, striving to become a proper lady of the house, allowing her to select a suitor for me. Among the many who sought my hand, she chose Zhan Beiwang. Initially, she had no inclination towards a military man, but she feared I would not fit into a noble family, given their stringent rules and the myriad affairs of the inner household. She believed I would either be bullied or become the bully, thinking such a life would be far from tranquil. She argued that a scholar would not suit me either. Since childhood, I have shown no interest in literature apart from military texts. The principles of womanhood and virtue bore me to tears. I am utterly unversed in poetry and prose, and I find it hard to connect with scholars, believing that the disparity in interests would render happiness elusive. She managed a wry smile. Ultimately, Zhan Beiwang was select. First, he swore never to take a concubine, even if I remained childless. Second, although he hailed from a military background, his family had fallen into decline given the circumstances of the general's residence at that time. His prospects were bleak. He would likely never see battle again, relegated to a minor military role in the capital. The family situation was not complicated. Zhan Beiwang's father and elder brother held minor official positions, while the old matriarch suffered from chronic illness, and his sister-in-law, Min, was introverted and indecisive. There was a younger aunt, but she would soon marry, thus posing no obstacles. Hence, my mother settled on him. Xia Rumao nodded slightly, the brilliance in his eyes dimming. Were I your mother, I would have made the same choice for you. Indeed, I understand my mother, which is why I obediently wed him. However, on the day of our marriage, urgent news arrived from Changling Pass, necessitating reinforcements. Coincidentally, General Wu fell gravely ill, and Zhan Beiwang was dispatched with troops to Changling Pass. Thus, although we performed the marriage rites, we did not consummate our union. He promised me to wait for his return, assuring me he would treat me well. Song Xixi recounted these events with an expressionless countenance, as if they belonged to a distant past, stirring not a single ripple in her heart. I waited for a year in this manner, caring for his mother and managing the household. The general's residence was in disrepair, and financial resources were insufficient to cover expenses. I used my dowry to support my mother-in-law's medical needs. After a year, Zhan Beiwang returned in triumph, and the first thing he sought was to wed Yi Fang as a secondary wife in light of his military achievements. Xia Rumao gazed at her intently. You objected, of course. Given your character, how could you acquiesce, especially since he swore never to take a concubine? Not entirely, Song Xixi replied with a sardonic smile. Had he consulted me before seeking permission for the marriage, I might have agreed. However, he returned only after requesting the marriage decree, compelling me to accept it. Furthermore, he condescended to assure me that we would have a child together, providing me with a glimmer of hope, while expecting me to continue as the general's wife, caring for the child and honoring my in-laws. A flash of indignation crossed Xia Rumao's features. This is utterly intolerable. Chapter 87. Seeking justice, Song Xixi remarked, this cannot truly be considered excessive bullying, it is the final outcome that matters. She recounted the various schemes devised by the Zhan family to seize her dowry and falsely accuse her of being unfilial and envious, all in an effort to cast her out. Now that is genuine oppression. Yet, I did not anticipate that the emperor would issue a decree posthumously honoring my father as the Duke of National Defense, granting me permission to part ways with Zhan Beiwang while retaining my entire dowry. Xia Ruming's eyes burned with indignation. How dare they mistreat you in such a manner? I do not feel wronged, Song Xixi replied, placing her hands upon her knees and tilting her head to gaze at Xia Ruming, the beauty mark beneath her eye vivid as blood. If I harbored feelings for him, I would indeed feel aggrieved, but I do not. For me, leaving the general's residence is a form of liberation. Their plots have ultimately failed, which is why the marshal observed Yi Fang's fury towards me. I am utterly indifferent to the man she covets, and that displeases her. Yi Fang sought to humiliate her, yet Song Xixi dismissed it all with a nonchalance that left not a single tear shed, departing the general's residence with her dowry in tow, relishing the prestige of a legitimate daughter of the duke's household. Yi Fang felt a profound sense of frustration. Moreover, the exchange of glances and words between Yi Fang and Zhan Beiwang suggested that their marital relationship was far from affectionate, even somewhat discordant. Xia Ruming regarded her for a long moment before speaking slowly. The Song family will never bow down, Xixi, continue to remain resolute. He paused briefly. As for the Battle of Changling Pass, I believe the emperor will conduct an investigation, and the truth will eventually come to light. Someone must bear full responsibility for this matter, though it may not unfold in the manner we desire. Song Xixi understood that the people of Xijing are exceedingly concerned with their reputation. They would rather seek vengeance in this fashion than acknowledge that their crown prince had been captured, subjected to humiliation, and mutilated, only to take his own life rather than seek retribution upon his release. Thus, they will deny that such events transpired, refusing to admit that the crown prince was captured, and even concealing the massacre of villages perpetrated by Yi Fang to mask this incident. Since they have chosen to suppress the truth and refrain from negotiating with the Shang kingdom regarding this matter, even if the emperor were to uncover the facts, he could not publicly disclose them, allowing the citizens of the Shang kingdom to learn that their esteemed female general had violated the treaty between the two nations, brutally slaughtering innocents. Given that it is impossible to reveal this, it is equally impossible to hold Yi Fang accountable for her crimes. Furthermore, it is inconceivable to connect this incident to the annihilation of the entire Ho family. At the very least, the emperor, considering the greater good, would not consent to such an action. The outcome of presenting the entire affair is predictable at first. How shall they address public sentiment? In a time of war between the two nations, with Xixi having committed no acts of violence against civilians, will the citizens not question whether their own state was at fault for abducting the crown prince and slaughtering their villages? Secondly, there is the matter of accountability to Xixi. Should the truth emerge, Xixi would have grounds to demand reparations from the Shang kingdom. Seeking an explanation, what price must be paid to quell this situation? If Yi Fang's actions were merely a massacre of villages, the people of Xixi could justifiably raise their grievances, yet, the humiliation inflicted upon their crown prince complicates matters. This is fortunate for Yi Fang, but it spells misfortune for the entire Ho family and for those valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the southern battlefield due to the arrival of Xixi reinforcements. The people of Xixi have chosen their method of vengeance, to ally with the Shang kingdom and slay the soldiers of the Shang kingdom, seizing their territory. Furthermore, should this matter come to light, her grandfather, as the commander of Changling Pass, would bear an undeniable share of the responsibility. What calamity would that entail for the Shao family? These are considerations that Xixi has pondered repeatedly, and they are precisely why she chose not to speak to the emperor. Not only must she remain silent, but she must also feign ignorance before him. However, concerning the soldiers who participated in the village massacres alongside Yi Fang, Xixi could foresee their grim fate. Xia Rumeng understood the intricacies of this situation far better than she did, yet it mattered little. He would undoubtedly find a way to seek justice for the souls of the Song family. After a moment of silence, he declared, "I shall take you to inspect the Xuanjia army. From this day forth, you shall serve as the deputy commander of the Xuanjia army." Chapter 88. Yi Fang, do not act recklessly. The 30,000 Xuanjia troops stationed in the capital are all cultivated by Xia Rumo, tasked with safeguarding the imperial city. These 30,000 soldiers are all elite warriors, primarily stationed to prevent the feudal lords or rebel forces from infiltrating the capital. Typically, the Xuanjia troops refrain from engaging in battle unless absolutely necessary, and now, with the recovery of the southern frontier, we have reached a point of necessity. Mobilizing the forces from Huai Prefecture would only embolden the ambitions of the Yu kingdom, thus the troops stationed there must remain untouched. The fact that the Xuanjia troops do not frequently enter the battlefield does not imply that they lack combat experience. Rather, each of the 30,000 soldiers has been meticulously selected from those who have previously seen battle and subsequently trained. Among the Xuanjia troops, there are 10,000 Xuanjia guards responsible for the safety of the emperor and maintaining order in the capital. Another 10,000 oversee law enforcement, possessing the authority. The remaining 10,000 monitor the officials, often disguising themselves as ordinary citizens, seamlessly mingling with the servants of prominent families and government officials. And now, 15,000 Xuanjia troops have arrived in the southern frontier, with 5,000 drawn from various divisions. King Beiming, accompanied by Xixi, arrives at the Xuanjia military headquarters and commands them to assemble. The 15,000 Xuanjia soldiers, clad in black iron armor, stand at a uniform height. The formation is orderly, solemn, and imposing, indicative of their elite training. Listen! King Beiming stands with his hands clasped behind him, the gentle rays of the setting sun casting a golden hue upon his face. From this day forth, General Song will serve as your deputy commander. On the battlefield of the southern frontier, you shall heed her orders. When she commands you to charge, you shall charge without question. Yes. The resounding affirmation echoes across the entire camp outside Ili City. Xixi stands tall, meeting the resolute gazes of each soldier. With such capable warriors at her command, victory is assured. Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang observe this scene from a distance, watching as the sunset gilds the faces of the formidable Xuanjia troops, resembling celestial generals from the heavens. They are our men. Why should they fall under Xixi's command? Yi Fang protests, feeling aggrieved. You should not have tethered me earlier. King Beiming is clearly intent on supporting her. Zhan Beiwang replies coolly, even if they do not belong to her, they will not belong to us. The Xuanjia troops are inherently under King Beiming's command, and as reinforcements arriving in the southern frontier, we too must ultimately obey his orders. Not necessarily, were we not also leading our— General Shao had already been holding the line for quite some time before our reinforcements arrived, and he was gravely injured. Do you recall our first battle at Changling Pass? We were utterly overwhelmed. Had it not been for Xixi's uncle intervening just in time, he would have perished on the battlefield, leading to General Shao losing an arm. The thought brings a shadow over his heart. He indeed owes Xixi much. Yi Fang states, in battle, it is either you saving me or me saving you. There is no need for guilt, nor should you feel indebted to Xixi. If you owe anyone, it is General Shao. Zhan Beiwang is reluctant to dwell on such matters, fearing that deeper contemplation will lead to regret. The situation is as it is, and he has fulfilled his wish to marry Yi Fang. Now, as they step onto the battlefield of the southern frontier, if he strives valiantly to achieve merit, he can surely restore the glory of the general's house. I simply find it unjust, and I believe my brothers will feel the same, Zhan Beiwang insists, grasping her wrist. What do you intend to do? Do not speak to the men, it will only sow discord within the ranks. Yi Fang shakes off his hand. There is no need for me to speak, everyone can see for themselves. Are you aiding her? Zhan Beiwang responds with irritation, I am not aiding her, with the great battle imminent, we cannot afford to disrupt the morale of the troops. Is that so? Yi Fang replies with a cold smile, looking up at the setting sun. Perhaps a little chaos will reveal Xixi's true incompetence? Zhan Beiwang's heart jolts. Yi Fang, I warn you, should you dare to speak recklessly among the troops, you will face military discipline. Yi Fang's expression is filled with defiance. In the Battle of Changling Pass, I was the one who achieved the first merit. I am also the first female general of the Shang Kingdom, though I have done nothing wrong, who dares to impose military discipline upon me. Chapter 89, What is she worth? Zhan Beiwang pursued the past. You have always been. In Lubaner City, I proclaimed loudly that the king of Biming had achieved victory in the southern frontier and was about to march to the battlefield of Changling Pass. Coupled with the burning of the granary, they were thrown into disarray, which prompted their choice to surrender. Indeed, this explanation had been reiterated many times. Previously, Zhan Beiwang had found no fault with it. However, after marrying Yi Fang, he recalled how she had summoned over 100 brothers without prior notification, leading to General Lin reprimanding her for unilaterally reallocating more than 100 soldiers from the barracks. Yet, she boldly claimed that she had reported it beforehand and that General Lin had granted his approval, lying without a hint of hesitation. Reflecting upon the significant victory at Changling Pass, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The appearance of 300,000 soldiers from Xixi masquerading as the people of the Xia Kingdom on the southern battlefield only heightened his suspicions regarding the legitimacy of the victory at Changling Pass. Here they were, having amicably settled the border, yet almost immediately dispatching 300,000 troops to confront the Shang Kingdom. Such action seemed devoid of reason unless, of course, the treaty at Changling Pass had been signed under a cloud of deep-seated resentment from the people of Xijing. Zhengge, I am your wife. Do you not trust me? Yi Fang, sensing his uncertainty, turned to him with eyes filled with grievance. The battle at Changling Pass can withstand any scrutiny. The treaty was signed willingly by them, in their city of Lubaner, with Su Lanji's own hand. There is not a smidgen of fabrication. If they did not surrender voluntarily, given Su Lanji's tempestuous nature, could I have compelled them to sign with merely those 300 men? Zhan Beiwang pondered this, realizing that the treaty was indeed signed by Su Lanji himself, and that the forces Yi Fang commanded were far from sufficient to pose a genuine threat. If it had come to conflict, Su Lanji could have easily summoned reinforcements from the main battlefield to annihilate those few hundred soldiers, along with Yi Fang. With this thought, a wave of guilt washed over him as he questioned his own trust in his wife, prompting him to speak softly, I was in the wrong. I should not have jumped to conclusions, please do not be upset. I am not angry, I am not one to take offense easily, Yi Fang replied with a carefree laugh, though her words dripped with sarcasm. Zhan Beiwang gently responded, indeed, you are not. After a brief pause, as her smile illuminated her face, he continued, we have come as reinforcements, and given our lack of knowledge regarding previous battles, it is best that we refrain from concerning ourselves with Xixi's military achievements or the king of Biming appointing her to command the Xuanjia army. Yi Fang forced a dry laugh, do I have any say in the matter? Most of the martial generals here are former subordinates of her father, and even my own father once served under Song Huayan. She is the daughter of a duke, how many are eager to curry favor with her on this battlefield? I dare not offend her. Zhan Beiwang had witnessed Xixi's martial prowess, yet he understood that mere skill was insufficient in the chaos of battle. While martial ability might result in a few more enemy casualties, it would take time to accumulate significant military merit. After all, how long had Xixi been in the southern frontier? Even if she had slain enemies on the battlefield, such grand conflicts would not instantly elevate her to the rank of 5th-grade general. Thus, there undeniably existed elements of deceit, yet, the king of Biming seemed intent on elevating her status, leaving Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang powerless to alter the situation. Such was the inherent injustice of the world. Shall we not provoke them, yet still evade their ire? Zhan Beiwang remarked, a mixture of resignation and melancholy in his voice. Yi Fang, however, scoffed, why should I hide? My achievements are hard-won, while she is not but a pretender. What do you intend to do, Yi Fang? I intend to do nothing. Yi Fang declared before walking away. Chapter 90 Whispers in the army. Yet within a mere 3 days, the 12,000 reinforcements were aflame with indignation over a singular matter. It was the fact that Xixi, leveraging the prestige of her father and brothers, had been conferred the rank of 5th-grade general without any feats of valor to her name. The soldiers under Yi Fang's command incessantly incited one another, proclaiming, if she seeks to bask in the military accomplishments of her kin, she ought to remain in the capital as a young lady, indulging in her wealth and splendor. Why must she vie for military glory on the battlefield with us? We risk our lives to defend our homeland, striving solely for the honor of achievement. She has done nothing, yet is elevated to the rank of general. What a profound injustice. It is well known that the king of Biming governs his troops with strictness, distinguishing clearly between reward and punishment. Who would have thought he would let personal feelings cloud his judgment, bestowing such a grand honor upon Xixi? What have we fought for, if not for our own glory? It is likely that the enemies we vanquished on the battlefield will ultimately be credited to her name. The situation at the southern front is dire, and we have journeyed through blizzards and storms, many soldiers succumbing to illness along the way, yet we have been afforded no respite. We marched day and night, enduring discomfort to provide support to the southern front. General Yi Fang, bearing the burden of old ailments, refused to waste the medic supplies, fearing there would not be enough for the front line. Yet upon our arrival, she was reprimanded by the king of Beiming, accused of jealousy toward Song Xixi, while the formidable Xuanjia army was handed over to her command. A divorced woman leading an undefeated army, would this not become the greatest jest of our nation? Indeed. Our General Yi Fang secured the realm at Changling Pass with merely 300 soldiers. Even so, she has now been relegated to the same rank as the very Song Xixi whom the king of Beiming has elevated above her. All our toil and hardship, what purpose do they serve? Merely to fashion garments for another. Such murmurs of discontent ignited a profound dissatisfaction among the reinforcements. Even within the ranks of the Xuanjia army, some harbored resentment, questioning how. Yet, though they felt aggrieved, they dared not voice their dissent, bound by their obligation to obey the king of Beiming, as it was his decree. Thus, they concealed their discontent deep within their hearts. However, when Song Xixi came to drill the troops, many refrained from cooperating, even casting disdainful glances in her direction. In recent days, as she and Xinhuanzi devised training plans, she remained oblivious to the gossip circulating among the reinforcements and felt perplexed by the lack of cooperation from the Xuanjia army. It was evident that on the day the king of Beiming had brought her here, the commands given to the Xuanjia army had been met with resounding compliance. Consequently, she halted the training plan and dispatched Mantu and a few others to investigate whether any incidents had transpired in recent days. To her dismay, the inquiries only served to infuriate Xinhuanzi and the others further. Xinhuanzi slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I, Xinhuanzi, am the daughter of a prominent family from Jiangnan, and a disciple of the esteemed Meishan sect. How dare they claim I am your maid, Song Xixi?" Qin Shan, equally incensed, added, "I am a disciple of the Jinghua sect, and 100 households were conferred to me by the king of Beiming. Yet now I am reduced to a mere foot servant at your beck and call." Mantu's face was a mask of fury and deep grievance. "Both I and Gunner are but humble attendants, yet we are commanded to stand by when you relieve yourself, forbidding anyone from approaching." Song Xixi could only laugh in disbelief. "Is this truly so absurd?" "Of course it is absurd. They assert that you have never achieved any military merit, that it is solely due to the king of Beiming's regard for your family that you were elevated. Moreover, they claim that other generals have slain enemies, only for the accolades to be attributed to you. Now they are clamoring for justice, threatening to confront the marshal." Xinhuanzi, brandishing his whip, declared coldly, "It was the soldiers under Yi Fang who first spread these rumors, calling you a mere decorative pillow, pretty to look at but useless. Damn it, during the siege, you were the first to scale the walls and smash the siege engines, then leapt down to open the city gates, holding the granary against 3,000 foes. Thanks to your valor, they now enjoy their meals. Otherwise, with the meager rations they brought, how long could they have endured?" Chen Shen retorted angrily, "What is Yi Fang, anyway, merely a stick stirring the dung? Let them make all the noise they wish, we shall see what rewards await her when the marshal hears of it." Chapter 91. Does General Song dare not face the battle? Upon hearing these words, Song Xixi furrowed her brow. She was indifferent to the malicious gossip, yet the deliberate instigation of division and injustice within the ranks, which could disrupt morale before a decisive battle, was an unforgivable transgression. Having been on the battlefield herself, how could she be oblivious to such matters? Perhaps they sought to leverage public opinion to coerce the northern king into sidelining her in an attempt to stabilize the troop spirits. "Is this merely circulating among the reinforcements?" Song Xixi inquired. Xinhuanzi, still seething with anger, wore a face that seemed on the verge of bursting, growing increasingly crimson. "Indeed, the reinforcements are encamped separately from the original northern army, so they remain unaware. Otherwise, there would certainly be those eager to confront them." Song Xixi's frown deepened. After numerous battles, she had earned the respect of many soldiers. Should they learn of her being thus maligned, it would not merely result in debate, conflict might ensue. Such a scenario would utterly shatter the morale, leaving no cohesion within the ranks. How could they hope to fight under such conditions? It would be tantamount to surrendering the southern frontier to the Sand Kingdom without a fight. Mantu remarked, "They are already inciting unrest, seeking to rally some martial generals from the reinforcements to confront the commander." After a moment of contemplation, Song Xixi responded, "Let them proceed to confront him. I trust the commander will manage them, but he is likely preparing for impending conflict with Xijing and the Sand Kingdom, and he will undoubtedly not tolerate any disruption to troop morale at this critical juncture. Are we to remain uninvolved?" Xinhuanzi's face was full of discontent. "May I at least go and teach Yi Fang a lesson to vent my frustrations?" Miss Xin could not abide even the slightest indignity. The thought of being labeled as Song Xixi's subordinate infuriated her. Without lifting her gaze, Song Xixi replied, "If that is your desire, you may, but remember, her military rank surpasses yours. Assaulting a general within the army will result in 100 lashes. If you wish to avoid such a fate, think wisely." Xinhuanzi scoffed, "Had I not joined the military and attained the rank of 100-man commander, I would not hesitate to strike her down. I assure you, once we reclaim the southern frontier, I shall not serve in the army any longer. I have no desire for such a title as general." This incessant back and forth was tiresome. That evening, it was indeed reported that Yi Fang's cousin, Yi Jinxing, had gathered a group to create a ruckus before Xiaorumo. In a fit of rage, Xiaorumo had the instigators dragged away and dealt 30 military lashes. Furthermore, he issued a military decree stating that anyone dissatisfied could challenge General Song. Any who could withstand 10 moves against her would be exempt from punishment. Those unwilling to confront her were to train diligently, or face military repercussions. With this decree, some discontented but silent members of the Xuanjia army stepped forward. One of them, Bai Ming, a lieutenant with notable prowess among the Xuanjia ranks, took the initiative to speak when Song Xixi once again led them in outdoor tactical training. General Song, the commander has decreed that those who are dissatisfied may challenge you. If one can endure 10 moves against you, they shall be pardoned. However, I seek no pardon. Should you triumph over me, I shall refrain from speaking another word regarding your merits. Bai Ming, known for his arrogance and self-importance, had trained in martial arts since the age of 7 and enlisted at 15. Now 30, he had not slackened in his practice. Thus, the commander's words felt like a grave insult to him. 10 moves, it was utterly laughable. Even if her father were Song Huayan, it did not guarantee that Song Xixi possessed such capabilities. The Xuanjia army could not be led by her, otherwise, it would be the greatest humiliation for them all. After Bai Ming's declaration, a resounding applause erupted from the ranks of the 15,000 Xuanjia soldiers, who cheered loudly, "Lieutenant Bai, we support you." Gripping her Taohua spear, Song Xixi regarded the dark-faced man in his 30s, who bore an air of proud solitude and defiance. As Bai Ming observed her silence, he sneered, "Does General Song dare not face the challenge?" Chapter 92. Shall we yield like this? Song Xixi thrust her peach blossom spear into the ground, deftly arranging her hair. The biting northern wind howled, causing her garments to flutter. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze as piercing as snow. "As long as I defeat you?" "Indeed." Bai Ming proclaimed loudly, "As long as I am bested by you, I vow to follow you faithfully until death, never to go back on my word." "Well said, Commander Bai. Strike her down, let her ascend by the merit of her father and brothers, treading upon our soldiers. Military accolades are hard won. She, a mere woman, dares to command our armored troops with false achievements. Commander Bai, we will not yield, strike her." Bai Ming replied coldly, "Commander Song, did you hear that?" Song Xixi cast a glance over the raucous armored army, then gripped her peach blossom spear firmly. "Very well, let us begin." Bai Ming's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Do not accuse me of bullying a woman, Commander Song. I shall grant you one strike." "Thank you." Song Xixi replied with a smile, her eyes glimmering like blood-red rubies. I in the distance, Zhan Beiwang and Yi Fang, along with numerous soldiers, heard the commotion and stood atop the city walls to observe. Yi Fang's gaze was cool and detached. It seems someone dares to challenge Song Xixi. Though the distance was considerable, Zhan Beiwang recognized that it was Bai Ming stepping forward to confront Song Xixi. He frowned. Bai Ming was undoubtedly no match for her. Yi Fang remarked with interest. Bai Ming is considered quite skilled within the armored army. I wonder how many moves she can withstand against him. Zhan Beiwang shook his head. "Let us simply observe." She narrowed her eyes, eager for Bai Ming to be brought to his knees, sparing her the shame of such a woman tarnishing her reputation. In the open field, Song Xixi raised her peach blossom spear and thrust it forward, aimed directly at Bai Ming's right arm. Bai Ming laughed boisterously. "This feeble flower pillow dares to disgrace herself on the battlefield, how ridiculous." Not only Bai Ming laughed, the assembled 15,000 armored soldiers erupted in laughter, mocking her inability to hold a spear. So soft, like cotton, where was the strength in that? Just as Bai Ming reached out to seize the spear's tip, he felt a buzzing vibration emanating from it, realizing that inner strength was being infused into the weapon. If he attempted to grasp it, should her power be profound, his arm would be shattered. He instinctively withdrew his hand, but it was too late to evade. The spear's tip pierced his left shoulder. Clad in iron armor, the tip penetrated straight through, injuring his shoulder blade and drawing blood. Bai Ming's heart sank in terror. The seemingly weak attack concealed unfathomable power. "Thank you for your courtesy." Song Xixi retracted her peach blossom spear, holding it upright. The ground within 2 zhang of the spear's tip cracked open, fissures racing towards Bai Ming's feet, only to stop abruptly beneath him. 5 fissures in total, winding and mottled like slender centipedes, were clearly visible up close. The 15,000 armored soldiers stood behind Bai Ming, arranged in formation, all able to see the cracks wrought by the spear's impact. The first row could even see the blood dripping from Bai Ming, 1 drop, then 2. Bai Ming's face turned pale. What more was there to fight? He had lost. With such inner strength, even if he exerted all his might, it would be impossible for him to withstand 3 moves from her. To defeat her was utterly inconceivable. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Only the fierce northern wind howled. Bai Ming knelt on one knee, gripping his sword with both hands, his voice trembling slightly with residual shock. "I am Bai Ming, willing to obey Commander Song's commands." From afar atop the city wall, Yi Fang laughed heartily. "Is this it?" How utterly lackluster was Bai Ming sent by the king of Baiming, standing there without dodging or evading, merely allowing himself to be struck, and this is deemed victory. 1 strike and she triumphs. Truly, her skills are unparalleled. Chapter 93. He no longer feels any guilt. The city wall and the wilderness lie a considerable distance apart, rendering them unable to sense the internal energy or perceive the fissures on the ground. What they witnessed was merely Bai Ming standing still, wounded by Song Xixi's strike. Thus, to Yi Fang, it appeared utterly ludicrous. The king of Baiming was truly sparing no effort in elevating Song Xixi to a position of power. With a sardonic laugh, Yi Fang's voice brimmed with indignation. The Xuanjia army obeys the king of Baiming. Whoever he commands them to submit to, they shall submit. But why orchestrate such a farce? Do they take the soldiers for mere jesters? Zhan Beiwang harbored his own doubts. There seemed no reason for the king of Baiming to arrange matters in such a manner. Song Xixi's martial prowess was indeed formidable. Even were they to engage in combat, Baiming would hardly stand as her equal. Could it be that Song Xixi possessed no other skills beyond a few signature moves? Regardless, today's so-called challenge was nothing short of a farce. Zhan Beiwang felt a simmering anger within. Deceit on the battlefield was not uncommon, with many noble scions accumulating merit through dubious means, yet, to directly bestow the Xuanjia army upon Song Xixi and issue a military order for such a challenge was akin to treating it as child's play, which could only serve to dishearten the soldiers. I shall challenge her, Yi Fang declared, unable to contain her fury, and turned to leave. Zhan Beiwang grasped her arm. Do not go, she merely commands the Xuanjia army, not other troops. If you defeat her, it would be a loss of face for both the king of Biming and the Xuanjia army. With war looming, we cannot incite internal discord and destabilize the morale of the troops. Yi Fang retorted angrily, and what of it? The instability of the troops is not of my making, but rather a result of the collusion between the king of Biming and Song Xixi. Zhan Beiwang lowered his voice. Do you still wish to achieve military merit? The commander of this conflict is the king of Biming. The outcome of the battle will ultimately be reported to the court by him. Have you considered the consequences of offending him? We might end up with no military accolades and be branded as instigators of unrest. Yi Fang, reminded of their situation on the battlefield of Nanjing, understood that the authority lay with the king of Biming, and the generals were all former subordinates of Song Huayan, which placed them at a disadvantage. In frustration, she kicked the city wall. It is merely her lineage that grants her such arrogance. I cannot abide such a deceitful character. When the day of battle arrives, if she dares to evade the battlefield, I shall force her into it. Zhan Beiwang observed her flushed face. I believe that since the king of Biming aims to restore the glory of the Song family, Song Xixi will undoubtedly be compelled to join the fray. However, it is likely that many will shield her. A glint of coldness surfaced in Yi Fang's eyes. Once on the battlefield, one cannot dictate outcomes. The brutality of war is something we have already witnessed during our first encounter at Changling Pass, and this battle will be far more perilous. Indeed, how can Changling Pass compare to the battlefield of Nanjing? Zhan Beiwang nodded, recalling the harrowing experience at Changling Pass where he had nearly lost his life. Had it not been for Major General Xiao shielding him, he would have met his end. Yi Fang gazed coldly at the Xuanjia army in the wilderness, stating, on the battlefield, life and death are unpredictable. If these 15,000 Xuanjia soldiers are merely to protect her or accumulate merit for her, upon our return to the capital, I shall certainly report to the emperor, ensuring that the entire court is aware of how she has tarnished the reputation of General Song Huayan. Zhan Beiwang felt a conflict within. On one hand, he hoped Yi Fang would refrain from meddling, understanding that the king of Biming's actions aimed to uphold the Song family's prestige and undeniable truth, as Song Huayan was a paragon of martial prowess and a renowned figure in stabilizing the nation. The Song family's survival was crucial for maintaining troop morale. On the other hand, as a military leader, he found it exceedingly unjust. While others risked their lives to earn military accolades, she seemed to ascend effortlessly under the protection of the king of Biming and the generals. Reflecting on this, he realized the difficulty and tragic nature of their mission, and any lingering guilt he had toward Song Xixi evaporated, leaving only disdain in its wake. Chapter 94. The marshal's lack of wisdom. Song Xixi returned to the city after training troops until late at night, only to be confronted at the city gate by Yi Fang. The distant glow of the campfire illuminated Yi Fang's face, which was marked by anger and disdain. At least you could have put in some effort for appearances. The Song family's reputation has been utterly tarnished by your actions. Song Xixi lifted her gaze, her tone indifferent. What concern is the Song family's reputation to you? Yi Fang, with a sharp tone, rebuked, can you cease your pretentiousness? I witnessed it today. Commanding the Xuanjia army only requires a single word from King Biming. Why then orchestrate a charade with Biming? Do you believe this will earn the respect of the other soldiers? Do you think everyone is blind? Song Xixi regarded her with an icy stare. You are correct, not everyone is blind. Some things can be concealed for a time, but not forever. Yi Fang squinted her eyes, her imposing demeanor somewhat diminished. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Song Xixi attempted to pass her by. Yi Fang grasped her arm firmly and warned in a low voice, Song Xixi, I care not for your intentions, but this is a battlefield. The Xuanjia army is an elite force, not a tool for you to earn military accolades. Return to the capital immediately and cease causing chaos here. With a swift motion, Song Xixi freed herself and strode away. Frustrated, Yi Fang stamped her foot and shouted, you merely wish to prove your superiority over me, but is this based on your own merit? No one in the army will respect you, they will only view you as a joke. Song Xixi did not look back, leaving behind a single remark, if I become a joke, is it not due to your spreading of rumors and disdain for the truth? Yi Fang scoffed, contemptuously, disdain for the truth? What truth? That you earned your position as a general through your own merit. After hearing enough flattery, have you begun to believe it yourself, thinking you are an invincible female general? King Biming, blinded by past affections for Song Huayan, is oblivious to the imminent dangers of the battles ahead, granting you command of the Xuanjia army. The Xuanjia army should serve as the vanguard, not as your personal guard or a means for you to accumulate enemy kills. This cannot continue, otherwise, defeat in the southern border is inevitable. Early the next morning, she sought an audience with Xia Rumo at the command camp. Xia Rumo had risen at the hour of the rabbit and was already in discussions with the other generals regarding strategies to breach the city. This battle could not be prolonged. The enemy had retreated to Ximing. Although there was some food supply in Ximing, it was limited, and the enemy required time to resupply it. Therefore, they would not actively open the city gates for battle but would instead focus on breaching the walls. Upon hearing of Yi Fang's request for an audience, he raised his hand, let her in. Zhang Dezhuang emerged to inform Yi Fang, the marshal requests General Yi to enter. Yi Fang strode in, noticing that over a dozen generals were present, realizing they were deliberating war strategies. Instantly, she felt a pang of imbalance within her. After performing a respectful salute, she interjected before Xiaorumo could speak, "Marshal, since you have gathered the generals to discuss military affairs, why were both my husband and I not summoned to deliberate together?" Xiaorumo, seated in his chair, lifted his keen gaze to meet hers. "Did I not mention this before? You and your husband have come a long way to provide support. You were both injured and fatigued. You should rest for 2 days before resuming training. Your input is not immediately required." Yi Fang faltered. Had he truly said such a thing? Even if he had, she felt it was unjust. "Marshal, we are here on imperial orders to provide reinforcements. Although the journey was arduous, a single night's rest suffices for recovery. We could train today. However, I have a matter of confusion I wish to address with you." "You may speak." Xiaorumo reclined against the back of his chair, one hand resting upon the armrest, gazing at her with mild interest. The Xuanjia army, as an elite force, ought to serve as the vanguard in breaching the enemy's ranks, yet the marshal has assigned them to General Song. "What is the issue?" Xiaorumo's voice remained calm, yet it bore an unspoken authority. Yi Fang raised her voice. "To use the most elite troops to protect a woman seeking military glory on the battlefield is, in my opinion, a grave folly on the part of the marshal." Chapter 95. Yi Fang is determined to challenge Song Xixi. Upon hearing her words, General Fang immediately retorted without waiting for the marshal to speak. "What do you mean by protection? The 15,000 Xuanjia troops are intended for General Song to lead in battle against the enemy. Moreover, you are not mistaken, the Xuanjia troops indeed serve as the vanguard, breaching the city walls and charging into the fray." Yi Fang scoffed. "The marshal is truly sentimental. If the Xuanjia troops can breach the city, it would be Song Xixi's merit, which is no different from directly awarding her military honors." General Fang, incensed, replied, "How can you speak like that? If she leads the Xuanjia troops to breach the city, that achievement is earned through her own efforts, not given. Do you mean to suggest that General Yi believes one can charge into battle alone while the soldiers cower in the rear?" Yi Fang countered. "Are you implying that General Song herself will fight on the battlefield rather than remain at the back wielding her command?" General Fang exclaimed in fury, "Absurd. As the vanguard, there must be a general leading the troops. How can you claim a general hides in the rear while holding command? She leads the troops?" Yi Fang appeared to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes. After a cold laugh, she remarked, "Entrusting an inexperienced woman to lead the Xuanjia troops in a siege, I believe it is the generals who should accompany her and the Xuanjia troops into battle." General Fang argued, "How can you say she has never been on the battlefield? Did she not lead us to victory in the previous encounters?" Yi Fang chuckled derisively. "The circumstances of those victories are well understood by the marshal and the generals." She fixed her gaze upon Xiaorumo, kneeling on one knee. "I, Yi Fang, request to lead the Xuanjia troops in the siege. If the marshal insists on having Song Xixi command, I implore you to allow me to engage her in combat. I brought the Xuanjia troops to the southern frontier. I cannot bear to see them follow a commander utterly unversed in warfare, thus needlessly sacrificing their lives." The martial generals present could not contain their reactions. Though they refrained from speaking ill out of respect for the marshal, they expressed their discontent. How can General Li speak in such a manner? If she lacks capability, how could the Xuanjia troops heed her command? And how can you speak of needless sacrifices? You have not even fought a battle yet you utter such disheartening words, truly absurd. If you claim she knows nothing of warfare, how then did she achieve victory previously? Moreover, the marshal has already issued orders for General Song to command the Xuanjia troops, and she has been training them since yesterday. General Yi is being exceedingly arrogant. When compared to General Song, you may not hold a candle to her." Ignoring the admonishments of the other generals, Yi Fang merely raised her head, staring intently at Xiaorumo. "Did the marshal not say that anyone discontent may issue a challenge? I request to challenge Song Xixi. If she loses, let the Xuanjia troops fall under my command." The generals were well aware of the marshal's strictness in military affairs. Her brazen provocation of his orders was indeed audacious. They anticipated an explosive reaction from the marshal, but to their surprise, he merely nodded lightly. "I permit you to challenge Song Xixi. Should she lose, the Xuanjia troops shall be under your command. However, if you lose, you will receive 50 strokes of the military staff as punishment for defying my orders and for your disrespectful words. Furthermore, all military honors you have earned on the southern battlefield will be revoked, and if our forces are victorious, your name shall not grace the military honor roll." Yi Fang was momentarily taken aback and quickly retorted, "This is unjust. If she loses, there are no consequences for her, yet I would face 50 strokes and the loss of all my honors. The marshal is being excessively biased." Xiaorumo's gaze was icy. "If she loses command of the Xuanjia troops. How does that not constitute a punishment? Moreover, her leadership of the Xuanjia troops is an order from me. Should she be replaced at this critical juncture, she would lose face, and her authority would diminish in the eyes of the martial generals and soldiers, which is in itself a punishment." Yi Fang grew anxious, but it was the marshal himself who said that anyone dissatisfied may challenge her. Xiaorumo raised an eyebrow slightly. "Indeed, a lost challenge incurs 30 strokes, but you are not merely challenging. You aim to usurp command of the Xuanjia troops from her. Your challenge is driven by self-interest, and should you fail, you must naturally face losses, otherwise, everyone would begin to question my authority, and would we even continue to fight?" Yi Fang considered the delicate figure of Song Xixi, convinced she could not possibly be her match, and after a moment's hesitation, she resolved, "Very well, I shall challenge her on the morrow." Chapter 96. The Northern Battles Challenge General Fang expressed his disapproval, stating, "This matter has already been settled. To continue issuing challenges is unnecessary. This is not an arena for contests, but a battlefield, and such actions are detrimental to the unity of our troops." Upon hearing this, Yi Fang perceived Fang's reluctance as stemming from a fear that Song Xixi might lose, which only bolstered her confidence. She retorted, "If one is capable, why not challenge? Is General Fang afraid of her defeat? If it is merely about losing face, then we need not engage in this match. Simply hand over the Xuanjia army to me." General Fang scoffed, "How naive you are. Do you think that just because you lead the reinforcements, they are all yours? My decision to prevent you from challenging was also to preserve your dignity. Since you failed to appreciate my good intentions, so be it. Let us dispense with idle talk. The Xuanjia army cannot fall into Song Xixi's hands unless she defeats me." With that, she rose and clasped her hands in a formal farewell. "I take my leave." Once Yi Fang departed, General Fang questioned, "Commander, the Xuanjia army is already under General Song's command. Why permit General Yi's request? Although the troublemakers among the reinforcements have been quelled, whispers of discontent persist, suggesting that General Song is unworthy of her position. If she were to lose," Xia Rumo cast a cool glance at him, "General Song will not lose. Since there remain those unsatisfied with her command among the reinforcements, let them witness the truth. Is it General Song who was unworthy, or is it Yi Fang who was merely a figure of empty reputation?" Moreover, King Biming rose, exuding an imposing presence, his eyes dark and profound as ink. "If someone seeks to humiliate themselves and acts foolishly, let them do so. Do not impede her." Though Xia Rumo spoke thus, a sense of trepidation lingered among the others. They had witnessed General Song's bravery, yet General Yi was a favored commander of the Empress, having previously achieved great merit at Changling Pass. Her martial prowess was indeed formidable. A mere stalemate would be acceptable, but should she suffer defeat, the prestige she had built would be rendered null. In the afternoon, King Biming decreed that General Yi would challenge General Song for the position of deputy commander of the Xuanjia army. This announcement was made to the three armies, allowing all who could find a vantage point to witness the duel. The consequences of this challenge were clearly stated beforehand. Upon learning of Yi Fang's audacious wager, Zhan Beiwang immediately voiced his opposition. "Song Xixi is no slouch. Even a few exchanges could suffice for her victory. I have personally witnessed her skills. Yi Fang, do not act impulsively." Yi Fang, already donned in her battle attire, met his gaze with unwavering determination. "Brother Zhan, I am neither reckless nor impetuous. What I contend for is not merely the command of the Xuanjia army on the battlefield. If I can win over these 15,000 troops, upon returning to the capital, I shall be their deputy commander. Consider this, after our exploits at Changling Pass, the Emperor and the Ministry of War have yet to assign us duties, with a period of peace expected in the kingdom following the southern frontier campaign. If we lack official positions, how can we advance?" Thus, what she sought was not solely the title of a battlefield commander but rather the future leadership of the Xuanjia army. With 15,000 troops at her command, she would be able to navigate the capital with ease. Zhan Beiwang, however, believed her aspirations to be naive. Should peace reign, King Biming would inevitably return to the capital, and at that time, all the Xuanjia army would fall under his command. How could they be entrusted to Yi Fang? With a furrowed brow, he cautioned, "We rely on this battle for merit. If you lose, all accomplishments will be lost, and you will face military discipline. Once you are punished within the ranks, your authority as a martial commander will be irrevocably diminished. Your future will be in ruins. Defeated by her, Brother Zhan, you underestimate me." Yi Fang replied with composure, "Not only her, but even General Fang and his associates do not intimidate me. Aside from King Biming and yourself, I will not yield to anyone on this battlefield, let alone Song Xixi. We both witnessed how she fared against Biming in the wild." Zhan Beiwang grasped her arm, his gaze intense. "One must always consider the possibility of failure. Should you lose, you will have nothing left. Are you content to remain in the inner quarters as merely a wife?" She pouted playfully, "What is wrong with washing my hands to prepare meals for you?" Yet, she was resolute in her belief that she would not lose. Chapter 97. To call you foolish is to acknowledge your cunning. Her words touched Zhan Beiwang profoundly. No one could evoke such emotion in him as Yi Fang did, for she was no ordinary woman confined to the inner chambers. She was a valiant general on the battlefield, a distinguished figure who had played a pivotal role in signing the Changling Pass Treaty. Such an extraordinary woman, who claimed that it was inconsequential to engage in humble tasks, instantly warmed his heart, dispelling any remnants of disappointment he once harbored towards her. The challenge was set for twilight, and Xia Rumo merely sent Zhang Dezhuang to inform Song Xixi she was still training in the fields, and upon receiving Zhang Dezhuang's message, she nodded slightly, acknowledging, understood. As word spread throughout the army, Shenwanzi and a few others concluded their training and hurried to the fields to seek out Song Xixi. Each one gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder and succinctly uttered, "Beat her." Song Xixi smiled at them. Confronting Yi Fang was indeed quite a challenge, not in the sense of inflicting harm, but rather in the art of restraint and competition that required immense forbearance. The fading sunlight could not dispel the harsh chill of the terrain. In the fields, the 15,000 strong Xuanjia army formed ranks, positioned resolutely in the east. The remaining soldiers, drawn by the commotion, crowded the area, creating a sea of heads and a cacophony of murmurs. In addition to the reinforcements, the original Biming army joined in the spectacle. While they acknowledged General Song's capabilities, the reinforcements, influenced by Yi Fang, believed that Song Xixi had only ascended to the rank of 5th-grade general through connections. In their eyes, she was merely a woman of the household, a divorcee no less, unfit to stand alone on the battlefield. The majority of the reinforcements supported Yi Fang, with the exception of the Xuanjia army, which had already recognized Song Xixi's prowess, especially after witnessing her single-handedly wound by Ming during their encounter. Even the closest Xuanjia soldiers could feel the formidable energy emanating from her. However, the other reinforcements remained oblivious, only recognizing General Zhan Beiwang and General Yi Fang, who had led them into the southern frontier. Coupled with the previous rumors about Xixi among the reinforcements, they regarded her ascent with disdain, hoping Yi Fang would shatter her facade of invincibility and expose her true self. The challenge was overseen by General Fang as the impartial arbiter, with other generals observing closely. Xiaorumo stood at the forefront of the Xuanjia army, clad in armor that glimmered dully in the remaining sunlight, reflecting the congealed and mottled stains of blood. His stubble had grown back, and the biting wind caressed his slightly cracked skin. Though his handsome visage had faded, his imposing presence remained undiminished. Before the assembled officers and soldiers, Yi Fang, sword in hand and clad in battle attire unblemished by blood, stood erect and resolute, her strong brows and commanding demeanor exuding the aura of a true warrior. She regarded Xixi, who wielded a peach blossom spear, with a cold gaze. If it were not for the unchanged delicate features of her face, one would scarcely connect her to the dignified woman in satin who had first crossed her path. Besides her facial features, everything else had transformed dramatically. Her hair was disheveled and matted, her face bore the roughness wrought by dust and cold, a stark contrast to her previously delicate and radiant complexion. Such beauty and skin had never stirred a trace of jealousy or envy within Yi Fang. A woman indulged in the comforts of the inner chambers could effortlessly display her most exquisite self. She scorned this fragility, akin to a glass doll, easily shattered by a mere touch. The wind howled fiercely as Yi Fang's voice pierced through. Xixi, do you foolishly believe that stepping onto the battlefield will allow you to surpass me? Yet, to call you foolish would be an understatement. Rather, you are astutely calculating, adept at leveraging your father's influence to elevate you to a position you could never hope to achieve on your own. Chapter 98. The challenge begins. Her voice resonated among the assembled generals in the Xuanjia army. She prided herself on her candor, claiming to speak without reserve. However, this statement only incited further disdain among those present who already held contempt for Xixi. The murmurs gradually transformed into vitriolic curses, descending upon Xixi like a torrential storm. Xuanzi and her companions were livid, their faces ashen. Had it not been for military regulations, they would have rushed forth to teach Yi Fang a lesson about decency. Meanwhile, Xixi seated in silence. The provocation was blatant, yet she remained unfazed, gazing at Yi Fang with an unsettling calmness, not once retorting like a gnarled gourd. Indeed, Xixi refrained from responding, her expression betraying no hint of agitation, save for the deepening shadows in her eyes. Xixi. Xiaorumo seized the long staff from Zhang Gazhuang's hands and tossed it to her, stating, "Eschew the peach blossom spear. Use the wooden stick instead." She caught it deftly, discarding the peach blossom spear back to Xiaorumo, casting a profound glance his way as she affirmed, "Understood." She comprehended the northern Ming king's intent. Weapons are blind to their wielder's emotions, and should she fail to contain the blood-soaked enmity, the spear would unerringly seek Yi Fang's throat. Yet, Yi Fang felt a surge of humiliation, sneering, "A stick? Very well, since you are so confident, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Had she possessed even a modicum of honor, upon witnessing Xixi forego her weapon, she would have relinquished her sword in favor of the wooden staff. However, she could not afford the slightest chance of failure. The stakes were far too high. This marked the chasm between her and Xixi, a disparity rooted in the inequities of class. Given the inherent injustice, her use of a sword against a wooden stick posed no dilemma. In the desolate expanse, solitary smoke rose, and the slanting sun bathed the ground in crimson. The bonfire had been ignited, its flames flickering dimly against the backdrop of congealed blood, yet sufficient to illuminate the two figures standing at its center. Many anticipated a duel of high caliber, a dazzling exchange of blows. Others eagerly awaited the moment General Yi Fang would render Xixi utterly defeated, begging for mercy, and offering the Xuanjia army and surrender. Zhan Beiwang appeared somewhat tense, recalling the two moves Xixi had demonstrated before departing the residence and her deceptive maneuver against Bai Ming. He understood that Yi Fang could not afford to lose. Should she falter, it would mean that all her efforts on the battlefield of the southern frontier would yield no military merit, and she would face 50 lashes with a military staff. With this thought in mind, he called out to Yi Fang, "Yi Fang, remain composed and face the challenge." Upon hearing this, Xuanzi picked up a small stone at her feet and hurled it at him. Zhan Beiwang, hearing the rush of wind, raised his broadsword to deflect the stone. Following its trajectory, he glanced at Xuanzi, who glared at him with eyes that seemed to pierce through flesh. Though a flicker of ire stirred within him, he chose to ignore her. With a commanding shout from General Fang, "Begin!" all eyes converged upon the two combatants. A chorus erupted from the crowd. "General Yi, make her flee in disgrace, show no mercy. General Yi is formidable." Yi Fang leapt into the air, gripping her sword as she descended upon Xixi with a fierce strike. The martial arts she had mastered were all rooted in practicality. This strike bore no finesse, only overwhelming force. Moreover, she descended with remarkable speed. No matter how Xixi might evade, she was bound to suffer a wound from the blade, whether to her hands, chest, or back. The swiftness was astonishing, at least to the soldiers observing, who felt certain they could not escape the impending blow. Yet, Xixi did not flinch. She gripped the wooden staff with both hands, raising it defensively before her. The sword struck the staff with a thunderous crash. The razor-sharp blade, wielded with such velocity and might, should have cleaved the staff in two. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the wooden staff stood resilient as if forged from iron, bearing no marks of damage. Instead, the impact reverberated, sending a jolt of pain through Yi Fang's hands and wrists, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the sword. Chapter 99. The defeat beyond endurance. A wave of panic surged through Yi Fang as she gazed into the dim depths of Xixi's eyes, only to notice that the wooden staff in her hand bore no trace of a blade's mark, leaving her inwardly astonished. Could it be that this is no ordinary wooden stick? Indeed, if the king of Bai Ming was intent on protecting her, how could he possibly provide her with a mere common rod? There must be more to it. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon her lips. This staff, I fear, is perhaps not just a staff, is it? It appears the marshal has selected for you the most formidable of weapons. The wooden staff, akin in length to a peach blossom spear, was originally a post intended for constructing a camp. Had Yi Fang been more observant, she would have recognized it as an ordinary piece of wood. However, she was convinced that the king of Biming favored Xixi too much to present her with anything less than exceptional in such a challenge. Many soldiers, unable to discern the details from afar, were swayed by her words and deemed it a splendid weapon. Immediately, some began to shout that it was unfair, questioning how an ordinary sword could possibly compare with a superior weapon. If that is the case, why not return her long spear? We thought it was impressive, yet it seems we are being deceived. Indeed, this is unjust. The uproar of condemnation surged forth like a tidal wave. Unfazed, Xixi swiftly brought her hand down, severing a section from the wooden staff, deliberately leaving the cut uneven and jagged. With a deft flick of her toes, she propelled the severed piece toward the group of soldiers who had criticized her. One soldier picked it up, only to discover it was indeed a plain wooden stick. Yi Fang's face drained of color. She had not anticipated it to be a mere rod. Gritting her teeth, she lunged at Xixi with her sword, her movements still swift and powerful. Xixi raised the staff in defense, and as Yi Fang's sword arced back, she seized the staff with one hand and, with a push from the other, sent it soaring, striking Yi Fang in the abdomen. As the staff clattered to the ground, Xixi reached out, summoning it back into her grasp. Wow! Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What kind of skill is this? Is this sorcery? How can she retrieve the staff from midair? It had fallen to the ground. It must be sorcery. Shenwanzi coldly clarified, this is an act of inner strength. Do you even understand? Only a martial artist of exceptional inner strength can achieve such a feat. Yi Fang stumbled back several paces, feeling her vital energy thrown into disarray, a metallic taste rising in her throat as she nearly spat blood. She struggled to suppress it, but her mind was in utter disarray. She too possessed inner strength, yet hers was shallow, and she had never believed in its efficacy. Since childhood, her aspiration had been the battlefield, where practical skills reigned supreme. Strength was everything. With a flourish, Xixi twirled the staff in her hand, her movements graceful and fluid, a cold smile playing on her lips. General Yi, will you continue to fight or concede defeat? To utter the words concede defeat was a provocation in Yi Fang's eyes. Enraged, she retorted, how can a martial general entertain the notion of surrender? With that, she charged forward, her swordplay simple yet brutally effective, a horizontal slash that was highly effective for slaying foes on the battlefield. Xixi deftly evaded several strikes. Observing the growing fury in Yi Fang's eyes rising on her toes, she leaped into the air, striking Yi Fang's wrist with the staff, disarming her sword, and simultaneously delivering a kick to her chest, sending her sprawling. She glided back, maintaining a distance of 3 zhang from the fallen and bloodied Yi Fang, the staff spinning rapidly in her hand. To the spectators, it appeared as though the staff had conjured a vortex, which, in an instant, transformed into a flurry of small wooden shards, cascading towards Yi Fang like a blizzard. Though clad in battle armor, the splinters left deep gashes upon her attire. One shard grazed her neck, blood seeping forth. While the wound was not deep, it was clear to all that a deeper cut would have been fatal. How had she managed to strike with such precision? The crowd erupted in gasps of shock. They had anticipated a clash of equal prowess, one that would at least endure for half an hour or more, yet they were taken aback by the abruptness of this conclusion. Yi Fang had not even managed to graze Xixi clothing, suffering a defeat that was nothing short of humiliating. Chapter 100. In a fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to kill her. Yi Fang spat out a mouthful of blood. That kick had nearly dislocated her internal organs, rendering her momentarily voiceless from the excruciating pain. Her complexion turned ashen, and instinctively, she reached for her neck, only to find her fingers stained with blood. Tremors coursed through her body, not from fear, but from her inability to accept such a disheartening outcome. She gazed at Xixi in disbelief, for she had never encountered such martial prowess in her lifetime. How could Xixi possess such formidable skills? When she had departed with Li earlier, Zhang Gu had mentioned her ability to harm others with a mere flick of a flower or leaf. At the time, she had found it amusing. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, a surge of jealousy engulfed her like a swarm of biting ants. The swiftness of her defeat stung like a slap to the face. Just moments ago, she had been among the reinforcements, asserting that Xixi had risen through connections, causing several commanders to be punished with military canes. Even before the battle commenced, she had loudly accused Xixi, inciting widespread outrage. Yet now, Xixi had refuted her claims with undeniable strength. The woman had spoken but a single phrase to her, fight or concede, without offering any rebuttal. Zhan Beiwang hurried to support her, his voice laced with concern. Are you injured? Is it serious? She grasped his wrist, slowly rising despite the piercing pain in her chest, her tears threatening to spill over. The humiliation was unbearable, compounded by the realization that even if she fought valiantly in the southern wilderness, her military achievements would be overshadowed. No, that was not the worst of it. The most devastating blow was that she would have to relinquish her position as the foremost female general of the Shan kingdom to Xixi. Amidst the deafening cheers surrounding her, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. She would not yield. She could not accept that she was inferior to Xixi, that she lacked the same esteemed lineage, nor did she possess a master of such caliber. Xixi's extraordinary martial skills were a product of her family's immense influence, easily intimidating the pinnacle masters of the martial world, who then took her as a disciple. She had not been defeated by Xixi. She had succumbed to the weight of her own heritage. Yi Fang, Zhan Beiwang grasped her hand. Are you all right? I did not lose. Yi Fang fought to regain her composure, tears spilling forth. Zhang Gu, I did not lose. If I had her background, I would not have lost. After a moment of silence, Zhan Beiwang replied with a simple acknowledgement. Xiaorumo had already risen, returning the peach blossom spear to Song Xixi, her voice infused with inner strength. The Xuanjia army shall continue to be commanded by General Song. As for General Yi's breach of military orders, punishment will be decided post-battle. With those words, the fates were sealed. Yi Fang coughed up another mouthful of blood, feeling as though a great weight had collapsed upon her, yet she stubbornly remained upright, defiance gleaming in her eyes. She could not allow Song Xixi the satisfaction of witnessing her disgrace. Even in defeat, she would maintain her dignity. Song Xixi paid her no heed, instead locking eyes with the Northern King, her grip on the peach blossom spear trembling slightly. Just moments before, she had genuinely contemplated killing Yi Fang. As the wooden stick transformed into splinters in her hand, the sharpest fragment had been aimed directly at Yi Fang's neck. However, as she executed her technique, she sensed the Northern King's piercing gaze upon her, prompting her to temper her force. Had she struck with the same intensity as when she had torn her battle robe, Yi Fang's neck would have surely gushed blood, leading to a swift demise. Confronted by the Northern King's gaze, her emotions were tumultuous. Xuanzi was the first to rush over, patting her shoulder. Snap out of it, you have won. Song Xixi managed a faint smile, of course. How could she ever lose to Yi Fang? Xuanzi draped an arm around her shoulders, gesturing towards the cheering soldiers. Those are the very ones who once scorned you, now they rally in your support, yet they have yet to witness your true prowess. What is this move compared to your full capabilities? Who would have thought Yi Fang would prove so easily vanquished?